In this video, we're going to create this full coffee shop website in Figma. We'll start first with the mood board, then we'll move on to creating our wireframe for our design. Then we'll create the web pages for our desktop, including prototypes, prototypes like this. We're going to also create our tablet web pages as well, and we are also going to create the mobile web pages like so. So let's get right to it. Start creating our mood board, we need our images. So whatever platform or website you are comfortable with, you can create or get your images from there. But for me, I like using Pinterest, so that's what we're going to use. So I'm just going to open my browser and it's already loaded on Pinterest. This is one thing about Pinterest, you come for one thing and I really like this. I really like this design. It's really cool. So you know what, maybe I'm just going to open it and save it for later. That's the cool thing about being on Pinterest. So let's get back to what we came here for. Coffee shop. So we're just going to search for coffee shop. So I've already searched for it. Let me just coffee shop. If only I could spell coffee shop website like so. And I'm just going to search for that. And now we can see this. Now the first image I already like. I like this layout for the menu. You know, this is a coffee shop. We want the highlight is the coffee or the items. Coffee shop don't just sell coffee, they also have snacks and all that kind of thing. So we have this coffee shop and I really like this layout. So I also kind of like the image. So I'm just going to right click, open a new tab, and I'm just going to scroll down. I also like this as well, this split layout. I'm going to open link in new tab and I'm going to open that. I also like this part, so I'm just going to right click, open it, and I also like the colors as well. So that's what you just do. I also like this. I like how clean the design is, and I'm just going to open a new tab as well. And I'm just going to scroll down. Let's take a look at a few more images before we move on to the next step. Let's see. Yeah, this one looks good as well. I'm just going to open that, and I'm just going to scroll down. Anything else? Yeah, I like this one too. So I'm just going to right click, open a new tab. So I'm just going to, let me just pick this one. Now the cool thing about PowerPoint and Pinterest is when you open an image, you get other recommended images. So you don't have to, worry too much about finding an image you like. Just pick something that looks good to you and then select it. So I really like this one. And in the recommended, I'm not saying anything. Don't worry, we won't waste too much time on this. I'm just going to right click, save image as, and I'm just going to wait for that to load, and I'm just going to save that. And there we go, I've downloaded that image. Next, I'm just going to close this tab, move on to the next image, and again we have this image. I'm just going to once again save image as, and then I'm going to save it as well. And that's essentially the process I go through to create my mood board. So this is where we're going to end this part, but I'm going to go ahead and look for more images that I feel is going to fit well with our mood board, and then I'm going to import it into Figma, and then we can start the process of building our mood board. I have imported all my images that I found and I really liked. So we're not going to be using, essentially every element we find in this website. You shouldn't you should get inspiration, maybe use some elements in the website, but you shouldn't focus too much on one. But another thing I tend to go for is when I'm looking at images I'm using for a mood board in order to create my designs, I tend to go for the mood. So you'll notice that all these websites all have something in similar, with the exception of this one, which has this pop of green color. Most of them tend to take this white slash brown or white and brown. I even saw some designs that if we're making a dark design, they had a black background and a really dark pop brown color. But this is the vibe that they all have, and I'm going to be going with a very light cream background with dark accents, with dark pop brown accents as our mood. Essentially, what we're seeing in most of these images. And in order to create a mood board, I'm just going to create a frame and just kind of guess how big everything is. I'm just going to create a frame like so, and I'm going to rename this frame to mood board like so. And I'm just going to I changed the dimensions of these images to all their width are 720, so they have also all have similar size. So when I'm looking at them, I don't need to look closely at one, because when you import them, some of them have smaller or larger, but since their width will always differ, I went for their height will always differ. I went for similar width, so I just made them 720 for all their width. So I'm just going to select all of them, and I'm going to put them into our mood board frame. And I'm just going to move this over here. And with that, let's make it darker. I'm not going to use any specific color. I just want to make it darker, since all of them have, pretty much all of them have light backgrounds. So with that, we are done with our mood board. And yeah, that's it. You just have your mood board, and now we can move on to creating our wireframe. So move on to creating a wireframe, which we'll do right here in Figma. So first, what we're going to do is create some placeholders. So I'm just going to scroll down, and I'm going to insert a rectangle, and let's zoom in a bit. I'm going to change the dimensions to, doesn't really matter what you set it to, but for this project I'm using 600 for the width and 380 for the height. And I'm going to change the color of the rectangle to this. E5 like so, and that's the color I'm going to go with. Then I'm also going to insert an ellipse or a circle, and I'm just going to click, and I'm going to change the size of this circle to 55 by 55 like so. And once again, I'm going to change the color of this circle to that of this rectangle. So I'm just going to change the color. Once again, color really doesn't matter. I just want to have some contrast. Next, we're going to insert some icons. So I'm just going to open my plugins, and I'm using Iconify as my icon library. You can use any icons you want, doesn't really matter. So I'm going to search for, I believe, image, yeah, and I'm going to choose this one, and I'm just going to place that there, and I'm going to search for avatar like so. Once again, it doesn't really matter, just use any icon of your choice. So I'm going to place this here as well, and we have an image and we have an avatar. So I'm just going to select this rectangle, make sure the image rather, make sure you're selecting the entire thing, the entire frame. So I'm going to change the size of this image icon to 70 by 70, and I'm going to change the size of this icon, the avatar icon, to 30 by 30 like so. And now I'm going to place this avatar icon on this circle like so. So let's zoom into this circle first. Let's select everything. You know what, let's change the color of these icons as well. Let me change the fill. Let's go to selection colors, and I'm going to use this. Yeah, this looks good. And let me copy this as well. Let me just change the color of this one, because it's exactly what essentially doing very similar things here. So let's go back to our circle. Let's select everything. and I'm going to right click and make it a frame selection. Now I'm going to select the ellipse, change the constraints to scale and the top to scale. We're going to select the icon. First of all, let's unlock the aspect ratio, and we're going to change the constraints to scale and the top to scale as well. So now, of course, it's going to change like this. I'm going to use Ctrl Z, but when you hold Shift, this is how it's going to change. So we can use it to represent our avatars when we're using it in practice. And then we're going to move on to this one as well. Let's zoom out. Let's select the rectangle and this icon. First of all, let me center it horizontally and vertically, and I'm going to once again make it a frame selection. For the rectangle, we're going to click on the rectangle and oops, I'm going to change the constraints to scale for the and then this one as well to scale. Then for the icon, we're going to leave the aspect ratio as it is, but this time we're going to make it center for both sides like this. And now when we use this, we'll have this, so the icon will always stay in the center of our frame like so. Finally, we're going to make these two um, elements assets so we can use them in our uh, project. So I'm going to rename this one image, and I'm also going to rename this one avatar like so. And then I'm going to make it a component. You can use Control Alt, I believe it's Control Alt key, yeah. Make it a component. This one, let me use the shortcut Control Alt key. And now we have these two components, and we'll use these two components to create our wireframe. This one more than this one, but yeah. In order to begin creating our wireframes, let us start with some frames. So I'll click on frames, and I'll just select one of the preset ones, and I'll just select this desktop, which is 1440 by 1024. So I'm just going to select that, and we have a desktop frame. I'm going to add some. I'm going to add a layout guide. So I'm just going to click on this plus icon, and I'm just going to change it to columns. Let's make the count 12, and I'm going to the type is stretch, margin is going to be 140, and the gutter is going to be, let's make it 24 like this, and that's it. So I'm just going to duplicate this 4 more times because our website is going to have 5 pages. Oops, our website is going to have 5 pages, so I'm just holding Alt and Shift so I can create multiple copies, and I'm going to do this multiple times so that we can have 5 different frames, like 5 different desktop frames. Spacing really doesn't matter, but let's keep it equal like so. So the first one is going to be the home page, and I'm going to change that. The second one is going to be the menu. Third one is going to be about. The fourth one is going to be locations, and the fifth one is going to be contacts. Now so we're done with renaming our frames, so let's begin creating our wireframe. So I'm just going to make this much longer like so. Let me zoom in. So first things first, let's create our um, header here. So I'm just going to first let's create a placeholder for our logo. So I'm just going to create text. I'm just going to click here and I'm just going to write logo. Let's zoom in. Oops, typo. Logo. I'm just going to click there. It's currently set to enter. Let's use the default, which is Roboto. Let me use Roboto. I'm going to make it bold and I'm going to make it 32. We're not going to worry about the placement of items because this is our wireframe. We want it to have a bit of detail to it, but it shouldn't be too detailed where we waste too much time on it. So don't sweat the details. Where everything goes really doesn't matter. We just want to have an idea of where everything goes. So I'm just going to come in here once again, select our text, and I'm going to write home this time. And I'm going to change the text this time. I'm going to make it regular and I'm going to change the size to anything really. Let me just make it 18 for now. We're going to, doesn't really matter what it is. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to duplicate it 4 more times as well, like this. And I'm going to change this to, remember, this is going to be our navigation bar or our header in order to navigate to other pages. So this is going to be our menu. This is going to be about. This one is going to be locations, and this final one, let me move this one out of the way, is going to be contacts. No need to save any text styles during this period. So I'm just going to select everything. Let me zoom out, select everything. Let me just align them so it's kind of, uniform. Once again, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to group them so that you can move them easily. So I'm just going to again move this up a bit and we have our placeholder for our menu. Next we're going to create a hero section proper. So once again, text, I'm going to click and I'm going to use lorem ipsum this time. So let's load our, guess, mistake. Let's use lorem ipsum. I'm using lorem ipsum by, I think, Dave, is it Dave Riot, and that's the one I'm going to use. And we're going to use some placeholder text for our wireframe. Now I'm going to insert a few words. So I'm just going to select the text, click, and now our plugin is live. I'm going to generate just 4 words, and I'm going to generate that. So I'm just going to move this here. I'm going to change the size of this one to anything really. Let me make it 64. The line height is on auto, no problem. I'm going to, once again, let's load lorem ipsum once again. And this time, let's generate, let's see, 10 words this time. So I'm just going to generate 10 words. Yeah, like so. For this one, let's make it 36 size, and I'm just going to place it underneath this one. Now, let's select text once more, click on this, and I'm just going to write, I'm going to type out lorem ipsum. I don't need to use the plugin for this one. I'm going to change the size to 18, and I'm going to make it like this. If yours isn't set to auto, no worries, we're not going to think about that now. It's when we're creating the actual web pages that um, line height or line height comes into play. But for now, it doesn't matter. If you want, you can make it 18. You can follow. You can make it, I believe, 26. I always try to add 6 or 8 to my line height, so you can use it for anything. But for me, it's set to auto for now. I'm going to make this an auto layout, and I'm just going to add a fill color fill color doesn't matter. I like going with this sort of bluish color. And again, I'm not really thinking about anything. This is just placeholder text. Doesn't matter. I'm going to select this. This is going to be a placeholder for our call to action buttons. And I'm just going to place this here like so. I'm not even going to group anything. Now we're going to start using our assets. So let me go to my assets and let me change the settings. I don't want to um, search my entire distance. So I'm going to select our image and I'm just going to click that and bring that. And I'm going to place it at the top left corner like so, drag it out like this to the end, and let's bring it down. Size, once again, doesn't matter. I'm using my left square brackets to send it to the back like this. So we are done with our hero section placeholder, about us section. So I want to use, let's go back to our wireframe. um I said earlier that I really like this where is it, this sort of text on one side with a rectangle and an image on one side. I also, yeah, it was also something like this, so I really like this, so I'm deciding to use this sort of design for our about us section. But I'm going to add a little twist. Yeah, this in particular, this was where I really liked it, but I'm going to add a gradient effect to my design. So I'm just going to go back to our wireframe and I'm just going to select this one and I'm going to duplicate it and I'm going to write about us. And for this project, I have a general layout I have chosen for this project. So I just put the disclaimer here because I didn't want to use lorem ipsum text. I wanted it to, our project to be more real. So I created the general layout of what I feel or I've seen in coffee shop websites, and I now decided I don't want to use lorem ipsum text. I want it to feel like an actual website. So everything here, the Millhouse Cafe, doesn't exist. If it does, it's a coincidence. I'm just creating that for content. So this is our general layout. We have our whole hero section, which we've already done. We have the about us section, the menu highlights. It's saying 12 items here. It's guiding how I'm going to design my project. Having a general layout before you start creating your project is going to guide you. I may create a menu section that maybe be friendly to 5 items, not to 4, or maybe it's friendly to 6, not to 4. So that's why I tend to want to know what I need. So this I've decided to go with a 4 item menu layout. Seasonal specials, 4 items, and once again I'm specifying those items because I want to know. Newsletter, I can kind of get it. Then I have the footer section. Then this is the about us page. The menu just have 6 sections with 8 items each. So we'll have different menu items like tea, coffee, cold drinks, seasonal specials, all that. But it's going to be 6 different sections, and each section is going to have 8 items. And the final one, the next one is going to be locations. We just have four locations, which are also going to be sections. So they are all similar, just 4 different sections. And the contact us page, which tends to be different depending on your website. So it's a very simple and straightforward website. And you notice that most of the work is done on the hero section because that's the landing page where our visitors will see when they arrive on our website, and that's where you need to put a lot of your work out there so that they can see it first, and you want them to get them, in this case, interested enough to visit or interested enough to order. But this is the layout I'm going for, and the next section is the about us section, and that's exactly what we're going to design. So I'm going to select this one once again. I'm going to duplicate this. Let me zoom in a bit. I'm going to change the size to 18. I want it to look similar to, oops, not that. I want to make it similar to our final product. So next I'm going to click on this and I'm going to, once again, launch my plugin and I'm going to select lorem ipsum. Once again, this I'm going to make it 10 sentences like so. Let me see. If it's not enough, I can always, oop, that's long. Okay, no worries. I'm just going to make everything fit. You don't have to worry about, don't sweat the details for now. And I'm just going to maybe make this occupy 6 columns for now, or figure things out, or it's looking kind of narrow. I'm just going to select this and I'm going to duplicate this. So now it's 20 sentences. Once again, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, this is what I'm going for. So now I'm going to insert a rectangle because we're going to have a section here, and this was how I learned it. When I was learning UI UX, I learned many different methods, but this method really worked for me because I have a really poor memory. If you're just like me, that if you write things vaguely or it's not really clear and you forget, this is the method that works best for me. So I'm going to add a rectangle to this, although you won't technically see it in the final design. I'm putting it there as a placeholder to remind me that there's something there. So I'm going to click R and I'm going to create a rectangle, and I'm just going to place it over this text, and let me drag it out this like this. And once again, I'm using my left square brackets to send it to the back, and I'm going to resize this text so it kind of fits in this rectangle. And I'm going to select another copy of the image. I'm going to place it here and like this, like so. Maybe let's group it just in case we want to move things around. Probably won't, because everything is a rough design. But yeah, we're done with it. About us section. To move on to the menu highlight section. So I'm just going to once again insert text, and I'm going to write menu highlights. I'm going to change the size again. What did we use here? To 64. All right. I'm going to make this 64 like so, and I'm going to move this here. I'm also going to once again grab an image and place it here, and I'm going to make it in, remember I decided I really liked this kind of, where is it, there was a specific one, although all of them pretty much, yeah, this one I want our menu, it's not going to be exactly like this, but I like the orientation of the image and the placement of the text, but as is going to be this reference going to be aligned to the center. That's what I want to do. But I really like this um, lands portrait size of orientation of our image. I believe, is it the same I have the same image twice in my project. So yeah, that's what I'm going for essentially. This really, in fact, it's our images are going to be a combination of this one, that the images are going to be slightly longer and the orientation of the text is going to be like this. So let me go back to this, and I'm going to remember, let me reduce this. Our menu highlights is 12 items, so I want it to be multiples of 4. So 4 times multiplied by 3 is going to be 12, and our columns will allow us to do that. So we have 3 here. I'm just going to hold Alt and Shift, and I'm going to drag this 4 times like this. Now, even though in our layouts guide I said 12 items, I'm not going to do it 12 times. There's no need, because this is not our final design, so there's no point doing that. I'm just going to insert text once more, and I'm just going to, let me see, let me just write text so it won't disappear. And let me just click out, and I'm going to right click plugins. Let's use lorem ipsum once again. Use any lorem ipsum text. Let me see, this time let's make it 10 words, and we're going to generate. I'm going to change the size to 18 like so. Oops, I didn't. Going to make it 18. And once again, remember I said I want our menu to be, the menu text to be centered, to have the text to be aligned to the center. So I'm going to change the alignment to center. Once again, this is just guiding me when I'm coming to create web pages. I know that my text is supposed to be aligned to the center, and I'm just going to hold Shift once more, and I'm going to duplicate it. Don't worry if it's centered, it doesn't matter. what I'm going to look at is the alignment of the text within the box, not the alignment of the text box to the image. And I'm just going to zoom out. Let's create the other section so I know that, oh, there's more sections to come. And I'm just going to select everything, hold Alt and Shift, and I'm going to drag this down like this. And I'm going to change, I'm not even going to bother. If I didn't mention this in the beginning, the link to this entire layout as well as the text, this is not just the only text. I have the text for the home page. So there's an entire home page, including links for the images and all of it. It's going to be in the link to the description below. So you're going to be using this. So if I copy and paste, remember, just copy and paste. But yeah, so I'm just going to select this text, which is um, seasonal specials and limited time offerings. So I'm just going to copy that and I'm going to paste it here like this. Now you see it's sticking out here. I'm not going to touch that. If you want to, it doesn't matter. But like I said, this is a rough copy. We're not going to use this. But yeah, you are done with the menu highlights. Basically, we're done with the menu section of our home page. Next, we're going to move on to gallery. So it's just going to be a highlight of some images of our imaginary coffee shop. Once again, it's not a real coffee shop. So I'm just going to select this text and I'm going to drag it once again. Don't worry about the spacing. And I'm going to change this to gallery. Now this time I'm going to take a bit of, I'm going to take a bit of care creating it because I want to go for a specific layout I have in mind that I saw. Let me show you where I kind of um, got it. So this layout, something similar to this, but I felt like it was just 4 images. I felt like I wanted more, but I wanted to have something similar to this. So what I did when creating this project, yeah, this, it looks something like this. 2 images here, 2 images. This was what I wanted to go for. But what I did, of course, fired up Pinterest and searched for photo grid layouts, and you will see a lot, and it's just a matter of choosing for what you want. But I chose this particular layout, but it's going to be slightly different. So I'm going to create the layouts once again in the design I'm going for. So I'm just going to select this one, and I'm just going to use Alt to just create a copy. And I'm just going to make this as a slightly larger. I'm going to select this shift, holding shift and alt so I can create this. I'm going to make this maybe smaller like this. Now I'm going to select these two and I'm going to make it bigger. Since we have 3 columns for our images, unlike our menu that is 4. So I'm going to hold alt shift and I'm going to create another copy and put it at this other end. Doesn't really matter. So while holding shift, you see these 2 circles here. I'm going to click this circle and drag, and now they are going to swap places. So on this side, the larger image is on top, on this one, the larger image is on the bottom. Now I'm just going to select these 2 as well, drag it to the middle. Once again, I'm going to make this one smaller this time. Let me move this one up and just kind of leave it like that, and I'm going to grab a copy of the smaller image as well. Now once again you see that everything is wonky, spacing is not correct. No worries, it's fine. And I'm just going for the layout where I know that okay, this is what I'm going for, and when we are in the design um, portion, we're going to know how we want our gallery to look like. Next item on our project is going to be, we've already done gallery. Next is going to be our location and hours. So once again, I'm going to select this again, and you can either copy it or just type it out. And I'm going to paste it here, our location and hours. Oh, now I need to do this. So what I did, when you want to select this, I believe there should be a way to select, I don't know, but you have to come here and click. What I tend to click on the home page, but what I tend to do when I'm here, I just right click and then click again, and then I've selected this. So if you see me do that, that's what I'm doing. So I'm just going to drag this down once more. So for location and hours, I really liked this design. As I said before, I really like this design, but Yeah, I liked this one, but I wanted to combine it with something else. I can't remember where I saw it. There was this other one I saw. Yeah, this one. You see how um I won't say it. I believe okay, these are two images, but you see how long these images are. So I wanted to combine this much longer, will I say more much longer images along with um, this design, and that's what I'm going to do in this portion. So let's go back to our wireframe once again. So I'm just going to select one of these images and I'm going to duplicate. For this project, let's check how many locations do we have. We have 4 locations. So I'm going to just move this like so, and I'm going to drag this like this. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to insert a rectangle and I'm just click R and I'm going to click. So I'm just going to, let's go with black. I just need something black, something really dark, but our design is going to be closer to brown. But instead of trying to figure out which brown, you can use black. So it's going to be a really dark brown color. So let me close this and I'm just going to put this over the image and it's going to be like this. And let me select a text. So I'm going to use Alt and I'm going to drag a text, and this text is over this entire thing. If it's not, just use your left square bracket to bring it to the front. And I'm going to change the color to white so we can see our text like this. And I'm going to select this entire thing and I'm just going to use Alt and Shift. You can group if you want, but I want to let me just move it to here like so. Now click on just the image this time. Use Alt and Shift, create another copy. And what I'm going for is that it will have 4 images all touching each other. Once again, don't worry about the size. I'm just going to increase it so all 3 images are touching each other and there's no space in between. And I'm going to grab Alt and I'm going to place it in the middle of this image as well. Now it's not going to be perfect because we've increased the size of this image, so maybe I can just increase that. Now I'm going to select all these 3 items like this, and I'm going to once again hold Alt and Shift and I'm going to drag it, and you can see where I'm going for much longer images and I'm going for this kind of checker, similar to a checker pattern for our locations. And yeah, we are done with the locations, and our next is going to be our customer testimonials. So once again, zoom out a bit, select this title, and we're going to, or heading, and we're going to change this, and I'm going to select the text, or you can type it out if you want. I'm going to select all of this and I'm going to paste this here. Next, I'm going to insert a rectangle and I'm just going to, we're going to have 4 client testimonials. So our columns are 12. So this time it's going to occupy 4 columns. Now I'm going to use our avatar, and this is the only part we're going to use our avatar. Sometimes if you have a project that maybe it's like a blog website, you might have a comment section where people can put their comments. This is where this will really shine. So let's change the color of our rectangle because there's very little contrast between the avatar and the rectangle. So I'm just going to change the rectangle's color and make it brighter a bit, or maybe we could even make it darker. But I still want to use the black text, so let's make it lighter and we can see our rectangle and still see some contrast between our rectangle and our avatar. And I'm going to just, let's use the plugins, why not? Let's open our plugins. This time I'm using Iconify. Of course, you can always use whatever icon plugin you are using. Now the good thing about Iconify is that it is a combination of a lot of libraries. The disadvantage of Iconify is that it's a combination of multiple libraries, because what you tend to have is different icons with different attributes. And you end up having multiple icons from different places. So you just have to kind of walk around it. But whatever icon library you're using is fine. So I'm just going to search star like so, and I'm going for a filled star icon, not an outline. If you want to use an outline, yeah, you can go ahead and use that. Oops, I'm having issues. Let me try that again. My internet is kind of wonky. I want to go for this one with the slightly curved edges. And yeah, I'm going to click on that and I'm going to bring this in like so. I'm just going to leave the size as it is. I'm not going to change it. Once again, this is not the design portion, but I'll just change it the color so that it will kind of inform me what color I'm going for. Let me see. I'm just going to, let me see, pick in the orange, light orange, and I'm going to select a gold color. Like this is the color we typically use in client testimonial sections, and I'm just going to zoom in and I'm just going to use Alt and drag, and I'm going to create 5 copies. So we give our restaurant 5 stars like that, and I'm just going to select all of them and group them so that um, I can work with all of them all at once. So now we have these 5 stars. 5 stars. You know, it's really tiny, but once again, it doesn't matter. Now I'm just going to zoom out and I'm going to copy this lorem ipsum text. You can create another one if you want. I'm just going to paste here and I'm just going to move this here. Now this would be the name of our customer like that, and this second part is going to be the client's actual testimonial. You know what, I need more text, so let's just use plugins to get more text so that we can, it looks a bit empty as it is. Let's make it 20. Would 20 words be enough or too much? Let's see. Okay, 20 looks fine. So I'm going to extend it, and this time the alignment is going to be left, so I'm going to change it to left. Let me just, yeah. So let's select everything, group, and zoom out, and I'm going to just drag this out like this, and we're going to create 2 more copies. If I'm going too fast, don't worry too much about, don't sweat the details. I am not even thinking about this. This should be the, it should be as fast as the mood board. Once you already have in your head the idea of what you want, don't waste so much time on your wireframe. Some wireframes is just scribbles. The fact that you're going through all this is it's already having a little bit too detail. So it's already having a lot of details. So don't worry about the spacing and all of things. I'm not checking spacing, color, nothing. So yeah, I'm done with client testimonials. Next is client is newsletter and loyalty program. So once again, I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to copy this. So I'm just going to paste newsletter. There's going to be more to this title. Well, for now, it's fine. I'm going to, let me duplicate this again like this, and I'm going to change the size to 18 once again, and let's zoom in. We're going to use lorem ipsum to get more text, so I'm going to launch my plugin again. I'm going to use lorem ipsum once again. 20 words, 20 words, let's make it, let's just pick a random number. Now that's too little. Let's load that again. I wanted to make it 8 sentences, so let's see. Yeah, that looks much better. I'm going to reduce it again. And yeah, this looks fine. Once again, it really doesn't matter. I'm just going to, and why I'm doing this is I don't want it to fill the entire space. And so sometimes in my designs I'll intentionally not, especially in the contact page, because the contact page tends to have very little text in the way of text. So I typically, except maybe like FAQs or things like that, I don't. I tend to intentionally leave some space between the actual text and the end of the column. So that's why I'm reducing this, and I'm kind of communicating to myself, hey, don't make the text, even if you have enough text to go there, don't put it there. That's why I'm leaving it like this. And yeah, we're done with the newsletter section. We're going to look at, let's look at this, and the next item is the footer. So I'm going to minimize this. You can, in your assets library, if you have a footer section, you can use that, but I'm just going to create a rough version of a footer section. So I'm just going to use this. Our footer section is going to be dark. It's not going to be, yeah, this is, I'm going for something like this. In fact, we're going to have this line in our design, but it's not going to, this one is a gradient. I'm going to leave it as a solid line. But this is the footer section I really like, so we're going with this. So we're going to use a really dark brown color, so similar to this. So I'm just going to make this slightly larger, and I'm going to go to fill and just make it a really dark purple, brown, and doesn't matter, just pick something dark. And yeah, once more, I'm just going to grab this text and I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to use my right square bracket to bring it to the front so I can see it. And I'm going to change the color to white. So I'm going to use this. Let me close this. I'm going to just write logo here, like so. Let me change the resizing, and I'm going to make this 32. It's going to be coffee shop's logo that is going to be here, and we're going to create a copy of this and change this one to back to 18. No, it's not going to be 18. Let's make it much smaller. Let's make it 14 this time. And I'm going to use our plugin. Let's use lorem ipsum once again. You can go and copy it. I don't want to confuse you too much, so I'm just going to use this. Let's use 15 words this time, not sentences, words. I'm going to generate, and I'm just going to resize this like so, and I'm just going to leave it to occupy just these two columns. So we're going to have primarily 3 columns. Doesn't matter, just going to use alt, move this, create a copy, and let's make it like this. And you know what, let's create another copy first. I'm going to change this first copy. I'm going to change the size to 18, and I'm going to make this quick links. So some details is fine, or it probably won't be the same. It may or may not be the same. It's just placeholder text. And for the quick links, we have home, um, the actual quick link. So I'm just going to type home so that if the user is at the bottom of, that's how we've all seen a footer section. So I'm just going to write home. I'm going to come closer, and I'm just going to duplicate this multiple times like this, and I'm going to make this menu. Yeah, the next page is about, next is location, and the final one, locations, and the final one is contacts, like so. And I'm just going to select all of this, and you say that I didn't check any spacing because I'm not. So I'm going to make a copy of this, put it around here, and I'm just going to write get in touch so that I'll know that I'm putting some contact info here. There's website, sorry, phone number, address, you know, things like that, email. and I'm just going to use lorem ipsum here. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to use lorem ipsum here, and finally I'm going to change the size. Let me just change the size to 14 to match the other one, and the final one is going to be followers, so our social media links. So I'm going to write followers. If you want yours to have more detail, you can go ahead and do that, but I'm not. So this time we're going to insert some social media links. So I'm going to load Iconify, and let's go for the usual suspects. So Facebook, I'm going to insert Facebook icon. um, I'm going to search for Instagram. I'm not going to think about the dimensions of the icons for now. I may change them in the final design. Let's go for, let's say, Pinterest. Yeah, let's just pick those three. We'll change it in our final design. I'm going to change their color to white so that we can see them, and I'm going to just align them here. Let me just bring them here like so. Why not? Let me just align them. I haven't put much thought into it. Let's do a little bit of that. Let me change their sizes to 24 so we can see it's much more clearly. So yeah, and there tends to be this text here where it's like copyright, all rights reserved, such like that. And I'm just going to put, let me just make it a bit longer like this. Let me copy just the first half of that, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to have, let me copy this one and paste it here. So I'm just going to have 3 placeholder texts here like so. So you can see that it's a really rough footer section, but once again it's the wireframe, so don't think about it too much. So I'm just going to select everything because we're going to reuse this entire footer section for the other web pages, and I'm going to group it, and we have a footer section. So once again I'm just going to right click and then click once more so that I can reduce this. Let me just get closer. Yeah, once again it wouldn't really matter, but yeah, we are done with, let me zoom out a bit so you can see our wireframe for our home page. With uh now that we're done with the about home page, rather, we're going to move on to the menu page. So I'm just going to click on the menu, and let me drag this a bit. This is going to be very quick because the menu is going to have a single layout. It's just going to be the same layout duplicated 6 times. So I'm going to select the header section first. I'm just going to hold Alt and Shift, and I'm going to drag it so we can create a copy of it and have that in our menu section. This. Next, I'm going to insert a rectangle once again. So I'm just going to click on that, or if you want you can use R, and I'm going to place it here. I'm still going for this design similar to this for the essentially the hero section of each web page. So I'm going to drag it, let it cover about half of the screen or frame, and I'm going to insert an image to match the dimensions of the rectangle like so, and I'm going to move this back. In practice, this image, let me just drag this over this. I'm going to send the image back using the left square bracket. this image, this text is going to be a gradient on this side, and it's going to be covering part of the image, and that's the design I'm going for. So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to place this here, and let's make this smaller. Let's make it 54 this time. Yeah, this looks, let's just make it menu so that we can know that even without looking at this, we know that this is the menu page. And let's also select this text, and I'm going to hold Alt and drag it here as well. Let's make this smaller. Let's make it 24 this time. Yeah, it looks good. This looks good. So I'm going to group everything so that I'll be able to use it in our other web pages, just like the header section. So I'm going to group this. Don't worry too much about the alignment and such. Now we're going to create the layout for menu items. So let me just create another copy of this and place it over this frame as well. So the let's go to our layout. I put about us before this. I'll fix it in the final. By the time you see it, I probably will fix it. If I don't, I apologize. But menu comes first. So the menu section is, I believe it's coffee, tea, cold drinks, pastries, seasonal specials, and combo deals. Don't worry, we'll have that. So I'm just going to, let's make this coffee. This will be coffee, and this is going to be the format it will be in the actual uh, website. So I'm just going to make this coffee. Now I'm just going to come over here, and this time we didn't group it when we're creating it. I guess this would be a good time to group it. So I'm just going to group that where menu highlights is, and I'm going to hold Alt, drag a copy, and put it underneath this, and like so we have coffee. Now while this group is selected, select this and duplicate it 6 times, 5 times rather, so I will have 6 copies. Let me make this longer, and I'm going to, we have 3, select both of it, 4, 5, and 6, and that's it. We're just going to change this text to T, oops, T. This is going to be pastries. This is going to be cold drinks, like so. This is going to be seasonal specials. Let me at least try with this one. And the final one is going to be meal combos. Once again, I'm not really thinking too much about it. Don't think about it too much. Don't think about it too much. So finally, we're just going to select this. I'm just going to use Alt, drag a copy, and let me zoom in a bit and make this smaller. Oops. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered, but yeah, we are done with the menu page. So we're going to create the about page. So let me just, while I'm zoomed out, I'm going to extend this. So once again, I'm going to select this time these 2 items, and let me just scroll to the side. I'm holding Shift Alt. I'm going to create another copy here. This time it's going to be about us, and we're going to leave everything as it is, and we're done with that section. So I'm going to, this is already in the group. Let me just write at another one, our journey, like this, and I'm just going to supposed to be in the center. This, yeah, this time I'm just going to write lorem first, so the text won't disappear. I'm going to change the size to 18. And once again, right click, go to plugins, and we're going to once again launch lorem ipsum to create some dummy text. And this time let's make it really long. Before I do that, let me click on the text and change the alignment properties. I don't want it to be, like, go to the end of the page. This time it's going to be, let me just increase the size, and I'm going to make this 15 sentences. No, yeah, 15 sentences, that looks fine. Yeah, 15 sentences, and I'm just going to place it here like this, and I'm going to make the alignment center. Let me bring it like that, and yeah, that's it. Next is I'm going to duplicate this. Let me click on this, and I'm going to change this to founders note. So it's a coffee shop. We're probably going to have a lot of stuff, so we're just going to have a note from the founder, and we're going to have only the founder's image here. So where's the middle? Doesn't matter, but at least let's try. I'm going to place this here. Let me select one of the images here, or this is still open, so let me just grab a copy here. I'm just going to make this smaller, make it 4 columns wide, and let's make this slightly longer like so. And I'm going to grab this text, create a copy, and just make it slightly longer like so. We're going to, when we create our text, we'll know what it's going to look like. So for this part, in this founders note, our values. Okay, so I want to go for the icon is a heading and then the text. Let me show you what, yeah, this is the format I'm going to create our values section in, but it's not going to be a card. This, I believe, when I do this sometime in some of my designs, what this, sometimes it's static, but what this means in design in practice is that when you create your design, everything is going to be flat, but this is probably a hover effect in practice. But I'm not going to do this. We're not going to do this for our project. So I'm just going to zoom in like this, and I'm going to, and this is our values. Yep. And let me see. We need an icon. So once again, let's go to plugins. Let's use Iconify once more. Once again, use any icon. I like using building icon as placeholder icon. This one specifically, anyone you want to use is fine, but this is the one I tend to use as placeholder icon. Let's make it big. Let's say 100. Let's see how that's big. Yeah, 100 looks fine. Probably it's going to be smaller in the design, and it's going to be 3 values. So let's do this. I'm going to duplicate this text. Let's make it 36. Yeah, and I'm going to center it, I think. Yeah, and we're going to make this, let me just copy the first, I'm going to copy this first sentence, and we're going to use it as the text for the first value. We don't know what the values are as of now, but we'll figure out when we're creating the text. That was not what I wanted, so Control Shift V. We're going to paste so that what we're pasting, when I pasted it just like that, it's retained its original attributes. But if you want it to take the attributes of the location you are pasting it in, you use Control Shift V, or you could right click and then paste and match style. That way it's the same thing as Control Shift V. That's the shortcut I just used. So I'm going to make this like this, and once again I'll want it to be centered in practice, and I'm going to grab this text this time, duplicate it, and we're going to make this, let's see, so where it says, I'm going to leave 2 lines. Let me delete this, and yeah, like this. If I'm going too fast, I apologize, but once again, don't think too much about it. There's no point wasting too much time here. So we're going to have that here, and I'm just going to duplicate it 2 more times, so we have 3 values. It's kind of annoying me. It's quite annoying to just sit off on the side like that. Yeah, so we are done with our values. Now the next thing is going to be yet another gallery, but this time in the actual thing is, well, it had a different title, but it's not uncommon to have multiple copies or multiple elements in multiple places. For example, in our menu we already have menu items, and we have some items here. Having the gallery in this same side, it's not an issue. So it's just, I added it because this looks kind of bare. It's fine if I've seen even shorter. I remember I was using a website, and it was essentially, if you were to stack one desktop on another one, it was basically, I'll just say around here. I'm using my mouse to kind of gauge how long the web page is, but it was essentially this long. It was basically 2 desktops long. So it doesn't matter, but to me it felt kind of empty, and it will not take much to just add one more element we already have. So I'm going to group this, and I'm going to use Alt, and I'm going to create a copy and paste it here. And of course, the final thing, now that we're done, we are going to have another copy of the footer section, and we're just going to drag that here, and now it's in our frame. Let me just get a bit closer. Let's put at least some effort. And yeah, that's it. We are done. And once again, I'm just going to reduce it so that it fits. And yeah, we're done with the about web page wireframe. We're going to be working on our locations page. Again, this is going to be very quick, just like the menu page. Like I said, most of the work goes into the landing page, because that's where most of your users are going to go to, or that's the first impression they're going to have. So we tend to put more effort there. No, it's not always that, but for this website, most of the focus is on the home page. So once again, I've selected both items. While holding shift, I'm going to create a copy. This is the locations, like so. If yours is not suggesting text like that, I don't know if it's a recent Figma update or it's a premium feature, because once you start using the premium version, you kind of don't know what's the free version. So sometimes what I'll do is create, you see that in this coffee shop, it's in a team project. You can create another team, and then that team will have the premium subscription, so you can check which one is premium, which one isn't. So I don't know if it's the premium version that is it's suggesting, or it's just a Figma update. So just if yours isn't suggesting, because I've seen that in comment section of videos where one person's version of this software is doing something while the user's own isn't doing the same. The suggestions may be a new update, it may not, or it may just be a premium feature. I honestly don't know. But if you are not seeing suggestions, that's probably why. But in general, I already have my own text, so it's just like an autocomplete feature. Sorry, I sometimes talk too much. So let's just move on to this, and I'm going to copy this text here. Let me move this down. I should have copied the heading as well, but you know, it happens. So I'm going to change this text to location 1. I know I said when the format of the entire website is essentially the same, I'll just use it once. But if I just put location 1 and just left it like that, it's going to look too bare. So I'm just going to reduce the size of that, and I'm going to change the alignment to left, and then grab a copy of the image, and I'm going to place it here like so. And you're just going to use one image. If there was more time, this is going to have a lot of images in it, so there's no point having multiple images. So I'm just going to select all of these, and I'm going to group them because we're going to make some copies. So let me just zoom out, click on this, and we're going to duplicate this 3 times. We have 4 locations, and I'm just going to change it, the titles, or the headings rather, like that. And I'm going to change this to location 2, location 3, and our final location, location 4. So this is going to be an expanded version of this location on ours. I should have even put a call to action button here because there's going to be one in our final design, but it doesn't matter. Don't sweat the details for now. We're going to do that later. Once again, grab a copy of the footer section, and we're going to place it here. And I'm just going to right click, and yeah, we are done with the locations page. We are in our final page, which is the contacts page. So once again, going to be quick, going to be the contact page is one of them that I tend to struggle with because there really isn't much to put there. So I tend to try and put a lot of FAQs. Those are where I can add a bit of content and not leave my content bare. And I try to do a bit of designing because once again, it's just forms or contact information, things you can find even in the footer section, but it tends to be really bare. So I'm going to change this to contact us like so. And I'm going to, let me zoom out a bit. I'm going to select these two, and I'm going to place this here, and I'm just going to rename this to section 1, and that's what I'm calling everything. Although I'm calling section 1 here, I'm considering this is section, this another section, this is a section, this is a section, but I'm just calling it section 1 because calling it contact 1 wouldn't really make sense. So I'm going to just group that. I'm going to move this down. Once again, leaving it big, I tend to get confused with what to do with the contacts page. So forms are the way to go when to add more detail to your contact section. You can even add maps if you want. Just put an image of a map to kind of indicate location. So I want to have a form here. Now I'm going to just create a rough outline of a form. Once again, I am going to go with, I believe, yeah, once again, I really liked this design. I think this is an AI generated. It has those elements that you can just kind of tell, yeah, it's an AI generated image, but it is what it is. I didn't notice. But I, even if it's an AI generated image, I have seen things like this and I haven't done it before. I'm going to use this for the design of our contact or our contact form. Something similar to this. This one is even, I believe this looks more like, okay, they've kind of put everything, this is a one-page website essentially, but our contact form is going to have an image on one side and it's going to have a form on the other side. So let me just, so I'm going to make this a little different because once again, I'm communicating to myself, hey, when you are doing this, this is what you're doing. So I'll add details when necessary and avoid them when it's not. Send us a message. Let me just write that here. Like so. And let me just bring this down a bit. Let me add a rectangle. I'm going to click on that. Let me place it over this. I'm going to make sure to make it half because if I don't do that, during the design portion, I might assume that the text is supposed to be longer, but it's not. So I'm just going to bring this text forward. Let me make this smaller, and going to place this here as well. Once again, grab a copy of the image. I'm going to place it here as well. So this is going to be a contact form. I'm just using send us a message because it will have fields like your name, optional, you what is the issue, your issue, preferred location or things like that. It's going to have some fields there. So I'm just going to put that as a placeholder. Once again, let me select this too, and I'm going to drag it down like this, and I'm going to delete, make it 3, delete, make it 4. And this is why I added more sections, even though it technically isn't necessary. I really liked another element of one of these designs, and it was this one. And I was thinking of how I could incorporate this into my design. And I'm going to use this for a locations where we have another locations reference in our contact page. So let me go back to my design, and I'm just going to design something that looks like that. So I'm just going to select these two, and I'm going to copy them and bring them down like this. So I'm going to select this rectangle and just, you know, make it 5 columns long. I'm going to reduce the size of this, and I'm going to change this to location. Yeah, locations. And I'm going to add, I could go back to the home page and copy another button, but you know what, it's going to be just as easy or as quick to just create one. So I'm going to shift A, create an auto layout, and let's add a fill to that. Let's make it, once again, I like using this sort of bluish color. Once again, doesn't really matter, like that. So yeah, just bring it down a bit. Let me group these two. And once again, I'm just going to, let's make this, make them the same size. So I'm going to send this to the back, and this will sort of come up at the front. And yeah, that's our location card. And finally, I'm going to add a section 5. They may or not be section 5, or they may or may not be a section 6. I'm just trying to, my thought process is whatever it is you have, if there are 3 items, add one here, put this here, add one here, put this here, then add whatever it is. So if I have 3, I'll put one here, one here, one here. So that's why I'm essentially creating a layout. If you zoom out, you can kind of tell where my thought process is, where you're not looking at the individual elements, but you're kind of going for the feel. Have text here. Like I said, contact page tends to be text heavy. So you have some text here, some interesting elements here, text, interesting elements here, text. That's the layout I'm going for. And that's I tend to design my wireframes. So Alt once more to create a copy, and this I'm just going to bring it down so that it's every covered. And yeah, we are done with the contact us page. And let me see, the final step would be, let's go to file, and we're going to rename this to Moodboard and wireframe. And we're done with that. If you want to, I sometimes do this when I have time. If you are using this as a portfolio, you could create a wireframe for tablets. I'm not going to do that, but I'm just going to show you that if that's something you want to do, it's easier to create for tablets, but not so easy to translate that to mobile, because when you are doing this, we are going to use a 2 by 2 layout where everything is going to be, this has 4 on the entire page. For mobile it's going to be 2. But if you wanted to do that for tablet, you can just, press F. Let's go to tablets. Let's select this expanded. It's more like it's, let me select uh, let me select this one, and we have this um, tablet layout. So I'm not going to put any columns because we're not, I'm just showing you that just in case you want to do it, you want to create a, if you have the time as extra practice, what you could just do is similar to what we did. You're going to select this. I'm just going to select this and move this in. If you had columns, you can use your columns as guides, but I'm just going to select this and I'm going to click on this and I'm going to place this here. Then grab the image, same as this one, just place it here, reduce the size like this, use the left square brackets to send it. It looks oddly low. I know we shouldn't be thinking about it so much, and you don't even need to reduce the size. Once again, this is a wireframe. I don't have to think about it, and you can just continue. And I'm going to just drag this here, just maybe reduce the size of this. In fact, you could just do this. I'm holding shifts and you see that everything is smooshed and is squashed, and that's fine. I'm just going to delete some of the text and I'm going to select this. Now the alignment is all messed up. For this, I'm going to change this to this. But you could see that we have another about us section. So if you wanted to create a wireframe for tablet, you could do that. But we are not going to do that. We're going to create the web pages for tablet and mobile, but I'm not going to create the wireframe for this. But with that, we are done with our wireframe, and let's zoom out a bit, and now you can see we have our wireframe for our entire website. Now that we're done with creating our wireframe, let's move on to creating the web pages. We're going to start with the desktop web pages. So first of all, this is what I like to do. You can create the web pages in this same page if you want to, but I like keeping things separate to keep it organized. So what I'm going to do is right click on this and I'm going to duplicate the page, and like so now we have this mood board and wireframe duplicated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to web pages. Let's name it web pages. You can name it whatever you want. So I'm just going to rename that, and we are going to create our web pages on these wireframes. So I'm just going to come here. We already have a copy of this in the other one. I'm just going to delete that from this page, and I'm going to paste something here. So this is our style guide. I hear a lot of terms used to refer to it, but these are the texts we are going to use. Don't worry, I'm going to go through each one of them one by one, and you see where they are used and what they are used for and all their um, uses. But yeah, that's it. We are now set to start creating our web pages. But before that, I am going to import my images because we're going to use a lot. You can look at our website, you can see that we are going to use a lot of images. Don't worry about the images. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to open our layout page. This time, let me go to number the home page. So you see in homepage I put one hero section, and then you see this link. I have added the links to all the images I've used. So this hero section, and then you see this link to the image. It's the link to the image we are going to use. Number two, you see there's also a link here. It's the link to the image I'm going to use. So those are the images I'm going to import. So whenever you see me use an image in a particular section, the link to that image will always be there. And these are all free images on Pexels or on Splash. So you're not going to pay for, you're not using any premium subscription. Same with the menu. All menu item images are all in the notes I'll provide. You don't need to pay for anything, as I've said before. But with that being said, I need to import all my images. And if you want to do the same, you can. You don't have to use the images I've used. In fact, you don't even need to fill in anything I'm using. You can just leave it like that, or use, I have seen some projects where they just use the same images for everything. If you want to save time, you can do that, but that's what I've done in all these images. I'll try to make it as clear as possible, but yeah, wherever you see me use a certain image, this is the link to the image. With that said, let me move on to importing my images. Alright, I've copied all the images I'm going to use in my design, and I'm going to zoom out, and as you can see, it's a really image heavy website design. But don't worry, in our next design we won't have so many images. So I'm just going to let's take a moment to look at our style guide or our style type. So we have our logo. We're going to create a logo in a moment, but first of all, we have a logo. It's just plain text in a particular font. It's let me see, character. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. But these are the settings. Don't worry, we'll create it. We'll create another one in a moment. And this is an icon. Then the next for our hero section, which is this part, just this one in particular, it's going to be DM serif display regular size 64 and the height is 72. The hero section subheading, which is here, is going to be this subheading is also going to apply to these other parts as well. Those are going to be the subheadings as well. We are going to use this one. Is going to be lato regular 24 and the line height will be 30. Letter spacing is going to be 0. Then for the heading, the same DM serif display. Um, it's going to be regular. Size is going to be 54. The line height is going to be 64. And yeah, subheading is going to be the same DM serif display 48. Line height is going to be 56. For the small heading, this will come in much later. I can't really explain where. I think we use it in the FAQ section, in the contact page section, and also in the about us page as well. This is DM serif display 24, line height 32, line spacing is going to be 0. The newsletter section, this is going to be part of the home page section, and let me show you where we're going to use it. It's going to be around here. We're going to use it, and I don't know if we use it in any other parts of our design, but we'll see. This there's going to be a sort of menu board style announcement in our menu page. I know I didn't put it in the wireframe, but wireframes doesn't need to be perfect, but I wanted to add a little bit of, I wanted to add a little bit of spice, so I added this extra font. If you have any other maybe chalk design, I really wanted to use a chalk font, but I wanted to use only Google fonts, or those that are just in Figma. So it's is it caveat? And I'm sorry, it's set to bold. Size is 28. Line height is 32. The header section, that's in the hero section here. That's for this part. That's for the entire web pages. We are going to be using this. It's going to be Lato. It's going to be semi-bold, size 16. Line height is going to be 24. The body text is Lato regular 18. Line height is going to be 24. For the price in our menu items, we are going to use Lato 20. It's going to be bold. Size is going to be 22. The line height is going to be 30. The alignment is middle, but don't worry, when we're creating these menu items, will change the alignment of the text as we need. So don't worry too much about the alignment. Description. So in the description of our menu items, and also in some other parts where we really want really small text, we are going to use Lato regular. Size is going to be 14 and the line height is going to be 20. And then for the footer section, that's for the really, let me zoom out and show you where we're going to use that. We're going to be using it in this particular items here. I think we're also going to use it here as well as this text here. So that's where we're going to be using those text designs. And don't worry too much about where we're going to use it. I'm not saving it yet. We're going to save it as we go. So I'll be showing you how to save. You probably, if you're watching this tutorial, you probably already know how to save design styles, but I'm going to do it as we move ahead. I'm not just going to save all of them. We're going to save it together. Then the colors we're going to use, this is going to be the background color. This is the hex code for our background color. This is going to be our text. We're going to use it for text. We're going to use it for buttons. We're going to use it for our headings. We're going to use it for different elements in our design. Some cards. We're going to use it in different places, not just text, but we're going to name it text. And finally, we have our highlight color. This color we use very little. We use it in just creating the color for the stars in our um, customer testimonial section, which is here. These stars, we're going to change it to this color, and I believe we also use it in our values section. Here, this icons is going to be that color. But if we want to use any other highlight colors where we want to have this pop of color, this is where we're going to use it. But yeah, I'm going to try and put it in the description, but just in case I forget, these are all the colors and designs we're going to use, textiles we are going to use in our entire design. So I'm going to move on to creating the logo. So let's move on to create our logo. So the first thing, let me just zoom in. We're going to insert a text, or let me go to my notepad and I'm going to copy the Miller House Cafe. I'm not typing it out. If you want to create this E, the reason why I'm copying is this A sound is control, I believe it's apostrophe and then E. Once again, just take a look at this part of my screen so you can see the shortcut. I'm using control and E. I'm not using it in Figma. I tried to type it out in Figma, but it was messing with the settings of Figma because that's actually shortcut in Figma. That's why I didn't use it. So I'm just going to copy that text and I'm going to paste. Okay, the last text I used was the same text I'm using in this icon. So once again, let's check it. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it once more. It's going to be set to regular. Size is going to be 34. The line height is going to be 22. The alignment is set to left. And I'm just going to double click, come to this M here, and I'm going to click enter so that we have our logo on the text for our logo on two lines. So D is on the top and Miller Cafe is on the bottom. Next, we're going to import an icon. Once again, I will encourage you to do things on the fly. You can change it to whatever icon library you have. I'm using Iconify. So this is the icon I'm using and it tends to show, where it's from. Let's just import it and I'm going to import this library and it's showing game icons. So coffee cup will be the search. So the search term, it was already set there. So if you want to search for it, just use coffee and scroll down. You're going to find the same thing. So the search term I use is coffee. So I'm going to close that. And the size for this is 40 by 40. And it's already, the aspect ratio is already locked. So it's going to change together and I'm going to set that. And we're going to look at this and you see that the alignment is set to top. So that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to select both of them and I'm going to just set the alignment first and then I'm going to shift A to create an auto layout. And the spacing between items, it was just a coincidence, but that's actually the spacing now, the gap I want to go for is 5. And with that we are essentially done with our logo, with one exception. We're going to save our first design style guide or this style or variable. So let's save this color. So I'm going to click on this rectangle. If you want to know how I did it, just need, all you need to just press R, click, and then I just changed the color. That's how I created this and I changed the color to what I wanted to use. So I'm just going to select this rectangle and the fill section, I'm going to click on this apply styles and variables. So, and I'm going to click this plus icon and I'm going to change this to coffee shop text, like so. And we have this coffee shop text and I'm going to zoom out, come back to our logo, and I'm going to change the color, go to selection colors, and I'm going to change it to this. and we've changed the color for our logo. Now I'm going to put our logo in our design. So I'm going to cut it because I already have another one here. I'm just going to zoom out, come back to our home page, and first of all, let me ungroup this. I'm using Control and Backspace, and I'm going to select this logo, and I'm going to use Control Shift R to paste and replace. And with that, we have created our logo. Next, we're going to move on to creating our header section. That's the text for this particular section. So let's go back to our style guide, and I'm going to select this and its header section. So for the header section, these are the settings. The typography, that's font, is Lato. The weight is semi-bold. The size is 16 and the line height is 24. So I'm going to save this text style. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to go to this text styles library, and I'm going to create style, and I'm going to save this as coffee shop header, like so. I'm going to select enter, and we have our coffee shop header. So I'm just going to zoom out and then go back to uh, wireframe. So I'm going to select this, and I'm going to change the typography to coffee shop header. Next, we're going to make this an auto layout, and I'm going to use Shift A. We're going to change a few things. First, I want the padding for the top to be 5 for the top and the bottom, and for the padding for the left and the right will be 15. And what we're going to do next is change the corner radius to 5. We're not going to change anything. I just want to use this for an effect later on in our design. But yeah, we're done with this first word. Now you can apply the same settings for this ones, but I'm just going to select all of this, bring it, I'm just going to bring it down so I can reference it, and I'm going to use Alt and Shifts and drag to create more copies like this. So this I'm going to change to menu. This I'm going to change to about. This is going to be locations, and finally we have contacts, and I'm going to select all of these and delete them. So I'm also going to select all of this and just move it like this, and we're going to make it an auto layout. Now let's change some details. First of all, we're going to change the gap to 15. The alignment, I really doesn't matter. The padding for the left and right is 0. For the top and the bottom is also 0, and we're going to leave it as it is. I'm going to place this here. Let's zoom out, and I'm going to select our logo, and once again Shift A to create an auto layout, and it's set to, the alignment is align center, and the gap is set to auto, and that's fine. So I always like to check when even when I'm satisfied with the design, even when I'm looking at the settings, I always like to check. So yeah, this is the only thing we're going to do with this header, to move it left or right to change its size when we are creating our tablet header. So I'm going to, while we're selected on this frame, we're going to add a few. Oh, and this is another thing. I just want to reference this. If you notice that during my designs, I don't change the color of text or some designs, I always eventually get to it. And let me just tell you this tip. If you are using something like this as a wireframe, it has its advantages and disadvantages. There are times that it has happened to me that I I forgot and left some elements of my wireframe in my design. I always check. And one of the things I do is I'm going to click on the home page. I'm going to come down, and you can see the entire color set on it. I know that black is going to be part of our design. These 6 zeros, that's 100% black, is going to be part of our design, but I always check. So if you notice that I didn't reference it or I didn't change something, I eventually tend to get to it. And if I don't, it's all part of the process. Mistakes are the way, we all make mistakes. We all make errors. So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to change this to the brown color, a coffee shop color. Let's go back to our style guide, and I'm going to select this background color and let's save it because we're about to use it now in our design. So let's change the fill, let's save it here. So I'm going to select these four dots and I'm going to create this plus, and I'm going to save this as coffee shop background, like so. Let me close this. Now I'm going to do something that is actually counterintuitive. It's a bit counterintuitive to what I just did now, but I like following this process. So I'm going to go to fill and I'm going to select this color, and I want to change some settings, and then we'll unlink it again. So for this entire um, our header section, let's change some things. So I'm going to change the padding to 8, and for the left and right it's going to be 140. This 140 I didn't just pull it out of nowhere. It's to match the I believe it's margin. Sorry, I sometimes forget this margin width, and I'm going to drag this like this, and I'm also going to drag it to this side, and yeah, it's going to match our margin. You'll notice that this contact isn't, but you can see that the fill is actually match aligning with the edge of our um, header, and we are almost done with our header section. Remember, I don't know if I mentioned earlier, I want to have this gradient design throughout our entire website. So that's what we're going to do in this header section. So let's go to the fill, and like I said, it was counterintuitive, but let's detach it. So I'm going to detach this variable. I'm going to select this, and we are going to come to change our fill to gradient. And now you have these lines, and we're going to create more markers in order to create this design effect. So this first one, the first gradient stop at 0% is set to our background color. Although I've unlinked it, this is the hex code. So I'm going to copy this, and now we're going to change this second position. Oops, I didn't copy that. Sorry. I'm going to paste it here as well. We're going to add some extra stops. So let's add, I'm going to add, now we have 4 stops and they all have the same color. So change the first stop to 5, the second stop to 10. Our third stop is going to be 90, and the final one is going to be 95, like this. And let me zoom out so you can see where the stops are. And yeah, these are where all our stops are, and that's it. So really doesn't make any difference now, but what we're going to do is at stop 5%, at the 5% stop position, we're going to change the opacity to 0, and for the 95% we're going to change it to 0 as well. And you won't really see much of it now, but when we change our background image you're going to see it. So we have this gradient effect on our header section, and yeah, we are done with our header section. Now that we're done with our header section, let's move on to creating this part of our hero section. So let's open our notepad, and we're going to go to number 2, which is the home page. And once again, my disclaimer is there. This is not in real business. I'm just using it for in place of lorem ipsum text. So this is our headline for the hero section. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Let me just take it up a bit, and let's reduce the size. Really doesn't matter. We're going to move on to, I want to copy all the text first, or well, most of it. I'm going to copy the sub headline and I'm going to paste it here like that. So let's go back to our style guide once more. So this is the hero section headline, the text for the hero section. The weight, the font is DM serif display, weight is regular, the size is 64, the line height is 72, alignment is left. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and I'm going to name this coffee shop. Let me hero headline. That's a really long one. Hero headline. When we want to create for our tablet, we are going to specify that it's for the tablet, but I don't want to have too many details in one place. So I'm just going to create this for the hero section. So we have the coffee shop hero headline. So I'm going to zoom out, and for the typography, I'm going to set this to, oops, not that one, coffee shop hero headline, and I want this to be on a separate line, and I'm going to do that here. So let me just reduce the size of this, and for this, let's go back to our style guide once more. Hero section, subheading, typography, Lato, weight regular, size is 24, line height is 30. So I'm going to save this as well, and this will be coffee shop um, hero sub. In case you're wondering why I'm specifying coffee shop when I'm only creating coffee shop in this file, it's so that when I'm searching for assets across my entire Figma files, I know what I'm looking at. So that's why I'm specifying coffee shop. So I'm going to go back to my hero section in our wireframe, and I'm going to change that to coffee shop hero section subheading, and I'm going to leave it like so. So for this two, I know that we are going to have two buttons, and once again I tend to leave them till I don't have to, but I can delete it. I'm just going to insert text, and I'm going to type fill menu here. So it's using Roboto. No worries, I'm going to create a button first. So I'm going to, let's go back to our style guide once more, and this time we're going to use the body text. The body text is Lato, weight is regular, the size is 18, and the line height is 24. So we're going to save the body text. I'm going to save this text style as coffee shop body, like that, and I'm going to save that. Now I'm going to go back to our hero section, and I'm going to change the text to coffee shop body, and I'm going to make this an auto layout, and let's change the top padding is going to stay as it is 10, then the left and right padding is going to be 20. We're going to change the corner radius to 5, and we're going to add a fill color. The fill color is going to be our text color. That's the coffee shop text color, and then we're going to change the text color to the background color this time. So we have this really nice dark brown button. So I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to use Alt and Shift, and I'm going to create a copy. And I'm going to change this text to order online. Yeah. So what I'm going to do next, obviously I'm going to delete this first. I'm going to select both of these, and I'm going to make it an auto layer. I just want them to be a single element. There's no really any purpose to this, and I'm going to make the gap 20. Next, what I'm going to do is select these three items, and I'm going to make it an auto layout, and I'm going to change the gap to 15 like this. Now for the next part, you can change the fill color to just like we did in this header section, but I want to use a rectangle. I tend to switch between auto layouts and groups. If you prefer using auto layouts as much as possible, that's fine, but I tend to switch between groups sometimes and auto layouts sometimes. So I'm just going to use a rectangle and I'm just going to insert it. So while this rectangle is here, let's just work on it here. So I'm going to change the height of, let's start with the width. I'm going to change the width to 1030, that's 1030, and the and the width or the height, sorry, is going to be 350, like so. And we have this really large rectangle. So we're going to use this same gradient effect, but not quite. We're going to only use it on the right side. That's just this side of the rectangle. So once again, I'm going to change the fill. No, sorry, I'm still select. We're going to select the rectangle. I'm going to change the fill to this coffee shop background. And once again, I'm going to detach the variable. I'm going to select this and I'm going to change it to gradient. I'm going to rotate the gradient like so, and now we have this. So what I'm going to do this time, let me move this to 20 20%. No, sorry, let me do that once more. I knew it was kind of confusing. I want this 0 is going to be on the right, on the left, sorry, 0 is going to be on the left and 100 is going to be on the right, so that I can make this 80%. That's what I'm going for. You can still do it the same direction, but this time you just make it 20%. But the way I remember creating it, it was 80 and 100. So 80 is on the right here, and then 100 is here. So I'm just going to once again copy this, and I'm going to paste this here as well. And just like we did before, this position 100, I'm going to change the opacity to 0. If you want to have an even smoother gradient, you can change it. And I believe there should be a plugin for gradients as well. So I'm just going to select this rectangle. Before I do that, let me select this. I'm going to use my right square bracket to bring it to the top. And I'm going to select this as well, and I'm going to center it. I'm going to select both items just to make sure. I'm going to Alt V to make sure they are aligned to the vertical center, and let's get really close, and the text is aligned to you know and this is why you always come really close, and I'm going to make sure our rectangle is here. Let me check our text. Yeah, it's aligned, and I'm going to select the rectangle as well, and I'm going to group them. You can actually use this to create an auto layout. If you create an auto layout, Figma will use the features of this rectangle and use it as a fill style for your auto layout. But once again, I just wanted to use a rectangle. So we're almost done with our hero section. So I want to change the image. So as I said, let me open my notes. The hero section, this is the link. This is how I'll present. This is how the text in for all our project is going to be in your notes. So it's going to be, once again, the link is in the description below, and you can get this. There's a GitHub repository that I've created a readme for all of this, so you can have this. So this is the link to this photo, and if you click on it, it's on pixels, and this is the image to give you. So the dimensions for this image, let's change its dimensions here before we put it into our design. So first, let's look at the width of our home page. The home page, we're using a classic desktop home width. So it's 1440. So I'm going to change the width of our image to match the same width of our frame, our home desktop frame. So, and I'm going to change the height. So what we're going to do is I'm either going to double click, or while the image is set, you can go to the fill and just click on that. And I'm going to change this from fill, and I'm going to change it to crop. And I'm going to change the height of our image to 760, like so. Yeah, to 760, and I'm just going to click enter to this, and I'm going to close that dialog. Then I'm going to select the image, Control X, come back to this image, and I'm going to use Control Shift R to replace that image placeholder with this image. Now, to make sure my image is properly fixed, I'm going to just check all sides to make sure, yeah, our image, we've added our image. Finally, I'm going to move this. I don't think let me check. The spacing is supposed to be 140. And the spacing between our header section and our headline, our sub headline, as well as this call to action buttons is 140. So I'm just going to select everything and just group it to keep everything neat and tidy, and I'm going to group this. And with that, we have created our header section. Let me try run it in prototype. Sometimes my internet tends to be slow, so even if I try to run it, it will. So let me just check the prototype settings. Okay, set to no devices, and I'm going to play this so that we can see our coffee shop if it will load. And of course it didn't load, but anyway, we are done with our hero section. So let's look at it. Still not loading. If you're wondering what's wrong, nothing is wrong, it's just my internet. It happens. So eventually it's going to load. Well, I hope you can see it in your own design. So let's work on the about us section. So once again, I'm going to ungroup this. I use control and backspace. So you've already noticed, but I use shortcuts a lot. You should get comfortable using shortcuts as well. But I'll try to reference them as much as I can. If I don't, it's going to display here. So for this about us, this is one of the cool parts of using a wireframe like this. I'm just going to change this to our we've not saved it yet. All right, so let's move on to this. We're going to use heading. Now, you if you notice, I'm using heading and not subheading. When I am in the home page, I like using heading. The heading is going to be what I'm going to use in the menu, about us, locations, and contact us. But when I'm in the home page, since a lot of design of our design and most of our attention is going to be on the home page, I tend to use that same really large text in the home page design. There is no reason why I actually do this. It's just I like it that way. That's why I tend to do it. And I just really like when it has that really large text. Maybe it's just because I'm old, but I like really large text. So I'll use this heading in all of this, but from the only in the home page. In other pages, we're going to use subheading. So let's save our heading text style. So I'm going to select heading, and I'm going to, once again, let's look at it. DM serif displays the text, the font, the weight is regular, the size is 54, and the height is, line height is going to be 64. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to use this plus icon, and I'm going to save this as coffee shop heading, like so. And I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to come back to this, and I'm going to select this about us text, open our text styles, and I'm going to use coffee shop heading, like so. So in this text, we can change it now, we can leave it for later, anyone you choose. Let's go to about us section. We're not using the image yet, but this is the, once again, the image is there, the link to the image is there, and we're going to copy this text here. Let me minimize this, and I'm just going to select all this text, and I'm going to paste it here. We're going to change the typography to our coffee shop body text. I'm going to bring this down like so. I'm going to bring this about us here as well. Now let's create a call to action button here as well. I'm going to use Alt and Shift, and I'm going to create a copy. And in the notes, the call to action button is read our story, and it links to the about us page. So I'm just going to copy this text, read our story text. You can type it out if you want to. I'm going to paste it here like so. Or you could copy the button from here, but we can always just create another one. So I'm just going to Shift A to make this an auto layout. The top and bottom padding is going to be 10. The padding for the sides is going to be 20. We're going to make the corner radius 5 once more. Next, we're going to add a fill color like this, and I'm going to change the fill to dark brown color. That's the text color, and I'm going to change the fill color to, now at this point you would have already realized something. Why am I not using a component for these buttons? It's basically going to be in the prototype stage that I'm going to create components. I don't want to get confused with the components in my design, because during our prototype state, during the prototype portion of this design, we are going to use um, uh, a lot of components. Some of them are going to be components, and it's basically a feature of the components to behave a certain way. So I do this not to confuse myself. But if you want to create a component, you can. But I'm intentionally not doing so to not confuse you, and it will make sense when we are in our prototype portion of this course. So I'm intentionally not creating components so that it doesn't get confusing. So in our text, I'm going to come to where it says and freshly made fair, and I'm going to add a line, a space in there. So let's select all of these like this, and I'm going to make this an auto layout. Now the spacing, the gap is going to be 20, and this is already set to yes, the width is set to fill. Really nothing much to do with this one. We're just going to, oh, it's already set to hog. So I want to change the width of this slightly, like this, just like so. We're still going to move this around, but this is the width. The width is 465. As for the height, it really doesn't matter because it depends on the components in our design, in our text. And I'm going to move this text here. We're not done yet for this section. So this rectangle here, we're going to use the same gradient design we used here. So what we're going to do is, instead of creating it again, once again, get comfortable with reusing elements in your design. I'm going to use Control Alt C, or you could right click and copy. I believe it's not even, I can't even find it. I know there should be copy. Okay, yeah, copy properties. That's Control Alt C. So you can copy properties like this, or you can use the shortcut, which is Control. Did I just make a mistake here? Yeah, Control Alt C. I was comparing with Control Shift C. Control Alt C to copy properties, and I'm going to select this, and I'm going to Control Alt V, and I'm going to paste the same properties we have in this section, in this particular rectangle. Now for the width of our rectangle, we're going to change it to, it's already the width I actually want it, or close to. I just want it to be from, yeah, I knew something was wrong. It should be on this particular column, and it's going to cover six of these our columns, and it's going to stop just while touching this seventh one. So the width is going to be 592, but we're going to change the height. The height is going to be 400, like so. And for this image, we can edit the image now if we want to. So I'm going to change the height to 400. Yes, I am editing the placeholder image. I know. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it come like so. So now it's covering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm going to send it to the back. Now you can see that this rectangle and this placeholder image are overlapping, but the rectangle is, so what we have is this text, this rectangle, and this image. So if we were to create a group now, that is the arrangement you're going to go for. The text, this entire auto layout with this text and this call to action button is going to be on top. This rectangle is going to be next, and this image is going to be behind it. And this is going to be the the width for our image. You know what? Let's even increase the width of our image so that we'll have an even smoother gradient. So I'm just going to increase it to 691. If you want to have a smoother gradient, you can increase the points. But like I said, I want to keep the design simple. I don't want to make it too confusing, and I'm just going to leave it at that. So we're almost done with this. So before I align everything, I'm going to insert our image. So the dimensions for this is 691 by 400. So let me change the width of this one to 691. Now I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to change the height, change it to crop, and I'm going to make it 400. I'm just going to check if I want to move the image, and I'll just move it a bit. I'm holding shift while doing it so it stays straight or as straight as possible, like so. And I'm just going to use enter and close this before I do this. Now I'm going to Control X to copy, Control Shift R to replace. Before I move on, I want to, don't undo, I want to show you something. Once again, using a wireframe like this has its advantages, but it also has its disadvantages. I'm going to copy this image and I'm going to do something. It happens to me a lot of times. Now I've double clicked on this, and what I'm selecting now is the rectangle, and I'm going to do Control Shift R. Pasting inside your current selection is not possible. I think they've actually fixed it. It used to happen to me that I'll try to paste something and it will actually paste it. So I've now encountered that error in a long time because I've kind of gotten used to fixing it. But I wanted to demonstrate something, and it's not how it used to happen to me in the first place. I don't know, but it seems like it's not going to happen anymore. So yeah, I just demonstrated something that you really don't have to worry about. So I'm going to copy that, cut, and I'm going to paste. And now we have this effect. And you'd see that, let's open our, let me go to, yeah, let me change the to fit with, and we can see our hero section looks good. I'm seeing a gap here. Maybe I'll go and check whether there's something wrong. It happens sometimes. And yeah, it looks good. I'm happy with the gradients here. If you want it to be a bit closer, if you want the gradients to be smoother, you can add more points to have an even smoother gradient. But I am okay with this. But you'll notice that there's a difference between our background color and this rectangle. That's because we've not changed it. So I'm just going to select all three items, and I'm going to use Alt V to align them vertically, and I'm going to use Ctrl G to group them. Now select the home page, and now we'll go to the fill for this home page, and we'll change it to our background color. Now let's take a look at it, and this is what we have, and this is about the About Us section. And yeah, with that we're done with the About Us section. Let's begin creating our menu and highlights section. So I'm just going to zoom out. I'm going to select the home page, and I'm going to increase the height so we can have more space to work with. So I'm going to select everything from seasonal specials down to the footer section, and I'm going to move it down like this. Maybe too much, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to select menu highlights, and I'm going to change the typography to coffee shop heading like so, and I'm just going to check here. It's at this edge. I'm going to move this up a bit. Let me ungroup this. I'm using Control and Backspace. Next, I'm going to select this text because I want to create a headline here. I'm going to bring it here. So I'm going to go to my notepad, and the text is favorites from our kitchen and bar. And I'm going to paste that like so. I'm going to change it to auto width, and I'm going to make sure it's here. I'm going to also change the text style as well to coffee shop body. Then I'm going to make sure it's at the edge of our margin. I'm going to select both of them and make it an auto layout. Since I remembered, let me change my selection colors. Don't worry, we'll check everything at the when we're done with the entire web page. We're going to check section by section to check for errors. I'm going to select this auto layout and change the gap to 5, and we're done with this section. So let's move on to creating the menu. I want 4 items on a single row. So I'm just going to check once each item to occupy 3 columns, and yeah, we have 3 columns here, and I'm just going to select this, and the width is 272. We're going to make the height 360 like that. Next, let me extend this as well and make it, the width is going to be 272. So with this, I'm going to duplicate this 3 times. I'm going to change this to item 1, and this is going to be the description. Let me just make it, let me just leave it like that. And for this one, I'm just going to leave it as lorem ipsum because that will be the price. And let's go back to our style guide. Let's save the text styles for description and price. So I'm going to click on description. The font for description is Lato, weight is regular, size is 14, line height is 20, and I'm just going to save that. So I'm going to click here, click this plus icon, and I'm going to save this as coffee shop description. Yeah, and then select price. Text once again is Lato, the weight is bold, size is 22, the line height is 30, and I'm just going to save that as well. Now let's go back to our home page. I'm going to change this item 1 to coffee shop body. I'm going to change this middle one to coffee shop description, and I'm going to change this one to coffee shop price. Now I'm going to select these 4 items, and I'm going to make it an auto layout, and the gap is going to be 10. So what we're going to do next is add a minimum width. So I'm going to select this, go to resizing, and I'm going to select this drop down at width, and I'm going to add minimum width, and it's going to be 189. This is going to be useful when we want to resize for mobile. So now that we have this, well, let's just check each item. The width should be set to fill. We're not going to check the height because this is not actually an image. We're going to replace it with an image. I'm going to check this fill hog. The width should be, yeah, fill container, and the height is hog content. Width is fill container, and it's hog content. So what I'm going to do is select these 3, and we don't need them anymore, and I'm going to delete this, and we are going to duplicate this 3 more times so that we can have 4 of these menu items. And just to make sure, Yeah, it's at the edge. Now let's select all of them and we'll make it an auto layout. Now this auto layout, we're going to set it to wrap item. So go to the auto layout, go to flow and make it wrap content, I believe. Yeah, wrap. So let's check it to make sure it's working fine. And oh, sorry. Let's select each auto layout and set it to fill container like so. And that's why you always check, even when you're confident, just always check. I'm going to set everything to fill container. Now I'm going to resize this and you can see that it's going to change, and when it gets to 189 it's not going to, the content won't reduce. And this is what's going to be useful for when we're resizing for not just tablets but also mobile. So let me just make sure everything looks good. We are going to select this entire thing once more and we're going to create another copy like this. And yeah, that's good. So what we're going to do now is change this to item. You could have left it at just item, but I wanted us to change it so that we won't get confused, because remember we're going to have images and those images are numbered so that you don't get confused what goes where. So this is just a way for me to make it very clear for what image or what item goes where. But if you look at it, you'll be able to tell what goes where, like so. And I'm just going to click on that. And finally, we're going to add another. Let's add text. If you've created a button component, you can use that. But since I didn't create any button components, I'm going to use this. I'm going to view full menu like this, and the alignment is not what I want it to be. Align left. I'm going to select this and I'm going to make it an auto layout. Top padding is going to be 10. The size is going to be 20. Oops. Let me move that so it's here. The corner radius is going to be 5. Let's add a fill color, and the fill color is going to be text color. Sorry, text color, and the text is going to be the background color, so we have some contrast. And I'm just going to place that here. So finally, what we're going to do is select all these items and create an auto layout, and we're going to set the gap to 20, and we're going to select this auto layout now, and it's already set to fill and set to fill. So if it's not set to fill, change it to set to fill. And once again, always check. I'm just going to check once more to, yeah. So you can already see what the mobile layout would look like. And the way I created this particular project, we won't change any text, so there won't be too much to do. So it's going to fit for, I think about this will be for tablets, maybe even smaller. And when it's time for mobile, this is what it will look like. And this is what our menu highlight section is going to look like. And then we're going to add our images as well as our description. Before I begin, I'm going to select this entire thing, use Alt, and I want to create a copy. You can actually create a component out of this, maybe remove this call to action button, change the layouts to something generic to lorem ipsum, and you have a menu um, section. It's not only just menu, you can also use it for an e-commerce website where you want to present products or items or certain things in grids. So you can reuse this item, but we're going to reuse it in this project. I don't want to, once again, I don't want to create a component with it, but I'm going to reuse it. So I'm just creating a copy and leaving it there. But yeah, we're done with our menu highlight sections. Now menu highlight section. Now what we're going to do is fill in the blanks for this section. So let's start filling in the blanks. We're essentially doing coloring in between the lines for UI designers. So first, let's change the dimensions of these images. So I'm going to click on all of them, and mine is already set to 272. You can all change these 7 images width to 272. For this one, I'm going to select this. I'm going to double click on it to bring up this dialog, and I'm going to rotate it 4 times. I want the knife to be at the bottom. So when I resize this, you're going to see that. Then I'm going to change the width to 272, like so. So now let's change the height of all these images. I'm just going to double click on this, select this, and I'm going to select crop. And I'm going to reduce this to 360, like so. Yeah, and I'm going to move this image while holding shift just to change the placement. And there we have that one. Changing the sizes of these images to match this ones. So once again, double click on this. I'm going to crop. Once again, I'm going to reduce this to 360, and let me move it up a bit, like so. Next, we're going to do the same with this one as well. Change the crop, make it 360, like so. I'm going to leave this as it is. I'm going to double click this one, crop. It's currently 369. I'm going to reduce it to 360. Next, this one as well, double click on it, select crop. Let's make it 360 as well. And I'm going to move this up a bit, like so. Move on to this one. This one will have to increase it, so I'm going to select this crop, and I'm going to zoom in and increase this to 360, like so. And I'm going to select the image and increase it like this. Let's move on to the next one. Select crop, and we're going to reduce this to 360. I'm going to leave it like this. And for our final image, I'm going to double click once more, change it to crop, and I'm going to increase this to 360 as well, like so. And we have resized our images, and now we can put them inside these boxes. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to minimize Figma, and I'm just going to move this like so, and I'm going to open my notepad because I want to copy the details for each item from my notepad to this place. And this is why I numbered it item 1, 2, 3 to 8, so that you don't get confused. And I've also numbered each item with their link, the item name, the description, and the price. So everything is a bit tight, so we could clear the display so that we have a bit more space to work with. If you don't want to clear the displays, it's all right, but I just want to have more space to work with. So I'm going to click on any of this space here, and I'm going to show clear clear show slash hide UI, or you could use the shortcut, which is control and backslash. That's how you clear or you show or hide your UI. Once again, the backslash is the key above your enter key on the right side of your keyboard. I'm going to do that once more. So I'm going to select this item, and I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to click on this image placeholder, and I'm going to reset this. We are going to change the attributes of the fill attributes of this, the width of this image to be fill. But for now, let's just focus on filling in the content. We'll just check to make sure that everything has been copied properly. So let me zoom in. Let's come to item 1. Item 1 is cappuccino, and I'm going to paste that here. I didn't copy. This is why I don't I don't trust Control C. Sometimes it just doesn't take. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to paste it. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it like so. And then finally, I'm going to also paste it like so. And something is happening that we didn't check for. And I apologize. I'm just going to, let's zoom out. Let me open my display once more. And once again, I'm leaving this here so you can see it. It happens when you're designing. It may not look, everything may look fine, but it's not for the sake of your project. So I'm just going to double click this and I'm going to select this, and the alignment is set to align left, but it's set to the middle, and I'm going to make it align top. And I'm going to select this one as well and I'm going to make it up. Let me go to this one as well so that we don't have the same error. I'm going to select it and make it align top. And yeah, we've done this. I'm going to do a second image so that we have, I'll just demonstrate what you need to do and then I'll stop here. But what you need to do is pretty intuitive. So once again, I'm going to select this image. I'm going to cut it, select this, and I'm going to paste this. Then this is number 2 under our menu highlights section. This is item number 2. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to copy the description and I'm going to paste that here as well. And for the price, I'm going to paste this. And yeah, that's it. So that's how we're going to do that. So you can go ahead and paste all the images for this entire section as well as the description for each item. Alright, I've filled in all the content in our menu highlights section. So I'm just going to minimize this, expand my Figma back, and I'm going to return the display. So what we're going to do, let's select each image and make sure it's set to fill. So the width is set to fill container. Once again, just select all images and set it to fill container. I'm currently on number 5. Let's do this for this one as well. And just to make sure everything is fine, I'm just going to reduce this, and yeah, everything looks good, and I'm going to return that. So we're done with the menu highlights section. So the next thing we're going to move on to is the seasonal specials and limited time offerings. I won't even bother with this one. I'm just going to select everything and I'm going to delete it. I'm going to select this one as well, select frame 26. Once again, I don't want to make it a component because I already have a lot of components and I just don't want to add anything to it. So I'm just going to use Alt to create a copy, and I'm going to drag this here, and I'm just going to place it here as well, just to make sure. Now I'm going to open my notepad once more. Let's look at this one is morning parents, so this will be the heading for this. So I'm going to click on this like so, and I'm going to paste it here. Let me make this auto width, and I'm going to go to the headline and I'm going to I'm going to select this, and I'm going to paste that there as well. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this bottom auto layout, this frame, and I'm going to delete it because we don't need it. We just need one row of items for this. So once again, let's resize these images. I'm going to select these three first. I'm going to change the width to 272 like so. For this, I'm going to rotate it. So let me double click on this and I'm going to rotate it. I want the coffee cup to the hot chocolate or the mug to be at the top, and I'm going to make the width 272 as well. So once again, we're going to change the height so that the height is 360. So I'm going to select crop. Once again, let me get closer to make it easier. I'm going to make this 360. I'm going to select this one as well. Let's change this to crop, and we're going to make this 360 as well. I'm going to select this one as well, crop. Let's make it 360 also. Let me move the image up like this. That looks fine. And for this one as well, I'm going to double click on it. I'm going to select crop and I'm going to increase this to 360 as well, like so. And I'm just going to make sure, you know, everything is kind of centered, like so. And yeah, I've resized all these images. And once again, just like we did with the menu highlight section, in the morning pairings combo, menu pairings, I've already numbered the items. So all you need to do is paste in the images and then paste in the name of the item, the description, as well as the price. Alright, I'm done filling in the contents for morning pairings. So I'm going to select this first auto layout and I'm going to change it to hot content. And once again, make sure the images are set to fill container, like so. Let's do it for this one as well. Make it fill container. This one also, make it fill container. And once again, always check to make sure everything is working fine. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about this one. It's not really an issue. And we're done with morning pairing. So the next item we're going to work on is the seasonal specials. I know that it was supposed to be seasonal specials, but in the actual text there was this section. So once again, I'm going to select this frame and I'm going to create a copy and add it here. Let me zoom in so I can work on this properly, like this. Next, I'm going to select my notepad, and for our seasonal specials, I'm going to copy this number 4 and I'm going to paste this. And let me change this to hot content. You can make it fill container. And this one doesn't have an headline, so I'm just going to select this and I'm going to delete it. Next, we are going to do exactly what we've been doing. So once again, I'm just going to, oh, this one has only 4 images. So I'm going to select this bottom row and I'm going to delete it. So once again, just like the way I've done for all the other images, should I do it? Okay, let me just do it. I'm just going to select it, all 3, this first 3, I'm going to make it 272. I'm going to select this, double click this, and then use this. Let me use this to just rotate once and like that. And let me close this. And I'm going to change the width to 272. So this time you can just go ahead, resize all their heights to 360, fill it here, and then please make sure to make the images fill container. Alright, now that we're done with this seasonal specials and time limited offerings, let's just check that our layout is responsive. And yeah, if it's not, make sure your images are set, the width of your images are set to fill container. Let me just set this to fill container as well. So we've been creating a bit. Let's look at our prototype, and I'm going to open prototype view, and I'm going to make sure it sets okay fit with. And so far this is how it's going: about us section, the menu highlight section, and we have the morning pairings, and we have the seasonal specials and limited time offerings. Yeah. Next, let's move on to the gallery. So first, let me ungroup this. I'm going to select this gallery. Let me get closer and make sure it's on this edge. And I'm going to change the text style to coffee shop heading, like so. I'm going to need a text box, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to my notepad, and this is a short kind of description before our text style, and this is going to be the links for all our images. And let me just space them out, they are almost smushed together. This is going to be all the images for our gallery section. So I'm just going to click to let me create a text, and I'm going to paste it, and it's using the last text that we use, which is this, and we're going to change this to coffee shop body text. Let me reduce the width of this, and I want it to just be 3 lines long. You can make it longer, but sometimes I intentionally leave it like this, so I would prefer it like this. So it's occupying 7 columns, and the width is 667 if you want to know that. I'm going to bring this closer. I'm going to select this to make sure it's close, and I'm going to make it an auto layout, and I'm going to make the gap 5. Unlike this time, this section, we are not going to use these images. We just wanted to have a sort of general layout. There's no need to resize this. We're going to resize the actual images. So I'm going to delete all of this, and I'm going to select all the images and bring them into our frame. I'm just going to hold shift and kind of resize it. We're going to still resize everything as well. So for this first image, we're going to have 3 rows of images. So let me select these two and make them smaller. So what I'm going to do is move this here and drag it till it's occupying 4 columns, and that's 300, and let's make sure, no, it's 371 for the width. We're going to resize the height of this image, and we're going to change the height to 400. So I'm going to double click this, crop, and let's make it 400. Yeah, and I'm going to move the image up like this. For this second image, the width is going to be also 272. No, 372. Sorry about that. No, 371. And I'm going to move this here. I'm also going to change the height to 255. So the height is now what we want it. I'm going to double click this, change it to crop, and I want the height to be 255. And I'm going to select the image while holding shift, and I'm going to increase it. enter, and we've cropped this image. Next, we're going to crop this image. We're going to resize this image, then crop as needed. So I'm going to move it till it's aligned to the top. I'm going to move this to make sure it's at the edge, and this time the width is 370. It happens, it's just the way you set your gutters, your margins, it will affect the width of everything. So this is going to be 371, this is going to be 370, and I just want to show you that it's aligned this way. And I actually saw that happen when I first created this project. The width is 370, and we're going to crop the height of this image to be 185. So I'm going to set this to crop, and I'm going to reduce this to 185. Let's move this image so that the focus can be on the coffee itself, like so. I'm going to select this image, I'm going to move it like so, align it here. Let's increase the width till it's 370. The height for this particular image is going to be 265. So let's double click, select crop, and I'm going to increase this to 265, like so. And I'm going to increase the size of this image to fit that. And once again, this image we are going to crop to be the same height as this, which is going to be 185. So first of all, let's increase the width to 370. Now we're going to crop it, the height to be 185. Let's like so, and this looks good. I'm going to leave it like this, and I'm going to move this up like so, and let's work on this one as well. I'm going to reduce the width of this one. This is going to be 371 as well. And I'm going to, this time it's going to be inverted, where we have the smaller image on top and the larger one at the bottom. So the height for this one is supposed to be 255. So I'm going to double click this, select crop, and I'm going to make it 255, like so. And then the final image, I'm going to increase the width. First, it's 371, and the height is going to be 400, and I'm going to crop that and make it 400. I'm just going to move the image a bit so the focus is on these four items, like that. And we are almost done with our gallery. Let's move this a bit. So what I'm going to do now is the spacing, the gap between these items, I want it to be 20. I'm going to select these three images and then align to the top, and I'm going to select these three and I'm going to align to bottom, and I'm going to select this tree and I'm going to distribute vertical spacing, and that's it. I'm going to select all the images and I'm going to group them, and then I'm going to select this two and I'm going to make the spacing 20. I'm holding shift while doing this. When you hold shift, it's going to have increments of 10. So I'm going to make this, I did it the first time, I'm going to make this, I'm just going to use the panel, I'm going to make that 20, and then I'm going to group this. So just because of the way the images are laid out, I didn't even want to think about creating an auto layout around everything. That's why I'm using a group. So let's look at it in our prototype. And yeah, that's our gallery done for this particular web page. Now that we're done with that, let's move on to allocations and hours. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to change typography to heading, and once again I'm just going to make sure it's on this edge. Let me move it up a bit. So there's going to be a text once more. Let's scroll down and I'm going to copy this text under our location and our locations and hours, and I'm just going to create a text box and I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to change this to heading, no, sorry, body text, like this, and I'm going to reduce the size to this, and I'm going to leave it, yeah, I'm going to leave it to occupy 6 columns. And let me get closer. I'm going to select these two and I'm going to make the spacing 5, and then I'll just make it an auto layout like so. Next, just like we did the other in the previous one, we're not going to use this. Its work here is done. We're going to delete all of this. Now let's format these images before we put it inside our frame. So I'm going to select all of this and I'm going to make all of their width 290, like so. And I'm going to change their height as well. So for this, I'm going to select this, double click, select crop, and I'm going to make it 580. Then I'm going to, while holding shift, drag this image so that it fits this entire frame like this, and I'm going to move this like this, and that looks good. I'm going to do the same with this one. I'm going to double click this and we're going to crop it and increase the height to 580, and I'm going to resize this image as well. Move it like this. Yeah, enter. Double click this one as well. Let's crop this again, increase the height to 580. Let's increase this small, and then the final one, once again double click this so we can crop it, and we're going to increase the height to 580, and once again let's resize this so that it fits in our frame. I'm going to move it to the right like this, and we are done with resizing our images. So I'm just going to select all of them and I'm going to set the spacing to 0, and I'm also just going to align them, and I'm just going to select all of them and bring them into our frame, and I'm going to align it to our columns and to our layer grid, and yeah, everything fits. Next we are going to insert a rectangle, and we're going to change the dimensions of this rectangle to 290 for width, and for the height we are going to make it 210. Let's put it over let's just put this over one of the images and make sure it's aligned to the bottom of the image. I'm going to change the fill of this image to our fonts, no, our background color, and then I'm going to I'm going to detach the variable. Once again, let's use the gradient fill, and the gradient is from top to bottom as it is, and I'm going to bring this up to 30%, and I'm going to select this fill color and add it at 30. So the entire thing is a background color fill. At position 0, we're going to make the opacity 0, like that, and we are done with this part for now. So let's select this rectangle. I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to create a copy and place it over this second image, and make sure it's aligned on this, no, the third image. Let's also select a copy and place it and align it to the top. Let's go to the fill, and we're going to rotate the gradient, so this time it's facing the bottom, and I'm going to also create a copy, and I'm going to place it over that image, and we are almost there. The next thing we're going to do is add in our location details for this part. So let's insert a text, and we are going to introduce a new text style. So I'm going to write main street. Oops, I'll have to write cafe, so in the end I'll have to type that out. So I'm going to write main street cafe, and this new style isn't part of our current design style, so let me just go back to this. So select this one that is supposed to be the one under subheading. I'm just going to create a copy, and this is going to be locations. Let's make this, the size is going to be 20, and the height is going to be, sorry, the size is going to be 20, and the height is going to be 28, and I'm going to save this as coffee shop locations. So let's go back to our home page, and I'm going to change this to the coffee shop locations, and I'm going to put this here. So next we're going to launch any of your plugins for icons, and I'm going to insert some icons. We need an icon for location, we need an icon for time, and we also need an icon, a phone icon. First, I'm going to search for location, like so, and I'm going to select this particular icon. Next, I'm going to search for clock, like so, and I'm going to use this first one here, and the final one is going to be phone, and I'm going to use this first icon as well. I'm going to close this. I'm going to select this tree, and I'm going to change their size to 24 by 24. Now I'm going to insert a text, and in this text I'm going to write, I already know what the text here is going to be, and it's just going to be address goes here. You can copy it from your notepad. I just don't want the text box to disappear. Address goes here, like this. I'm going to change this text style, and I'm going to change it to coffee shop description, and I'm going to center this. I'm going to duplicate this text twice so that we can also add the text for the other elements. So let me just open my text box, and I'm going to, the first location is Main Street Cafe. I'm going to copy the text for the time, and I'm going to paste it here. Let me just make this, let me reduce the width. I'm going to go back to my notepad, and I'm going to select the placeholder text for phone number, and I'm going to paste that. I'm going to select these two, and I'm going to make it an auto layout, and I'm going to make this align to the top. The gap is going to be 5. These two as well, going to make it an auto layout, make the alignment to the top, gap is going to be 5 as well. And finally these two as well, auto layout, align to the top, gap is going to be 5, like so. Now I'm going to select all of these like so, select this 4, and I'm going to make all of them an auto layout, and the alignment is already set to the left, and I'm going to make the gap just 5. And let me select every item. I'm going to select all of them to fill container, and everything is set to fill container. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to center this. Now I'm going to select this rectangle and this, and I want to see the spacing for, and the current spacing from the bottom of the rectangle, and this particular auto layout is 7. I want it to be 20. So I'm just going to use my arrow key to move it up, and once again I'm going to check, and now this text is 20 from the bottom. I've centered it, but it's not equal on both sides, but that's fine. I'm going to use Alt to select. I'm going to drag a copy of this one here, another one here, and the final one here as well. Now let's change the text for this one. Let me select this. So this is going to be for city district, and I'm going to paste. I'm going to copy this entire thing, and I'm going to paste it. Come to my notepad, address, no changes. We're just going to change the time, and I'm going to paste that here, like so. Once again, I'm going to make sure that this is centered on this one, like so, or, and then we're going to, let me move this a bit, and let's see 21. I'm going to move it to the top. Don't worry, we're going to check the alignment in just a moment. And let's also fill in the text for this one. The next one is city market pop-up, and I'm going to select this entire text, and I'm going to paste this here. Go back to my notepad, so we're going to copy the time, and I'm going to paste it here. Let me increase the size of my auto layout here so that everything fits. Oops, this is set to the text is not set to fill container, and I'm going to move this. No worries, we'll check it in just a moment, and I'm going to hold out. It's 20, and I'm going to go to the final one. Let's go to our notepad once more. Once again, the only thing that we're going to change is the location first. Let's change the location first. Let me make this wider, and we're going to change the time as well. So I'm just going to paste that here. Once again, I want it to be 20 from and I'm just going to move it twice down, and I'm going to select this entire thing, and I'm going to align it to the center, and I'm going to group them. So the image gradient rectangle and this text, I'm going to select these three also. I'm going to align them to the horizontal centers, and I'm going to group them. I'm going to select these as well. I'm going to align them, and I'm going to group them. And this is, I'm going to also align the horizontal centers, which is Alt H if you want to use the shortcut, and I'm going to group them. And now we have these four groups. I'm going to group them once more. Our final element is going to be a call to action button that will take our users or our visitors to our locations page. So I'm just going to insert a text, and I'm going to write see all locations, and the font is, let's change it back to coffee shop body text. Make this an auto layout. Left and right padding is going to be 20, the corner radius is going to be 5, the color is going to be our text button, and the text is going to be our background color. And I'm going to put it there. Now I'm going to select this auto layout, this one, this group, and this frame, and I'm going to make the spacing between all of them 20, and then I'm going to group it. And now let's take a look at our locations in, yeah, and our locations is done. Now you'll notice that there are some slight gaps. I try my best to remove as much of the gaps as possible. There are not supposed to be any gaps here, but it happens a lot of times in design. It's fine. You can go back into your design, like in the top you can see that this has nothing, this has nothing, there's some lines. If your own doesn't have those lines, it's fine, but we can fix it later. But yeah, we are done with our locations and ours section. The next section we're going to work on is the customer testimonial section. So I'm just going to go back to my notepad, and in the actual text is saying customer love. So I'm going to paste that here. I'm going to change this. First of all, okay, it's aligned here. And don't worry if it's not aligned. Remember, once I'm done with this web page, I'm going to do a top-down walkthrough to check that everything is done properly. So I'm going to change the typography to the coffee shop heading. Let me move this up a bit. So let me delete this first. First, what we're going to do is insert a rectangle. I'm just going to just drag it till it covers 4 columns, and the width is 371. You're going to change the height to 200, like so. And next we're going to insert a polygon. So I'm just going to click, and there we have a polygon. I'm going to hold shift, and then I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees. I'm going to change the width to 120, and I'm going to change the height to 60. And I'm going to move it until it overlaps, and I'm just overlapping it by 1 pixel. I'm going to select both of them, and I'm going to use Alt H to align it horizontally, and they are horizontal centers, or you can use, this is if you want to use it here. I'm going to go to our intersect options, and I'm going to use no, not intersect, I'm going to use union, and we're going to make this a single shape. For this shape, we are going to change the fill to white. Yes, you can make the white a style or a color style, but I'm just going to fill that to white, and I'm going to add a stroke, and I'm going to change the stroke to this text color, but we're going to reduce the opacity to 20%, and we are going to increase the corner radius to 20, and we have this sort of text bubble sort of shape. Now we're going to insert our image. Let's use an ellipse, and I'm just going to click and insert an ellipse. I'm going to change the width to 90 and the height to 90 as well. I'm just going to duplicate this so we have another circle. We're going to use it later. I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to grab this first image of this young lady, and I'm going to bring it here. I'm going to reduce the height, and I'm going to make it 90 to match that of our ellipse, and I'm going to place it over this image. Now I'm going to use my left square bracket to send it to the back, so I can select the circle. Once again, use the same left square bracket, send it to the back. I'm going to select the image, and I'm going to go to my options here, and I'm going to select intersect, and there we have this image. I'm going to select this image, bring it to the front using my right square bracket, and I'm going to bring it on this shape. Now let me ungroup this. I'm going to select these stars. Let me create a copy and just bring them to the front as well. I'm going to use enter to select all of them at once, and I'm going to change their size to 24, and I'm going to make the spacing between them 0. I'm going to, first of all, let me ungroup them, and then I'm going to make it an auto layout. So now we have these stars, and now I'm going to just move this to this side. We're still going to work on this. Next, we're going to insert our customer's name. So once again, text, and this customer's name is Tasha B. It's in the notes. I'm going to bring this here, and the text I'm going to use is going to be the same text we use for our locations, and I'm going to use this coffee shop locations text for her name. And I'm just going to select this too and make it an auto layout, and I'm going to make the gap 0. Next, we're going to insert yet another text, or before that, let me copy our first testimonial. Just copy that like so, and I'm going to paste this. We're going to change this. Let's first of all change it to the body text, but this is still a bit large. Let me reduce this, and let me move this a bit to the side. Let's detach this variable. Let's detach that style. I'm going to reduce the text size to 16, and let me save this style as um, coffee shop customer 30. Let me just make it customer so that the name isn't too long, and for the sake of record keeping, I'm going to just write, no, I want it to be testimonials. Let me just select this. I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to add it to my style guide. Let me paste here, and I have this here like so. So let's finish up on our client testimonial. I have this. Let me just make this a bit smaller. So I'm going to select this to make it an auto layout, and the gap I'm going to make it 10. I'm going to select this current frame and this one, and also make it an auto layout as well. And the gap, I'm also going to make it 10 as well. Finally, I'm going to double click on this shape and just select the rectangle. Select this shape. I'm going to use Alt H and Alt V to align the horizontal centers and the vertical centers. And I'm just going to select these two and I'm going to group it. And we are done with this first customer testimonial that looks like a text bubble. So for our second and third client testimonials, I'm going to select these two and I'm going to delete them, and I'm going to duplicate this twice. Let me duplicate this, and just to make sure, I'm going to move it like this. So make sure this one is slightly smaller because this entire middle is 370. You can increase it if you want. I'm just going to leave it like that. Let me duplicate this circle one more time. So just like we did, let me move this to down, just like we did for the other image, we're going to do for these two images as well. So first, let me change this time, let me change the width of this one to 90, and this one I'm going to make the height 90. I'm just going to move both of them here. So let me move this so that it perfectly overlaps the circle. I'm going to send it to the back. Select the circle, send the circle to the back, select the image, and then you're going to use intersect, and we have this. I'm going to, while this is selected, let me just go to this, and I'm going to go to image, and then I'm going to select crop, and I'm going to move this so we have this like this. I'm also going to move this so that it's over the circle, send that to the back, select the circle, send the circle to the back, select the image, and we're going to also use intersect as well. And I'm okay with this. I'm going to select this image, I'm going to cut, I'm going to use Ctrl Shift and R to replace, and I'm going to also cut this as well. I'm going to use Ctrl Shift and R to replace this as well. For the text, let's go for the second text, and I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to paste that here. Let me get his name. I'm going to copy his name like so, and I'm going to paste his name here. For this other lady, we're going to copy text as well, and we're going to copy and paste her name also like that. And yeah, we are done with the client love, and I'm just going to bring this down. I want it to be 20 from all of them, and you can group this first or create an auto layout. We're still going to resize it for our other web pages, so I don't even want to bother. So I'm just going to select all three and I'm going to group it. Now let's look at it in our web. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, and this is our customer love. The next section is going to be the newsletter section, and we are almost at the end of this web page design. So first, let me zoom in to make sure it's aligned to that side. I'm going to change the typography to a coffee shop heading, and I'm going to open my notepad, and it's actually newsletter and loyalty program, and I'm going to paste that here like that. Next, this text I'm going to duplicate 4 times because we'll need 4 different text boxes. So First one will be this zip, save all, and stay connected. And I'm going to reduce the line width, and I'm going to come to this. Let me copy this entire text, and I'm going to paste that here. I'm going to go back to my notepad, copy this text as well, and the final one, I'm just going to select from new subscribers, and I'm going to paste that there as well. So for, let's go and save some textiles we haven't used yet. So I'm going to go back to our design guide, and I'm just going to search for this one that in the text I put newsletter section. It's Lato, width is regular, the size is 24, and the line height is 30. So I'm just going to save that, and I'm going to make this coffee shop newsletter, and I'm just going to go back to our home page, and I'm going to select these two, and I'm going to make it that coffee shop newsletter. This one is going to be our body text, and this one is going to be the description text. That's this one. Now let's put everything together. I'm going to select this to, and I'm going to extend it till we have two lines like this. I'm going to select this to make it an auto layout, and I'm going to select these two as well. Let me move both of them. I'm going to make the spacing, the gap between these two is going to be 5. This one as well, I'm going to make it an auto layout, and the gap is going to be 5. No, that was the wrong thing. The gap is going to be 5, like so. Next, let's insert another text. We want to create our enter email field. So let's just create a text, and I'm going to write enter your email here. Enter your email address. I'm going to change the size of this to the description, and I'm going to make this an auto layout. So let's change some details about this. First of all, hold on, let me move this a bit. Yeah, like so. So currently it's set to 10. We're going to leave it like that. But then this is currently set to 10. Once again, it really doesn't matter. I'm going to just extend this till it occupies about, let's make it 5 columns of our entire design. I'm going to change the alignment of the text to left. I'm going to add a fill color to this entire auto layout, and I'm going to leave the fill color at white. I'm going to add a stroke, but this time the stroke, I'm going to make the stroke that brown color once again. I'm going to unlink it, and I'm going to make it 40%. Next, we're going to change the corner radius of just the right side. So open your corner radius. Then for just the top left corner and the bottom left corner, we're going to make it 25 here and 25 here. This feels a little too close. Let's increase this spacing. Let's make the padding 20 so that the email address is going to, so it's a bit further from that. Now select this email address. Let's change the fill to our text color first, but we're going to unlink it once again and we're going to make the opacity 20. You can save all of this as actual text styles or color styles, but once again, I'm just going to leave it at this, and we have this really faint enter your address field here. So I'm going to create another layout. I'm going to click text and I'm just going to write subscribe, and I didn't spell that well. Subscribe. Let's make this an auto layout also. So I'm going to make it an auto layout. I'm going to leave the height as it is. Next, I'm going to increase the width to 150, like so. And I'm going to move it closer to this. Let's finish working with this. So I'm going to change the corner radius of just this corner. So let's open our corner radius. The corner radius for the top right, we're going to make it 25, and for the bottom right, we're going to make it 25 as well. We're going to add a fill. The fill is going to be our text color, and we're going to change the text to our background color. Now I'm going to select these two and I'm going to make it an auto layout, and the gap is going to be 5, and we have this subscribe or email field as it is. So you know what, this looks a little bit too wide. Let me reduce this to 120. Yeah, that actually looks much better. So yeah, that's the email field. So I'm going to select these two and I'm going to make it an auto layout, and I'm going to make the gap 10. I'm going to select these two as well. I'm going to make the gap 10. No? Yeah, 10. Let me make it an auto layout. I didn't make it an auto layout. And now I'm going to select this auto layout and this auto layout, and I'm going to make it one auto layout, and I'm going to make the gap 20. And we are done with this newsletter and loyalty program. We don't need to worry about the fill. If it's a fill, for example, this is already set to fill, but honestly it doesn't matter. So I'm going to scroll down, and my prototype hasn't loaded yet, and now it has loaded, and there you go. This is our newsletter and loyalty program. The final section is going to be the footer. So first, I'm going to scroll up to the header, and I'm going to copy our logo. Let's scroll down, and I'm going to, let's first of all, this is one big group, so I'm just going to ungroup the entire thing. I'm going to delete this text, we don't need it. And next, I'm going to select this, and I'm going to Ctrl Shift R to replace. And I'm going to change the fill color to our background color. Now let me just check that it's aligned with this first column. Next, this is going to be our quick links. So I'm going to create a new text style, and DM serif displays the text. Regular, the size is going to be 18, and the line height is going to be 26. And I'm going to save this as coffee shop footer heading, like so. I'm just going to create another one so that I can add it to my design guide. I'm just going to cut it, and I'm going to go to my design guide, and I'm going to paste it here. Let me just change the color to something we can see. So while we're here, we're going to save this footer section. Oh, I've already saved it. So just you can just go ahead and save this as coffee shop footer. That's the text for our footer section. So I'm just going to go back to this. I'm going to select all of this text, and I'm going to change typography to our footer section text. I'm going to make this entire thing an auto layout, and I'm going to make the gap 10, like so. Next, I'm going to select the heading and the body text, and I'm going to make it an auto layout first and then make the gap 15. Let's move to the next one. The next one is going to be connect with us. So I'm going to go to my, yeah, this is going to be, the second one is going to be connect with us. Let me paste that text here. Now we're going to change this to the heading. I'm going to delete this too, and this is just going to be a single text duplicated multiple times. And I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to change this to coffee shop footer section, and I'm going to duplicate this 3 more times so we have 4 versions. So next we're going to launch our plugins, and I'm using Iconify. So let me start from the beginning. We can reuse the icons. We already have those icons there, but I want to go from left to right, and I don't want it to get confusing. So let's start with Instagram. Here I'm going to just click this one. I'm going to search for Facebook. Yep. I'm going to search for TikTok. Oops, typo. Still a typo. Wow, today is not my day. I am not spelling properly. uh, TikTok. And finally, I'm going to search for Pinterest. And I'm going to select that. While we're here, we're going to also have some extra icons. I'm just going to select these ones and I'm going to delete them. I'm going to search for email, select this outline. I'm going to search for phone, select the second one. I'm going to search this third one, location. I'm going to select this one. I didn't import it properly. Like so. And the final one, I'm going to search for clock. Let me select this one. Then we have all our icons that we'll need for this. So first things first, I'm going to select all of these, and I'm going to change the color to background color. We'll handle this ones later. I'm going to select these 2 items, make it an auto layout, set the gap to 5. The alignment is currently set to center. That's fine. I'm going to also make this an auto layout, gap set to 5. We'll do the same for this TikTok and make it an auto layout first, make the gap 5. And for Pinterest, we are going to make the spacing 5 and then make it an auto layout, and it's still going to be the same thing. I'm going to select all of these, make it an auto layout and is aligned to the left, and I'm going to make the gap 10. Select this entire thing, select this one, and auto layout alignment should be to the left. Yeah, this should be left. And I'm also going to change the gap to 15. Let's work on contact info. So this is going to be contact info. I'm going to paste this here. We're going to change this to our footer heading text. I'm going to select all of these and change their color to our background color. Let's insert some text. Let me first of all come to my notepad. Let me copy this. I'm going to insert this text and I'm going to paste it, change it to our footer text, body text. I'm going to select this and I'm going to duplicate this. And let's copy the phone number placeholder text. Let's also copy the address placeholder text. And finally, I'm going to paste this here as well. Next, let's create auto layout with all of this. So once again, create an auto layout, set the gap to 5, select this two as well, make it an auto layout, set the gap to 5. We're going to do the same for address, make it an auto layout, set the gap to 5, and finally we're going to do the same for this clock icon, and I'm going to select both of them, make it an auto layout, the gap is already set to 5. I'm just going to select this text and I'm going to make it 2 lines like that. I'm going to select all of these, make it an auto layout. Let's make it the alignment left. The gap is going to be 10. We're going to select this contact info and we're going to put it here. Let's first of all make it an auto layout, and the gap is already set to 15, so the gap should be 15. The final components of this row for this particular section is going to be just a stay in touch text or message. So I'm just going to create a text and I'm just going to type stay in touch, and the text is already set to the footer heading. For me, I'm going to just duplicate it, go to my notepad, I'm going to copy this text and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to change this to our footer body text like this. I want it to be on 2 lines. I'm going to move this in here. Once again, I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to go to my notepad once more, and I'm just going to copy this, join and get 10% off, and I'm going to paste that here. I'm going to change that to auto way. I'm going to make this an auto layout. I'm going to make the top and bottom padding 5, and we're going to leave the left and right padding at 10. I'm going to make the corner radius 5, add a fill color, and we're going to make the fill color background color, and for the text we're going to make it our text color. Once again, we're just going to select this first two, make it an auto layout, make the gap 5, no, it's 10, and for this two, not layout once more, this time it's going to be 15. So we are almost there. Next we're going to insert a line, and I'm just going to use L, I'm going to create a line. Now let's zoom in and make sure it's at the beginning of this particular column, and yeah, let me just extend the line, and I'm going to change the stroke color to this. I'm going to delete all this text, we don't need this. Let me move this to about here, and I'm going to create another copy. So let's copy this first line. I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to make sure that we are using the appropriate typography, and I'm using our footer text. Same with this one, I'm going to set it to our footer text. And once again, another disclaimer to let everyone know, this isn't real text, this isn't a real business. Rather, I'm going to select this to make it an auto layout. It's already set to center. I'm going to make the gap 5. Okay, we are almost there. So just make sure that the right edge of this one is aligned to this end of our columns, and this one is aligned to this one. So I'm going to select these 4 first, and I'm going to go to alignment, and I'm going to align them to top. And for this one, I want it to align to the center of, let's select this one, select this one, and I'm going to align center like that. Now I'm going to select all of them here, all 5 items here. I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to distribute horizontal spacing like that, and I'm going to group them. Select this line. We're going to make the spacing 50, and for this line and this one, I'm going to make it 30. And I'm going to check this rectangle. It's set at 144, but I'm saying, let me check the width of, okay, the dimensions. So I've changed the width of my entire frame to 1440. Sorry. I'm going to select all 3 items, and I'm going to group them. Now this rectangle, I'm going to change the height to 325, and then I'm going to select the content, and I'm going to align them to their vertical centers, and I'm going to group them once more. If you want to use auto layout in this section, you can, but the footer section tends to get a bit cumbersome, so I just use groups typically. So before we add our final touches, let's see what our footer section looks like. And yeah, this is our footer section. So you will know that the color isn't right. The color isn't right for almost the entirety of our web page. And now I'm going to show you what I typically do. So before I even began the design, I knew what colors are going to be on them. That's why I don't typically change it, because going individually, sometimes yes, I'll change them, other times I won't when it's convenient. But I'm going to change everything in one fell swoop. So I'm going to select this header section, and I know that everything is supposed to be a coffee shop text color. Everything looks good. Select this group. There's a bit of black. Change that to a coffee shop color, and you are done with that. Let's go to our about us. Change black to our coffee shop text color. Select your menu. Change it to our coffee shop text color. Go back, go to morning pairings, change black to coffee shop text, change black once more to text color. Same for gallery, we're going to change it to this. Our locations, look at it, we have some black, change the style to our coffee shop. Brown color, this I know that there's supposed to be some white, no browns, but no black, so I'm going to change this to this brown color. We didn't use our background color in this entire design. I'm going to select this as well, and there's some black, change it to our text color, and I'm going to select this and change this to our text color. And for this white, we're not supposed to have white in our design, I'm going to change it to a coffee shop background color. Yeah, I know it's kind of lazy, would I say, but I prefer this to doing each individual item because as you can see, we have a lot of things in our design. So finally, we are going to figure out the spacing of our sections. So just select this and I'm going to Control A and I've selected everything. And now I'm going to go to spacing. I'm going to make it 140. And what I'm going to do is select this and then I'm going to reduce this. Let me get closer. I'm going to reduce this so that we have our finished home page. So let's just take a look at it in our prototype. And there you go. We have our home page for our coffee shop. A lot of designing went into this, but it's just because it's the home page. The home page is where most of our visitors are going to visit and want to put most of the information out there in the home page. But from here on out, it's going to be smooth sailing because most sections are repetitive and very simple. But we are done with our home page, and the next on our agenda is going to be the menu page. To begin our menu section or our menu page, we're just going to, first of all, let's change the fill to our background fill to our background color. And I'm going to select our header section and I'm going to copy this. Before we move on from here, I'm just going to use Alt to check the spacing from the top of our menu, our home page, and this header section is 50. So that's what we're going to do in the menu page as well. So I'm just going to select this and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift R to replace this. I'm going to change the padding for left and right to 0, and I'm going to make the padding for the top and the bottom also 0. I'm going to remove the fill column. I'm also going to check for the spacing and it's 55 and I'm going to move it upwards till I have 50. Next we're going to work on this, what I call it the hero section, but the heading for our menu section. So I'm going to ungroup this first, but the entire layout is going to stay relatively the same. For the menu, we're going to change that to our heading. I'm going to change it to coffee shop heading. For this sub heading or the, let's move, well, going to the menu this time. This is going to be our subheading for the menu section, and I'm going to paste that here. And we are going to use that coffee shop hero subheading as our typography, and I'm going to reduce it so that we have 2 lines here. I'm going to select these 2 items and I'm just going to make sure that the spacing between them is 5, and I'm going to make these 2 items an auto layout. Once again, I'm going to use a rectangle separately. If you want to use an auto layout, you can do that. I'm going to select this rectangle, then I'm going to cover 6 columns and I'm going to do this. So the width is going to be, let's make sure it's at this edge, and I'm going to make sure that, so it's covering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns, and then part of the gutter or the entirety of the gutter and touches the edge of the 7th column. And we're going to change the height to 260. The image is going to be 7 columns this time. I'm just checking that it's at the edge, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's going to touch the 7th column, and once again I want it to touch the edge of this one here. I'm going to change the height to 260. Let's go back to our menu, our home page. Sorry, I'm going to select this rectangle. I'm going to select this rectangle, Control Alt C, and I've copied the properties of this rectangle. I'm going to come back to this one and I'm going to use Control Alt V, and I've copied the properties of that rectangle onto this one. If you want to use your shortcut, you just go to copy slash paste as, and you can copy properties and then paste properties. And we are, oops, I forgot to change the, if you cut that, good for you, the size or the length of this so that it fits the edge of our column. And now I'm going to, before I group everything, I'm going to modify this image or crop this image so to match the dimensions of this one. And the width is 691 and the height is 560. So I'm going to double click on this and I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. Next, I'm going to crop and I'm going to extend this to 691. And I'm just going to hold shift and drag this image so that it fits. And since we have more space here, we can reduce this, and the height is 260. So I'm just going to move the top and bottom handle till we get 260, and we're going to get a little bit of sort of everything, and we just have this image. I'm going to zoom out, click OK. I'm going to close that window. I'm going to cut that image, Control Shift R to paste and replace. I'm going to select all of these. I'm going to align their vertical alignment, or you could use this button. I use Alt V there, and then I'm going to group this entire thing. So the header section technically of this menu page is done. So what we're going to do now is click on this and click on this, and I want to check their spacing and I want it to be 20. I'm just going to move this up one, and we are done with this top section, or the hero section if you will, of our menu page. For the next part, we're going to now start working on the menu proper. I'm just going to zoom out, and we need a lot more space than this. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to drag this down like this. I'm also going to drag the footer, but every other thing has to go. It has served this purpose, especially for the wireframe. But in this case, we've already created the elements we need, and I'm going to delete everything. I'm going to go to frame 36. This I'm not going to select a copy. I'm just going to use it here because this is the only part we're going to really need this. I'm going to bring it here, and we're going to change a few details about this entire layout. I want it to be, yes, at the edge like so. So first things first, I'm going to select this. Let's select this headline, sub headline text, and I'm going to delete it. Second thing, I'm going to select this entire frame and I'm going to set the width to fill container, and I'm going to select the text. The text is already set to fill. I'm going to change the alignment to middle. Next, let's scroll down and we're going to remove this menu button. And finally, I'm going to change this to coffee. Now we're going to go back to our style guide, and we're going to save uh, subheading text. I have chosen to do it this way once again so that you see me save in this individual ones. But if you don't want me to do it this way, just let me know in the comments whether you want me to save all the text first and then we can move on with the project, or do you want me to show you how I save each individual text and how I use it, because as you can see we already have a lot. That's why I wanted to do it one by one. So whichever one you guys prefer, please let me know. So I'm just going to, let's look at the details once more. DM serif displays the font, the weight is regular, the size is 48, and the height is 56. Letter spacing is 0. So let me go ahead and save this. So I'm just going to click on this. Let's create this new style, and I'm going to name this coffee shop subheading. And you see in my head, in my naming of this text, I'm not specifying for desktop or tablet. We'll reuse most of these texts. That's why I'm not specifying. But when we are going to create dedicated text for tablet and mobile, we'll specify. So I'm just going to rename that. I'm just going to save that. And I'm going to come to this coffee and I'm going to change the typography to subheading style. And what we're going to do now is what we did in the home page. We are going to resize all these images. The width was 272 and we are going to, the height was 360. Now you see that the width has changed. I don't know why, but it tends to happen. I don't think about it too much. It really doesn't really affect my design. So the width is 272 by 360, and that's what we're going to do. And make sure that the image is always set to, the width of the image is always set to fill container. You can change this width back to 272. Once again, every time I create a frame, it seems like every time I look at it, it's not just Figma. I also encounter the same issue with PowerPoint. I don't know if it's design software or maybe I'm just a problem, but I'll set the width or something and then to change it slightly, ever so slightly. Reasons, I really don't know. But in the end, it really doesn't change the design. And that's what we're going to do. So let's change the width. So let's select all of these 8 images. Or you know what, before we do that, remember we've deleted everything. Let's duplicate this 5 more times. The entire menu section has one single layout, and all items, we have 8 items per section. So let's just 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we are going to change the title for the second one. The heading for this one is T. After T comes pastries. Next is going to be cold drinks. Then after cold drinks we have seasonal specials. And finally I'm going to come to my notepad to copy the heading for the final one, and it's going to be cafe pairings and meal combos. So the heading as well as all the details for this entire thing is going to be in the notes provided, and that's going to be almost, well, mostly we're going to have one more text, a small bulletin board if you could call that, here on this page. But essentially we have the general layout for our entire menu section. Now let's resize our images for this one. So I'm just going to maybe demonstrate with 2 images and you can go ahead and do the rest yourself. I'm going to select all of them. I'm going to change the dimension to 272, and for the height I'm going to change this to 300 and no, sorry, I'm going to come to the fill, open this fill, select crop, and I'm going to change this to 360 like this. I'm going to change this fill as well. I'm going to crop this and make this 360 like so. And you can go ahead and do the same for these two images. I've already done for these two images. You can go ahead and change the height for the remaining images, make all of them 360, and then just go to your notes as we did in the home page section. You're just going to copy the details for coffee. You're going to copy and paste the details for item 1. Coffee cappuccino is the first item. Item 2 is going to be vanilla oat latte. Item 3 is going to be espresso shot, a double, so on and so forth. And yeah, that's it. Just remember to change the images, the width of the images to fill containers. I'll be able to use it in our resizing, when we're resizing it for our desktop and mobile. Alright, I'm done copying and pasting in the contents of our menu, or cutting and pasting our images. Let's take a moment to look at it in the prototype view, and this is what it looks like. You can choose to add filters by the side, make this smaller, add some filters by the side, say filter by drinks, maybe you just want to see coffee, or you want to see only vegan items. You can add those filters. You can also add nutritional information, or even add the ingredients or things like that. But I'm planning to leave that for the mobile, the when we are going to make the app for this particular business. We are going to make an app version in the future, but not in this project. But yeah, that's the menu. And yeah, just make sure that all your frames are responding appropriately. Let's move on to the final part of our menu, or almost second to the last item of our menu. We're going to put a little announcement here. So I'm going to insert a rectangle, and I'm going to change the width of this rectangle to 710, and the height is going to be 315. Next, we're going to change the corner radius to 5. Next, the fill is going to be our text column. I'm going to duplicate this rectangle. I'm just going to use Ctrl D, and I've duplicated the rectangle. I'm just going to make it slightly smaller so we can see it, and I'm going to change the fill to our background color. For this smaller rectangle, I'm going to change the size to 630 for the width, and for the height it's going to be 235. I'm just going to select both items, and let me just select both of them. I'm using Alt V, Alt H to align them vertically and horizontally. Next, we're going to import some icons. So I'm going to load iconify. You can use whatever icons you want to use. So I'm going to use this icon. This is the icon we use for the logo, and I'm just going to import that in, and I'm going to import a coffee bean icon like so. And I'm just going to close this. I'm going to select both icons, and I'm going to change their size to 100 by 100 like this. I'm also going to change their fill to this dark brown color. Then I'm going to unlink it and save it as 20%. Once again, you can also save this style as well, the one that's kind of faded, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to move this to icons. I'm going to put the coffee bean at the top right corner of our smaller rectangle, and I'm going to put the coffee cup at the bottom left corner of the smaller rectangle. Then the final detail is a text. So let's go back to our style guide. Once again, if you prefer me saving individual ones or you want me to just save everything before we begin the project, just let me know. I'm going to introduce this one. This is the menu board style announcement. So the typography is caveat, bold, the weight is bold, the size is 28, and the height is 34. If you have anything that has a more, well, I say, look, I believe I've seen a font that has this look of chalk. If you have that, you can also use that, but I just wanted to use what is in Figma, not any external font. So I'm going to select that and I'm going to save that as a new style, and I'm going to save this as coffee shop announcements, like that. Now let's go back to our menu, and let me go to my, so on our menu page, on your text where you'll be looking at your menu, the final text is going to be this announcement, and I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to insert a text and I'm going to paste it. And I'm going to change the width of this particular text box to 508, like so. I'm going to select it and I'm going to move it once more. Let me just use this. I'll use Alt V, Alt H to align that properly. And yeah, we're done with these announcements here. I'm just going to select everything. I'm going to group it and I'm going to align it to the center so that we'll make sure that it's in the middle of our web page. Now the final item is going to be our footer. So what we're just going to do is come to our home page, copy that footer, select the one on our menu, Control Shift R, and there we have that. We are done with our menu. So now let's fix the colors and then spacing. So let's make sure that our colors are all correct, and then we'll fix our spacing. So once again, go to the header, look at all the colors are all good. Click here. I have black, not supposed to have black. I'm going to change it to my brown color. Same with this, same thing. I'm going to change this. And if you are feeling brave, which I tend to do, in fact I tend to do this, and anytime I just see black I'll change it. But if you're not feeling brave, or if you're feeling a bit slightly brave, you can do each one individually. But my advice to you is save time wherever and whenever you can. Then I'm just going to select all of them and I'm going to change it, and let's look at it. And yeah, everything looks good. And a final check just to make sure, select the entire frame, and I'm not seeing any black in our design. So I'm going to, once again, let's check the spacing. Select the header, hold Alt. It's supposed to be 50 from the top of our home page, and it's 140. Spacing is 140, 140 on both sides because the margin for our design is 140. That looks good. Let's also check the spacing between these two items is going to be 20. So the space between this menu, let's call it the hero section, and this coffee, I want it to be 80. And we're going to make that 80. Then let's zoom out so we can see, well, most of, if not all of our page. Select all the menu items, all menu categories, including our bulletin board and our footer, and we're going to set the spacing to 100, like that. Once again, I tend to right click to select the frame, and I'm going to reduce this. Let's get a bit closer, and I'm going to reduce this like that. So let's look at our menu item once again in our prototype view and see what it looks like. And yeah, we are done with our menu. If you feel like the spacing is too close or you want to add some other details, you can change whatever you want. It is you are you can do whatever you want do with it. This is your project, so just go ahead and change any details you are not comfortable with. But with that, we are done with our menu page. All right, let's move on to creating the about page. Let me move this a bit closer. So to begin creating our about page, we are going to create a bit. Let's copy some details from our previous page to make things easier. So I'm just going to move this a bit closer, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this entire thing and I'm going to delete. Next, I'm going to select both this section and this as well. I'm going to hold Alt and Shift, and I'm just going to create a copy. Let me get closer to make sure that everything looks fine. And I'm going to change the text for this. So let me open my notepad so I can reference our text and the about page. Okay, this is the, and let me copy the sub headline here. I'm going to click on menu and I'm going to change it to about. I'm also going to click this and then I'm going to change it. Let's make it one line. Increase this so that everything falls on one line. If you're using an auto layout, it should have gone to the middle, but I'm going to align everything properly. Let's check the dimensions of this image once more. It is 691 by 260. So we're going to crop this image so that it fits. So first let me change the width to 691 to match this. I'm going to change the height, going to crop it. I'm going to double click, select crop, and I want the focus to be on the hands like so, and the height is supposed to be, what was it again, 260. All right, 260 like so. Let's keep the focus on the coffee like this. I'm going to close this and then I'm going to cut this image and I'm going to replace it here. And I'm just going to select this and this, and I'm going to use Alt V to align it vertically. And let's take a look at it. I haven't switched to the next page. Let me go to the next page, and yeah, we're done with this hero section. We haven't changed the color of our entire page, so let's just change the fill color to, my libraries haven't loaded yet, no worries. But yeah, we're done with the hero, will I call it the hero section of our about us section. Now we're going to move on to this our journey text. It's just going to be plain text. There isn't going to be much to it. So first things first, let's change this text, the typography. We're going to change it to our coffee shop subheading, and this is it, and that's the one that the size is 48. And the text, let's change the text before we even paste it. Let's change that text to coffee shop, no, coffee shop body text. This, I'm going to open my notes and I'm just going to copy the entire text for our journey, and I'm going to paste that. Now I want this to occupy a total of 8 columns, so I'm going to move this till it fits like so. And let's select this and this, auto layouts, and the gap should be 20. Let's open our prototype once more. Then yeah, this is our journey, just a very simple text there, and we are done with that as well. So let's move on to the founders notes section. Let me just change the fill of our background first before we continue. And founders notes, we're going to change it to our subheading style, subheading, and I'm just going to delete this. We don't need it. I'm going to select this image and bring it in. We're going to crop this image. We're going to make it 370 for the width and 500 for the height. So let me change the height to 500 first, and then I'm going to crop this image till it's 70. So I'm just going to double click. I'm going to crop. I'm going to crop till we get 370, like so. Let me just move this image so that we can have it, I say, as centered as possible. Yeah, like this. And we have this image. Once again, let's change this text to our body text once again, and then I'm going to copy the text for this. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it here. Once again, I want it to occupy 8 columns like this. I'm just going to select everything. I'm going to Alt H to align them horizontally. I'm going to use the group this time. I'm going to use spacing is going to be 20, and I'm just going to group that. It's as simple as that. And let's go to our prototype so we can look at it, and we're done with our founders notes. Yeah, remember I told you that after we're done with the hero section, the home page, everything tends to go smoothly from that point on, and it's going to be, I know, foreshadowing, it may seem that things are going to get difficult. They're not. It's just going to keep going on like this. But yeah, we are done with the founders notes. Let's work on our values section. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to change it to our subheading typography. And then I'm going to import a few icons. So first, let me run my plugin, and I'm going to start iconify. So the first icon I'm going to use is this coffee bean icon, the one I use in the menu section. And second one is going to be leaves. I'm going to select this one, and the final one is going to be handshake. And I'm going to select this one. Now let's go back to our style guide. We want to save some elements, and let me just bring this closer. So first, let's save this color. I'm going to select it, and we're going to save it as coffee shop highlight. So I'm just going to, oh, that was the wrong one. I get confused sometimes. I'm going to select this plus icon, and I'm going to write coffee shop highlights. And I'm going to scroll up here, and on this we're going to save this small heading. So it's DM serif display. The weight is regular, size is 24, the height is 32, and I'm going to save that as well. And that's going to be coffee shop small heading. And this highlight color, I just realized that we're supposed to use it in our home page, but I completely forgot. So I'm going to select this, and this golden color, I'm going to change it to our highlight color. Let's go back to the about page. I'm going to select these 3 items. I'm going to change their width to 80, and I'm going to change their color to highlight color. Let me ungroup this as I would like to use this text. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to change the typography to our new latest style, text style. I'm going to change it to this, and I'm going to change this one to simply our body text. We're just going to use the body text. So we're going to use coffee shop body. So let me copy the details. So our values, the first item is sustainably sourced. I'm going to paste that, and I'm going to copy the details like so. I'm going to paste it here. For the width of our text, I would like it to be 270. So I'm going to also change this to be 270 as well. And I'm just going to delete this icon, and I'm going to bring this here. I'm going to select everything, make it an auto layout, and the spacing between items, I'm going to make it 10, like that. Or no, let's make it 12, give it a bit more space. I'm going to delete this too, and select this, and I'm going to duplicate it once more. Going to select this coffee bean icon, and I'm going to make sure you're selecting the entire icon, not just the content. I'm going to replace that here. I'm going to select this handshake icon, cut it, and I'm going to paste and replace here. Let's go to our notes. The second item is locally roasted. I'm going to copy and paste that here. Then for the details, I'm going to copy and paste that as well. And finally, community driven, I'm going to copy the heading, and then finally I'm going to copy the details as well, like so. Next, I'm going to select these three items. Let me move them. I'm going to make it an auto layout, and the spacing is going to be 60, so they have a lot of space between them. And we're also going to select this particular frame and this heading, make it an auto layout as well, and this gap is going to be 50. And we have our values section. It's very short, and let's just take a look at it. And mine hasn't caught up yet, or it has, but why am I saying some phantom icons? I guess my prototype is having issues. I'm just going to press R to restart, but let's go back. Well, yeah, we are done with our values section. Let's move on to this atmosphere gallery. The atmosphere gallery is the same as the gallery in our homepage. I just wanted to add more details because it was going to be really short. So this part isn't, we're not going to do much. So yeah, we're making it a bit longer, but we're actually not doing much in the grand scheme of things. So I'm going to move this here, and I believe this has some, yeah, it has some text. So let's go back to our gallery. Let's copy it. We're going to copy the gallery from our home page, and we are going to select this gallery, Control Shift R, and we're going to replace it, and we're going to change the title and the content in our text. So I'm going to change that to atmosphere gallery, and I'm also going to change the text like so. And let me increase the width of this so that that text fits. Let me change this to fill container. I believe, okay, this is a group, so I'm going to change the spacing to 20. Finally, we're going to also replace this. So let's go to any of our web pages. I'm going to copy this footer section and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift R to replace it. And finally, let's check the colors to make sure that everything is fine. Select the header. I know that everything is fine. Select this just to make sure. Looks good. This is black. We're going to change it to our text color. Select this section as well. Let's change the color to our text color. Going to select this also. Change all black items to our text color. Select this. Everything looks good. Select this just to make sure everything looks good. And I'm going to, first of all, select this as well. We're going to leave the header alone. Going to select all of this and we're going to give it more space than we did in our menu section, and I'm going to change the spacing to 140, and then once again select our page, the about us page or the frame that makes the page. I'm going to reduce it till it fits like so. I'm going to zoom out and we are done with our about us page. Let's look at it in our prototype view. If yours is working fine, that's good. Just had to restart it, and this is the values section. I don't know why my prototype keeps showing those icons. They are not there in the actual design, but you know, it's a software, sometimes glitches happen. But yeah, we are done with our um, about page. So before we begin any other thing, let's select the entire web page and let's change the fill to our background color. Next, what we're going to do is do what we've been doing. We're going to copy and paste some details. So let me just copy this to, it's a bit far. I'm going to copy this to, and I'm just going to paste this here. So this is our locations, and let me go to my text. Let me open my locations, navigate to that. So the locations page, this is the text. For that, I'm going to copy it. I'm going to change this to locations, and for this I'm going to paste our text, and I'm going to move this to the center. Once again, this image is 691 by 260. I'm going to modify this image to fit that. So let me start with the width. I'm going to change it to 691, and I'm going to crop the image. I'm going to double click, open crop, and I'm going to crop it to 260 like that. Enter. I'm going to close this dialog and I'm going to cut the image and I'm going to paste and replace. So we're done with this entire top section. Now let's move on to creating this location section. So let me just delete this. I'm going to ungroup this so that I can copy this text, and I'm going to bring this up here. So the first location is the Main Street Cafe. That's the text for the first one, and I'm going to paste that here. I'm going to change the typography to the subheading like that. Let me just get closer to make sure everything looks good. Next, I'm going to select this text. I'm going to use Alt, and let me just bring this up here. I'm going to change it to our body text like this, and I'm going to paste placeholder text here. Let me resize the height, the length. Going to duplicate it. Let's put a placeholder text for phone number, and we're going to also put text for the hours. Next, we're going to use some icons. So I'm going to search for, I have Iconify running. I'm going to search for location, and I'm going to select this one. I'm going to search for phone, and I'm going to select this first. Let me make sure I selected it, but I'm not sure if, because Iconify you can select I don't have multiple items selected, so I'm just going to bring it in one by one. Location, phone, going to select this, and then finally we have our clock, and I'm going to go for this one. Let me close that. Going to select all of these, and I'm going to change their width and height to 24. Let me bring this closer. Let's select this to make it an auto layout, and I want it to align to the top, and let's set the gap to 5 like so. Let's set this one to fill container. I'm going to select this to make it an auto layout. Let's make the alignment to the top. Let's make the gap 5. Let me select this one and make it fill container as well. I'm going to bring this here. Finally, I'm going to select these two items and auto layout once more. Make the alignment top. Gap is going to be 5. This is going to be fill container as well. So let's zoom out, and I'm going to select all these items, or let's make this an auto layout first to keep things clean and neat. So I'm going to make the gap 10. I'm going to select these two. Let's make sure that this is at the edge. I'm going to select these two, and I'm also going to make it an auto layout as well. And I'm going to make the gap 10. Then we have this. I'm going to make this, okay, it's already fill container. Let's build the other parts of our location. So I'm going to grab a copy of this, move this here. Let's change the typography to our body text. I'm going to come to my notes and the description. This is the description, and I'm just going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it like so. Let me just extend it like this. Next, I'm going to need a button. Let me duplicate this, and I'm going to change this to get directions. Once again, if you have a button you've been using, you can use that, but I'm just going to create one very quickly. Bottom and top padding is 10. Padding for the left and right is going to be 20. The fill is going to be text color. Corner radius is going to be 5, and the text is going to be our background color. And finally, we're going to insert our image. So let's start with this first image. I'm going to extend this like this first, and let's make sure it's by the two edges and it fits. So the weight is going to be 1160. The height, I'm going to make it 640. So I'm going to double click on this and I'm going to select crop and I'm going to reduce it to 640. Like so. And I'm just going to leave it like this. Let me close this dialog. I'm going to zoom out and I'm going to select everything here and I'm going to make everything an auto layout, and the gap for the entire thing is going to be 20. I want to check that everything is set. I'm going to change this first auto layout to fill container, this as well, fill container. The image should be fill container as well. Now let me click out and let's check, and our layout is responsive, and you can already see that this is probably close to what, once we change the size of this heading, it's going to fit our mobile layout. But yeah, that's what I wanted to go for, so that I'll be able to resize it very easily and very quickly. I hope I wasn't too fast. So let me move this up, and I'm going to delete every other content here. And what I'm going to do is duplicate this so that we can reuse this particular section to create our remaining sections. We're going to need a bit more space, like that. Duplicate it one more time like that. Now let's grab the text for our second location, and the second location is city district cafe, and I'm going to paste that text here. The address and phone number stays the same, it's just the time, that's the hours, that we're going to change, and I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste that here. Let me increase the size of this so that it all fits nicely. Let's grab the description text, copy that and paste. Next, let's modify the image outside our frame before we paste it here. So the width for the image, I believe it was 1160, and that's what I'm going to change it to, 1160, like that. And the height is supposed to be 640. I'm going to crop that and make it 640. Close the dialog, cut the image, and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift R to paste and replace, and we're done with our second location. Let's work on our third location. It's going to be City Market pop-up. I'm going to paste that here. Once again, everything stays the same except the time. Saturdays only from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let me extend this once more, and let me select this, make it all content. I'm going to copy the description text for our location, copy that, paste, and once again let's modify our image. 1160 is the width, the height is 640. So I'm going to crop that and I'm going to reduce it to 640, like that. Let me move it a bit like this. Enter. Close the dialog first. Cut the image. Control Shift R to paste and then replace. Let's work on our final location, and I'm going to, this is going to be Riverside Espresso Bar. I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to copy the hours, Tuesdays to Sundays, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I'm going to paste that here. Let me extend this. Let's make it more content. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste this here, and once again, let's change the dimensions of our image. I'm going to make the width 100, 1160, and then I'm going to crop it to 640. I'm just going to click enter, close the dialog, cut the image, and I'm going to replace this image. And we're done with our locations. Once again, we're just going to, let's copy the footer section from this page. I'm going to use Ctrl Shift R to replace. Now let's check our colors to make sure everything looks good. Yeah, select this location. I probably should have done that first so that we won't have to do this. Well, no worries. Once again, if you are feeling brave, you can go ahead and try just selecting the entire frame. If you want to do it individually, of course you can do that, but this is how I tend to do it. Just going to check the frame so that we don't have anything left, and yeah, that's it. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to make this 100, and then I'm going to select all locations including the footer section, and I'm going to make it 140 like that. Now I'm going to reduce the size of the frame. Let me zoom in to make sure. Yeah, let's say it's in our prototype view. We're still in the about section, and we have locations, and that's it. We are done with our locations, and you see that was very quick and very fast. If you want to change any details, you are welcome to change it. And with that, we are done with locations, and we're moving to our final page, which is the contact page. So first thing, I'm going to select this entire frame, and I'm going to change it to okay, I've already changed it to the background color, so you can just change the fill to our background color. I'm going to select the header and this other section, and I'm going to delete it. I'm going to select this two from the locations page. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it here. And let's go to our notes. Let me go to the contact us, and this is the text for that, and I'm going to paste that here, and I'm going to change this to contact us. Next, I'm going to, let me delete this first, I don't need it. I'm going to ungroup this, select this heading, change the typography to coffee shop heading. We're going to change the body text to coffee shop body text, and I'm going to zoom in to make sure that it's at the edge of our margin. I'm going to change the heading. So the first item is how can we help, and I'm going to paste that here and select this note, copy this, and I'm going to paste that here, and that looks fine. It's at the edge of our seventh column. It looks good. going to Shift A to create an auto layout, and I'm going to make the gap 10. Next, I'm going to create a copy of this. I'm going to create our second item, which is the customer support hours. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste that here. Let me use my notes once more. I'm going to copy all of this text like so, and I'm going to paste it. I don't want this extra line, so I'm just going to remove them. And I'm going to change the width to hog content. And we are done with these two first sections. Now we're going to work on our form. So what I'm going to do first is delete these two items. And let me ungroup this. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to change this to our subheading style, and this I'm going to change to the body text. And these are the fields for the form. Let me just come back here. Let me copy full name. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste that. Put a semicolon. Reduce it by using auto width. And what I'm going to do next is insert the line, and I'm going to increase this, and let me make this 341. I'm going to select both the line and the full name, and I'm going to make it an auto layout, and I'm going to make the alignment. The bottom, the gap is going to be 5. Now I'm going to open the frame, select the line, and change the width of the line to fill container. Next, what I'm going to do is just duplicate this 4 more times. I'm going to copy email address and paste that here. I'm also going to copy what's this about, paste it here. Finally, preferred location, I'm going to paste that here. For the final field, which is the message box, I'm going to create a group because I want to have a rectangle, and I didn't like the alignment, how it aligned with the text when I used an auto layout. So let me just copy this so I can use the text. I'm going to ungroup this. I'm going to delete this line, and I'm going to copy this, and this will be your message. Let me paste that here, and I'm going to insert a rectangle like this, and I want it to be 5 so that it will be uniform. So I'm just going to increase the width of this rectangle by 1, so it's going to be 311. Next, I'm going to add a stroke. I'm going to remove the fill. Make the corner radius 5. For the height of the rectangle, let's make it 70. It's small. Let me create a copy of this. I'm going to select this too, and I want the rectangle to almost feel like it has the same alignment with, similar to what we got with the line. And I'm going to select this too, and I'm going to group it. This I'm going to change to send message, but I'm going to make it smaller. Let's select our description text. That's the one that size is 14. Let's make it an auto layout. The top padding is going to be 5, and the padding for the left and the right, we're going to leave it at 10. We're going to make the corner radius 5. Let's add a fill as well. Let's just leave it as that. Select this message, send message button, create an auto layout over it again. And this auto layout, let's make the padding for now 0 for the top and bottom, and also for the sides. Now open this frame, select just the button, change the width to fixed width. Select the frame and now let's extend it to fit the width of all our other elements, and we're going to extend it till we have this. Now for the padding, let's go back to padding. For the top left padding, or just the left padding, we're going to make it 120, and we have this field like this. Finally, let's select everything and make it an auto layout. Change the cap to 10. Let's add a fill, and the fill we're going to make it or let's make sure we format the entire thing first. So I want it to cover half of the entire not the entire page, just within our workspace. So what I'm going to do is for the left, let's open the padding. Oh, I don't need to extend it. For the padding, for the left and the right, we're going to use 75. Oops. And let me extend this so that everything fits. Let me check the alignment to make sure that, let me check the alignment of our, and this here in light, I want it to be center. And I'm going to, oh, I don't like that. Let me make it left. And then we're going to add an image. So this is why sometimes auto layouts kind of gets confusing. And I'm going to make the top and bottom, let's make it 37. I'm just going to extend it. The width should be 580. That's what would make the image fill half of the container, and the other half will have an image by this side. So yeah, that's our form. Let me make sure that everything is fine. So the alignment is to the left, the width is 580, the padding for this side is 75, also 75, the top is 37, 37, the spacing between items is 10. And we are almost done with our form. So let's change the fill color to, now I'm not going to do what I did, what I typically do. We're going to take this. So let's select the fill and change this to this column. And for the text, I'm going to, or each individual item, I'm going to select all of them, all of these anyway, and I'm going to change the fill of this entire selection to, oops, no, that was the wrong one. Selection colors, let's change it to this. Sorry, sometimes it gets confusing. And I'm going to select this text, and I'm going to change this to, of course, color as well. And we are done with this very small form. Next, let's grab this image, and I'm going to put it here. Let's make the width 580, and I'm going to move this here till we have it touching, and you can see that's why I used 580 as the width. The height of this form is 410, and that's what we're going to do for this image. So we're going to double click it, crop it so that it's 410 as well. You can see the bottom. Let me just reduce this by 1, and we have 410. Now I'm going to hold shift and increase the size of the image like that. Enter. Let me close this dialog, and I'm going to select both items. I'm going to use Alt V to align them vertically, and we have both of them on a straight line, and I'm just going to group them. You can use an auto layout if you want. Let's look at we're seeing in the locations. Let me look at our contacts page, and let's see how our form looks. And this is a very small form that's attached to this image, and we are done with this send us a message field. Next, for this two next sections, we're not even going to create it. We're just going to zoom out. Let me move this. I'm going to select this, Alt and Shift. I'm going to zoom in, open my notes, and this heading is direct contact, and I'm going to paste that here. Select the notes, and I'm going to copy the entire text for this, and I'm going to paste it. Once again, I'm going to leave this spacing here this time because I don't want it to look too cluttered. I'm going to change the width to all content, and I'm just going to duplicate this. Let's move on to the next one. No, this is not the next one. I'm going to swap their places. If I don't, sorry about that. Community and partnerships, and I'm going to paste that here, open my notes, and I'm going to copy this text. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to reduce the size of this so that, yeah, we have it like this. What's the width? 691. And there you go, we have this second text. So we have our text, form, text. Now we're going to create this locations card. So this rectangle, I'm going to change the, let's work with what we have here. I'm going to change the width of this rectangle to 435, and oh, it's a group. Let me ungroup that. Select the rectangle, make the width 435, and the height is going to be 560, like so. Let me move this up. Let me ungroup this. I'm going to select locations. I'm going to change the typography to subheading. I'm going to change the body text to body. For this, let me just delete this. I'll create another one. So let me copy my text. The heading is find the location near you, and I'm going to paste that here. This out of the way. Find the location near you, and I'm just going to leave it like that. The text, let's copy our text, and I'm going to paste it here. Remove this extra part that is referencing the call to action button. I'm going to, let me reduce it a bit. And finally, the text for our button is going to be go to locations page, and I'm just going to insert a text, and I'm going to paste that. I'm going to leave the font the same size. I'm going to make it an auto layout. Top and bottom padding is going to be 10. I'm going to also leave the left and right padding at 10, and I'm not going to change any details. So let's format this rectangle. Let's change the fill to font color. The corner radius is going to stay the same. We're going to select these two texts, and we're going to change it to background color, and we're going to change the fill of this. Let's add a fill. There wasn't one. I'm going to change the fill to our background color, and let's increase the corner radius to 5. And of course, while we're here, why not, let's change the text color to our text color. Now I'm going to select all of this, and we're just going to use this to create an auto layout. I'm going to make this 20, and I'm going to center it with this rectangle, and I'm going to use it to create an auto layout. Select the rectangle as well, Shift A, and we have an auto layout, and I'm going to make the, oh, that looks wrong. So the left and right spacing is 40, and the top and bottom is 120. If you wanted to build it, the auto layout as, from scratch, you can, but sometimes this is, I switch between using a rectangle because it makes things easier for me, or sometimes I'll just create the auto layouts from scratch. But yeah, next let's insert our image. We don't need to use that. Let me bring in my image. I'm going to change the height. Let's leave the height at 560, like so. But for the width, we're going to make it slightly narrower than this box. So this particular frame is, what's the width? 435. We're going to make this 370. So let me crop this, and I'm going to make this 370. So I'm going to increase it by 1, 2, 3, 370, like so. And I'm going to, oops, that was not what I wanted. Let me send it to the back. I want to bring this so that these two will slightly overlap each other. I can't really see, what goes where. We're just going to have them slightly overlap each other at this sort of angle. Select both of them, and I'm going to group it, and then I'm going to align both of them to the center. Let's open our prototype to see what they look like. Yeah, and this is our find the location near your card. And this particular button, when we're in the prototype stage, this particular button will take our user to the home page. Or I'm not really liking, sorry, I'm not really liking the padding for this, and I'm going to increase it to 20. It felt really, when I looked at it, you see, this is why when you're designing, you go to your design pane, and then you go to your prototype, so you can look at it and see how it looks like. If you like what you see, fine. If you don't, then you can change things. But I'm pretty happy with this. But yeah, we are done with find the location near your card. So let's go ahead and create the remaining part of our design. This time is going, these parts are just going to be mostly text. So um, let me create a copy of this. I'm going to zoom into this, and let me open my notes once more. We have community, we have gift cards and loyalty support, and I'm going to paste that. Select this, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste this here. Let me make this. I'm going to change the width to hot content. Now this next part is the frequently asked questions section. Let me just make sure that, yeah, I'm going to duplicate this and come back to frequently asked questions. I'm going to copy this, going to, nope, let me copy this, and I'm going to paste heading and this small subheading. Let's change the spacing to the gap to 5. What we're going to do next is duplicate this, and I'm going to go to, so this coffee and menu, I'm going to paste, but I'm going to change the size to coffee shop small heading. That's the one that the size is 24. And for the text, I'm just going to copy all the questions and answers related to coffee and menu. I'm going to paste this like this, and I want it to just, because if I stretch it out, it just has this single line of text. So sometimes this is what I do. I even make it smaller, even smaller sometimes, but this time I'm just going to bring it to the 10th column like this. And the fill, this text is set to fill container. This one also is set to fill container. And we're going to duplicate this because we're going to have multiple text boxes like this. So let's duplicate it one more time. Let's see how many more sections. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So duplicate it. So we'll have 4 copies like this. So let's go to the second one, and after coffee and menu we have ordering and services. So I'm going to copy this and paste this here. I'm going to copy the text for this, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste that. I'm going to do the same for this one. The next item is gift cards and loyalty. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to open my notepad, copy this entire thing, and I'm going to paste this here. Let's move on to the next one, which is locations and answers. Oh, we even have another sections. No worries. We'll just duplicate it. Let's copy locations and hours. I'm going to paste this, copy the content, and I'm going to paste that here. Also, let me create more space for our final items like this. Let me create another copy of this. I'm going to select these other questions. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Let's copy the content for this last one like this, and I'm going to paste it here. And we are done for our FAQ questions. That's the content anyway. And I'm going to go to the heading, select all of these, and I'm going to make the entire thing an auto layout. And the spacing, I'm going to make it, or the gap rather, I'm going to make it 20. And we have our FAQ section. Let's see it in the, I said that this is what I went for. I wanted it to be very legible and to just divide it into sections. If you don't like it, if you feel like it's too much, it's too small, you can increase it. But yeah, now the final is just a little blurb. We're just going to select this, going to bring this down here, go back to my notes. Let's stay in touch, and this would be media links, social media links and handles. I'm just going to copy all of this, and I'm going to paste it here. Finally, copy a footer section from any of your web pages. Ctrl Shift R to replace, and we are done. Now let's check the colors to make sure everything is on the up and up. Looks good. Change the color to brown. Change the color to our text color. Let's select, I'm going to select both of these, and of course I've already checked this earlier. There's white, there isn't supposed to be white. See, just check sometimes. Well, I would have checked because I normally still check the entire frame. Select this, looks good. Select this as well. make this a brown color, make this our text color, make it our text color once more, select the footer, and of course I always check the frame to make sure that everything looks fine. And we have our two primary colors, that's the background color and our text color. Finally, let's work on the spacing. So I'm just going to Control A and then hold Shift, and we're going to deselect only the header. Now we have everything including the footer section selected, and I'm going to make the spacing 140. No, that's not 100. Sorry, I'm going to make it 100 because we don't have a lot of items and it's mostly text, so we don't need too much space. If you want more space, you can have more space. Depends on what you want. So I'm going to reduce this less and the last one, and let's go to our prototype and let's look at our final web page, and we are done with our contact us web page, and with that we are done with the entire desktop wireframe. The next part of this project is going to be, oh, very big oversight. If you caught this while I was doing this, kudos to you. I did not change the wallpaper. This image. So I'm just going to quickly do that. 691 by 200. I'm going to change this. First of all, I want to change the orientation. I want to change the orientation. Let me rotate this first, and I have these cups like this. So I'm going to change the width first before I start. So the width is going to be 691, and I'm going to change the height to 260. Yeah, height is going to be 260. So I'm going to crop it, and it's going to be 260. Don't worry, we're going to resize it. Going to make everything fit. 260. Now I'm going to hold shift and push as much of the image into this. I'm going to move some of these right parts outward like this, still holding shift, because remember some of the gradient is going to cover this side. So I'm just going to have this, and I'm going to cut the image, and I'm going to place it here. And this time we are actually done with our contact page. If you actually cut that, good for you. I just didn't see it, but I always do a once over. So let's zoom out and let's look at our web pages. So we have our home, we have our menu, we have the about us, we have our locations, and we have our contact page. The next thing we're going to do is resize this entire thing or we're going to create our desktop with web pages, and we're going to create our mobile web pages. So to begin creating our tablets, let's save some text styles. So we're going to change the size of the text of our hero section, the heading, the tablet's heading, the subheading, the customer testimonial names, and the hero subheading, as well as that tablet menu board style announcement we had in the menu page. So these are the settings. We are using DM serif display, weight is regular, size is 52, line height is 58. Also, the heading is going to be the same font. 48 is the size, and the line height is 54. Weight is still regular. Same DM serif display. Weight is regular. Size is 44. The height is 50. Yeah, we're going to change the client testimonial name. We're going to change the size to still the same DM serif display. We're going to make the size 18. Line height is going to be 24. The hero section subheading, we're going to make this 20 is going to be Lato 20, and the line height is going to be 28. And finally, we have the menu board style announcements, and the font is caveat, the weight is bold, the size is 24, and the line height is 30. Now if we're going to use some premium features in Figma, we would have used variables and would have saved all these things so that every time we just drag and drop something or we resize our frame, everything will change accordingly. But we are not using those features. I want everybody to be able to follow along. So if you're using the free version, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way, and you'll be able to follow along with the tutorial. So first of all, I'm going to save all the styles because I want us to just flow. Let's just do everything quickly as possible without having to reference anything. If I encounter a font I didn't save, then I'll save it as I go. But for now, this is what we're going to save. So I'm just going to save this. This time I'm going to specify as tablet. So this is going to be tablet coffee shop. I'm going to save this as hero, and I'm going to save that. I'm going to save this one next because it's going to arrange it according to how we saved it. So I want to just keep my focus on this particular. So I want them to be close together so I'll be able to reference them easier. I'm going to save this one next. Let's save this as tablets. Oops, typo. Coffee shop. I'll just put hero subheading. Next, we have our heading. Once again, I'm going to specify tablets coffee shop heading. Next is going to be our tablets coffee shop subheading. Next is going to be our client testimonial, the customers testimony names in the testimonial section. So I'll just write tablets coffee shop. Let's just make it name because we're only using, I believe, yeah, we're only using this name. I'm going to make it simple. Finally, we're going to make this tablet coffee shop. I'm just going to make this, let me just make this board so I'll keep it as short as possible. If you're wondering why, like I said, I tend to just leave the desktop textiles as they are, and I won't specify that it's desktop. The reason why I do that is that some projects don't require, I'm not going to create the tablet or mobile versions. I'll definitely create a desktop version, but I may or may not create a tablet or mobile version. So that's why I tend to take that convention of just naming the desktop textiles or colors or whatever as they are. Then when I'm working with tablets and mobile, I'll specify because some projects don't require, I won't create a tablet or mobile version. Enough talking, more working. So let's create our first frame. So I'm going to click F to open our frames. I'm going to open tablet and I'm going to select iPad Pro 12.9 inches. You can use whatever you want. I'm just using this one because I think this one is expanded. I'm going to use this one. That's what I want to use. So I'm going to use this. So let's bring this down and I'm going to rename this tablets homepage like so. And let's add some layout guides. So I'm going to open the layout guide. I'm going to select columns. Let's make the columns 12. The Margin is going to be 64 and the gutter is going to be 14. I'm going to close that. And we have our tablet homepage, and now we can start resizing. We can now begin creating our tablet homepage. So I'm going to move this out of the way for now. Next, I'm going to create a copy of this homepage because we're working on this homepage first, and I'm just going to move this here like so. I'm going to select this tablet homepage and I'm going to change the fill color to our background color, and now we can start resizing. So what I'm going to do first, our hero section is currently a group. I'm going to just ungroup that using Control and Backspace. And first I'm going to move the image. I'm going to create a copy rather, and I'm just going to resize the image till we have this, and I'm just going to get a bit closer to make sure that it fits properly, and I'll just keep my eyes on the width so that it's the same with our tablet homepage, and I'm sure that it's the same. I'm just going to move this upward like this. Now before we continue, I just want to launch the prototype so we can see everything happening in real time. So I'm going to go to prototype. I'm going to show prototype settings, and currently it's set for select. Just scroll to wherever you find the iPad Pro 12.9 inches and select that. I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to launch the prototype, and currently our prototype is open and it's not showing anything. This is why I wanted to launch it earlier so that it can load as we move. And yeah, this is it, and I can see some lines, but if you go to our actual prototype, there is nothing. And for this project I'm not going to change it, but typically when I see those lines I tend to move the design till I can't see anything. But for now we're just going to leave it as it is and we're just going to work on it. Let me go back to design, and like you can see everything looks good here, but in the prototype it tends to show those lines. So if it bothers you, you can remove it. You can just move this one pixel to the top or to the side and to go away. So next I'm going to select this. Once again I'm going to duplicate it and I'm going to resize it so that it can fit our entire the width of our tablet. Now we're going to change some details of this um, header because you can see it's not aligned with our columns. Oops, something is wrong with my columns. I'm going to change it. My margins disappeared. I'm going to change that to 64 and our gutter is 14. So I'm going to select this, and for the padding we're going to make it 64 to match the width of our margins. Next, we're going to modify this gradient so that it fits similarly to what we have in the desktop, where this gradient is sticking out but not to the end, and that's what I'm going to do. So let's go to the fill, and it's currently set to linear, and I'm going to change the stops. For the first stop we're going to change it to 3%. The second one we're going to change to 6%. The third is going to be 94%, and the fifth stop is going to be 97%. And you just take a moment to look at it. The first one is 3% and it's the opacity set to 0. Second is 6%, opacity set to 100. The third is 94% and the opacity set to 100%, and the position for the fourth gradient is 97% and the opacity is 0%. And there we have this, and we have this gradient sticking out, and we are almost done with our header. Now it's a bit wide for what I wanted, so let's make it a bit smaller. So let's go to the height and I'm going to make it 55. Then I'm going to double click because we also have um, an auto layout here, and I'm going to make that gap 10. And yeah, we are done with our header. So let me just open my prototype, and we are done with our header, and that's what we have here. Next, let's work on this particular text. I'm going to ungroup it once more, First, I'm going to move the rectangle. So I'm going to just bring this here and I'm going to change the size of our rectangle. First, the width is going to be 746 because I want it to be on the edge of this column like so. Let me see. Okay, it's supposed to be like this. That's what I, so it's 748. The next is going to be the height, and the height is going to be 280, like this. And let me just take a moment to look at this. Currently, the distance of our header from the top is 42. I want it to be 35. So we're just going to move this entire thing till we have 35, and it's 35 from the top. And the distance between this and this, I'm going to make it, this two, I'm going to make it 85, like so. And yeah, we have this. Next, I'm going to move this entire thing, and once again I'm creating a copy, and I'm going to bring this here. I'm going to select this, and now we're going to change it to our tablets coffee shop. The first one was the hero section, and I'm going to reduce that. I'm going to select this one. I'm going to select the one I saved after it, which was the coffee shop tablet coffee shop hero subheading, and I'm going to reduce as I'm going to leave the buttons the same, and I'm not going to change anything. For the now the frame is a little bit too large, so we're just going to change the width to hug content, and I'm just going to expand it till we have everything the way we want it. Finally, I'm just going to move this till it's centered. Once again, like I said before, if you want to use an auto layout for this entire process, it's fine. But when I start working with gradients and all this, I just get a tad bit confused. So I typically use rectangles, and I just do it in pieces basically. So I'm going to select this two, and I'm going to group it, and I'm going to select this entire section, and I'm going to group it, and we have our hero section for the tablet, and let's see what it looks like. And that's what it looks like. If it looks a bit too thin for you, you can change it. If it feels like everything is a bit too tight, you can make the text smaller or larger or whatever you want. You can modify it to whatever you want, but this is what I'm going for. Honestly, it looks kind of small, but I just wanted to keep it as simple as possible. Yeah, but with that, we are done with our hero section for the tablet homepage. Next, we're going to work on the about us section. So once again, I'm going to ungroup it first. Let's start with this image. I'm going to use Alt, and I'm going to move it here. And just like we have here, we have it occupying 7 columns, and then it's just at the edge of this gutter here, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So what I'm trying to do is keep things as proportional as possible. It's not always going to work. It's not even a hard rule, but it's just what I tend to do when I'm doing this to make things easier, and it's going to make it easier for you to follow along. So we have 7 columns, and it's at the edge of this gutter here, and the width is going to be 532. The height is going to be 308. I'm going to select this rectangle next, and I'm going to create a copy of it, and once again I'm just going to reduce it till I have 7, and it's overlapping this, and it's overlapping at the cutter there, and I'm going to reduce it. Once again, it will have the same dimensions, 532 for the width. The height is 308. The same is going to be for the rectangle. The width is going to be 532, and the height is going to be 308. What I'm going to do is, once again, I'm just going to create a copy of this, and things are going to get a bit tight. No worries. And I'm going to change the size of this to new tablet. This will be the tablet heading. And yeah, it looks good. I'm not going to change anything. So I'm just going to select everything, and just to make sure, I'll use Alt V to align them vertically so they are all on the same line, and I'm going to group them. And let's look at it in our prototype. And we have our about us section, and with that, the about us section is done. Next, we're going to move on to, of course, the menu highlights section. So I'm just going to zoom out a bit, and let's just scroll down here, and we can do this. Let's start here. So let me click on the menu highlights, and let's change the heading to our tab, new um, heading for our tablet, and I'm going to click that. Next, I'm going to select this, and I'm going to change the gap to 14. And you'll notice that the gap for both the sides and this other one too has changed as well. No worries, I'm going to select this as well, and I'm going to make it 14. I'm modifying it to match the settings of our tablet. So we're just going to select this, and I'm going to create a copy and place it here. Make sure that it's aligned, and I'm just going to resize this like this. Let me get closer, and that's it. We are done with the menu highlight section. Let's move on to the, or should we look at it in the prototype view? And yeah, that's our menu highlights. It's done. Let's move on to the morning pairings, and this time let me demonstrate either method. If you want to do this first, no worries. I'm going to select this. I'm going to change this to, once again, our tablets heading, and I'm going to change the gap to 14, and I'm going to select this whole thing, and I'm going to resize it, and always check this one like that, and we are done with morning pairings. Every other thing stays the same. I made this project in a way that you won't have to change much. You won't have to change a lot of details, so that we can keep things um, very simple. But it has a lot of images, I'm aware. So next is going to be seasonal specials. I'm going to select this once again. I'm currently selected on the frame. Let me change, and I'm going to change it to a coffee shop heading as well, and I'm going to select this, and I'm going to change the gap to 14. Zoom out, and once again I'm going to create a copy. Make sure it's, you can never get too close, and I'm going to check and run into our first issue. No worries, I'm going to select this, and I'm going to set it to fill container, and we're done with our seasonal specials and limited time offerings. Next, same with our gallery. Remember, this part is a group, this is an auto layout, but this is going to fit, this is not, but we're going to resize it. So once again, I'm just going to use Alt to create a copy. Get close. Let's select gallery, and I'm going to change gallery to our new font. That's the coffee shop, tablet coffee shop heading. And I'm going to select this particular group that contains our entire images while hold shift down and just resize it like this. And we'll have this. If you want to figure out how to put this entire thing into a frame, you can try. I I didn't do that, so I'm just going to select these two items, and I'm going to, we've maintained the spacing of 20 throughout the project, even now in the tablet section, and that's what we're going to do. And with that, our gallery section is done. Let's look at it in the prototype. We have morning pairings and combo deals. We have our seasonal specials, and we have our gallery. If you have a tablet with you, which is what I tend to do, if you have a tablet, run Figma on your tablet, or if you're working on a mobile, as you're working on your PC, run Figma on the device you are designing for if you have it. So I have a tablet, and of course I have a phone, and I tend to run them simultaneously so I can see the changes to my design in real time, and it keeps things, you just makes your workflow very smooth. Next, we are going to move on to our location as. So this is the one that will probably give us a bit of hassle. Well, it's going to be a bit of a hassle, but no worries, we're going to take it one step at a time. So I'm just going to we're going to do this one by one. So I'm just going to first of all ungroup it, and I'm going to move this first like this, and I'm going to, of course, change this to our new heading for this particular section. Next, I'm going to move this. Let's ungroup it first. I don't want to move the entire thing because it's going to stick out, and unlike an auto layout, it's not going to resize properly, and I don't want to do that. So first, I'm going to select this first group. I'm going to bring it here, and I'm going to select the image. You can ungroup it if you want, but I'm just going to select the image, and I'm going to make the width 224, and the height is automatically going to change to 448. I'm going to select this too and move this in so that it's centered on the image. I'm going to reduce the width of this rectangle so that it is 224. I'm going to reduce the height to 180 since the image is much smaller now. Want to, you know, I'm going to, so our current, it's 20, we're going to reduce it to 10. So the distance between this entire card and the bottom of our image and rectangle is currently 10. And let's see what it looks like in the prototype, and it still looks good. Once again, I don't know if you can see this. If you go back to our actual design, you can't see anything, but if you come here you can see it. Maybe it's my I don't know if it's my PC that is doing it or it's a general issue, but once again, whenever it doesn't even resize, but whenever I see this, I tend to, let me demonstrate what I'm talking about. I'm just going to select the rectangle. I'm just going to move it around, and now you see that this entire thing is gone. I don't want to confuse anyone because we want to work with precise measurements, but whenever I look at the prototype, when I see these things, I tend to move my design around to make all of that disappear. But we're going to leave it as it is. If you want to, you can do that, but I cannot stress this enough. I want to keep things simple. You know what, I don't like how the cafe is still kind of, let's, you know what, let's, so I'm just going to undo what I just did, and this time let's make our entire card, it's going to be 0 this time. And let me see, and this feels much better because you can see Main Street Cafe. It's not blending into the image, and we are done with this first location. Now we'll do what we just did for the other locations. As you can see, it's not that difficult. You just need to work with each one at a time. Again, I'm going to select the image. I'm going to change the width to 224. I'm going to reduce the width of this so that it's 224 as well. Move this so that it's centered and at the edge, and I'm going to reduce the height to 180. And we're done with the second one, and I'm just going to put it here, bring the third one in like this. Our third location, once again, select the image, make the width 224, and I'm going to move everything, reduce the width so that it's 224 as well, and I'm going to reduce the height of this image, this rectangle, till it's 180, and I'm going to center it as well as make sure it's touching the bottom of our rectangle. Let me just select every one of them just to be on the safe side. Then just align bottom, also align center like this. And let's work on our final one. I'm going to bring this one in as well. Select the image, 224, oops, 224 for the width. Going to reduce this to 224, and the height I'm going to reduce it to 180. I'm going to select all items, align center, and then align to the top as well. Now I'm going to select all of these. I'm going to use Alt V to align them vertically, and I'm going to reduce the spacing to 0. Let me make sure to see that we still have a bit of spacing, but it is what it is. You can increase it to 22.45, 224.5, and since it's 2, it's going to fill, but doesn't matter. I'm going to leave it like that, and I'm going to group this part. And finally, I'm going to bring this in and put it here like so. Select all of these, make their spacing 20, group it, and we are done with our location and hours highlights tab. Once again, you can change it to however you can modify it. You can make the text smaller, you can make the image, I don't know, maybe if you want it two images, maybe you want this first two to be on the top, this other two to be at the bottom, you can do that. But just remember that this entire tablet is not proportional to an actual tablet. I am looking at the tablets as I walk, and I can guarantee you, I don't think a 12.9 inch tablet is this size. So everything is kind of small, but it looks it in the actual tablet view, it actually looks very legible. So I'm going to leave it at that, and we are done with our location and hours section. Next, we're going to work on the client testimonial section. So I'm going to ungroup this, and I'm going to select this heading, and I'm going to create a copy, and I'm going to bring it over here. Let me just get a bit closer, and I'm going to change it to our coffee shop, the tablet heading. Next, I'm going to select one of these testimonials, and I'm going to bring it here. And what we're trying to do now is change it right to fit in within 4 columns. So first, what I'm going to do is, well, let's go from left to right, top to bottom. Let's select this image first. I'm going to lock the aspect ratio. If you try to resize it even while holding shift, it's not going to work properly. So we need to lock the aspect ratio so that we can modify the shape as we feel, as we please. I'm going to change the width and height to 70, and I'm going to select these stars, use enter to select every one of them, and I'm going to change their width and height to 18. Next, for Tasha's name, the name, we're going to change it to the textile we saved earlier, to that new textile for tablet. And for this entire frame that contains these stars and the name, I'm going to change the width to hog content. For this text, I'm going to change, it's currently set to fill container. and that's what I'm going to leave it as. But we're going to change the size of the text. So we're going to reuse text. The issue with reusing text styles is that if I want to modify just the descriptions but not other parts of our project that is using that same typography, it may affect it. But I'm trying to, we already have a lot and I don't want to add more. I'll add when I feel like it, and I won't when I feel like it's not necessary. For this it's a very small section, so I don't feel it's necessary to create a, I know that I created a new style for the name, but I'm just like, oh, we already did one. Let's leave the rest. So I'm going to select this, and for this particular frame, I'm going to make it all content, and let me just resize this so that I'll have her, the text is all going to be on 4 lines like this. The width is, it really doesn't matter, you just need to eyeball it and just look at the text. And now I'm going to select the entire union, this text bubble, and I'm going to reduce it while holding shift. I'm holding shift so it's going to reduce proportionally. Next, double click on the union but select only the rectangle. Select the content, and I'm going to use Alt V and Alt H to align them horizontally and vertically. And I'm just going to click, and we are done with this one. For the other two, we can either modify the the actual testimonials, or we can just create a duplicate of, we can create duplicates of this one and then fill in the content. I'm going to do the latter. So I'm going to select this particular testimonial and I'm going to duplicate it. Then I'm going to select these two and I'm going to create some copies. And first, let's start with the image. I'm going to lock the aspect ratio, make the width and height 70 by 70, and I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift R to paste and replace the content, the image. And next, I'm going to copy his name, and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift V so that I can paste to match the destination cell. If we just use normal Ctrl V, it's going to paste Eric in the same size as the original size, but if you use Ctrl Shift V, it's going to paste it to match the current style that is in the destination you're about to paste. So I'm going to also do the same for the text, as we're still going to use Ctrl Shift V so that the text will match the same size and features as our text. I'm just going to reduce the size of this text so that we won't just have that single word just there. I'm not going to change the vertical alignment. I'll just leave it as it is so that we can have some uniformity in our work. But if you want to, extend it, it's fine. I'm going to go to Camille. I'm going to select the image, lock the aspect ratio, make it 70 by 70. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift R to paste and then replace. I'm going to copy the name as well, and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift V to paste it to match the style of the destination we're pasting it to. And I'm going to select this as well, and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift V as well. And this time it's on 3 lines. I'm just going to leave it as it is. It's not always going to be perfect, because in the real world some texts are longer, some are shorter, and you know what, let's just make it, since we already have that here, we can do the same here. But in practice sometimes it's not always the case. I'm just going to select this two and I'm going to delete it. So let me make sure that all of these are aligned. I'm going to use Alt V so that they are all on the same line, and I'm just going to bring this down, and I'm going to make sure that it's 20. The spacing between this heading and these text bubbles are all 20. If you want to use an auto layout, you can use an auto layout. Just make this tree an auto layout, then select this and the new auto layout to create your auto layout. But I'm just going to select all of it and group it. Let's look at our prototype to see how it looks like and hasn't updated yet. Let's give it a moment. And yeah, we have our client customer testimonial, our customer love. But with that, we are done with this section. Next section is going to be this newsletter and loyalty program. So once again, I'm going to create a copy and I'm just going to bring this here. Let me get closer so I can align it properly. We're only going to change one thing, or a few rather. I'm going to select this and I'm going to change it to a tablet coffee shop heading, like so. And this, for this particular frame, I'm just going to reduce it so that it will fit into the width of or to a point we are comfortable in this frame. So I'm just going to reduce it, like, let me leave it here. I'm not sure the width is 843 if that's what if you want to use exactly the same one. And I'm going to select this and I'm going to make this all content like this one as well. Let me set it to all content, and then finally this one too is going to be all content as well. And that's it. We're done with the newsletter and loyalty program. I'm not going to change the dimensions of this one. My rule of thumb is if it fits now, then I won't change anything. So let's look at it in the prototype and let's scroll down. No, this is, yeah. Let's scroll down to, and we can see our newsletter and loyalty program. We can also see our customer testimonial section, and it looks good. So yeah, we're done with that. Next is the footer section, and that will be the final section. And still going to follow the same principle we've been using. So first, I'm going to ungroup this, and first start with this rectangle. Once again, you can use a frame if you want, an auto layout if you want to, but I'm just going to use this method. Yeah, that looks good. So I'm just making sure that it's exactly the same width as our frame, and I'm going to select this and I'm going to ungroup this one first. I'm going to select this first group and I'm going to bring it into our frame here, and I'm going to make sure that this edge is aligned, and I'm just going to hold this handle while holding shift and reduce it. Don't worry too much about the space. I'm just going to select this particular text and I'm going to make it 3 lines like this. So I'm just going to make it 3 lines, and then I'm going to make this whole content, and I'm also going to select this and I'm also going to make it whole content. What I'm going to do is select this last item and move it. Click outside, select the entire group. I'm going to use enter and I'm going to select the entire every content in the group. Then I'm going to go to alignment and I'm going to distribute horizontal spacing, and we're done with this. Next is the line. I'm going to bring in our line and I'm going to resize this so it fits the entire width of our columns like so. And finally, I'm going to bring this one in as well, and I'm going to just center it. So what I'm going to do is use the same spacing we used in this one. The original spacing was 50 for from this to this, and the bottom one was 30. So I'm still going to use the same spacing. I'm going to use 50 here, and I'm going to use 30 here. Once again, you can use an auto layout to do all this. It makes things easier, but when it comes to the footer section, I don't even bother. I just, group. I'm going to Alt V so that it's aligned vertically. And I'm going to Control G to group, and we have our footer section, and yeah, that's done like so. Next, I'm going to zoom out and let's figure out the spacing for everything. So I'm going to click the hero section, and then I'm going to Control A to select everything, and I'm going to go to spacing, and the spacing is going to be 100. Let's open our tablet view, and you can see that I'm quite pleased with this spacing. If you don't like it, you can always increase it. So I'm just going to go back to this, and I'm going to select this frame, and I'm going to reduce it. So if it's like so, and I'm just going to remove this last one. Let's just take a moment to look at it once more, and we are done with our tablet homepage web, our homepage, um, our tablet, sorry, our tablet homepage. Next, we're going to move on to creating the menu page. So first, I'm going to select this home page, and I'm going to delete it. We don't need it anymore. And I'm going to insert a new frame. So I'm just going to insert the same iPad Pro frame we've been using. Then I'll select this tablet home page, and I'll use Ctrl Alt C to copy the properties, and I'll paste the same properties here, or you could just right click, go to copy slash paste as, and then you can copy properties, then paste properties. What I'm going to do next is select this header section. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it here. Let me rename this to tablets about. No, it's sorry, tablet menu. And we're going to change a few details. First of all, let's change the padding for the left and right to 0, and then we're going to resize this to fit into our frame like this. Next, we're going to remove the fill. We don't need any fill anymore, and that's done. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to zoom out, and just like we did with the other one, I'm going to move this to the side a bit, and I'm going to create a copy of our menu like this, and I'm going to bring it very close to our tablet so that we can work with it like this. What we're going to do next is first of all, I'm going to ungroup this, and we'll start with this image first. So what I'm going to do with this image is select this, and I'm going to bring this here, and I just want it to occupy 8 columns. So I'm going to reduce this till it's just on 8 of the columns on the right. Next, what I'm going to do is select this rectangle, and I'm going to bring it here. I'm just going to reduce the width like so, and let's check the height of this current image. So the image is currently 224. I'm going to select this rectangle and reduce it, and this particular rectangle I want it to be on 6 columns like this, and the width is going to be 441. What I'm going to do next is select this, and I'm going to just create another copy, and I'm going to bring it here, and I'm going to select this menu, and I'm going to change it to tablet coffee shop heading. I'm going to select the text, and I'm going to change it to the tablet coffee shop sub hero subheading like this. I'm just going to reduce the size of this slightly so that it just fits like that. As for the width is 365. I'm going to select everything and I'm going to use Alt V and I'm going to align all of them vertically, and then I'm going to group it. And with that we have our, let's call it hero section for this top part. I'm going to select the header, select this, and I'm going to reduce this, the spacing between them to 15. Let me zoom out, and then I'm going to extend, I'm going to make this frame much longer so we have ample space to work with. So select coffee, drag it to our menu page. I'm going to make sure it's at the edge, and I'm going to select this, and I'm going to change this to our coffee shop subheading, and select this first frame, change the gap to 14, select the second frame, change the gap to 14 as well. I'm going to click outside and reduce this like so. Let me make sure. Yeah, and with that we are done with the coffee section. Let's look at our web page, and I'm just going to navigate to it, and we have our coffee section in our tablet. Let's go back to the coffee shop, our workspace. Let's go move on to tea. I'm going to use Alt to create a copy, move it here, select T, the text, this heading. I'm going to change it to subheading text. Select this frame, reduce the gap to 14, and this bottom one, I'm going to also reduce the gap to 14. Click outside of it, and I'm going to reduce this. Let me make sure, and yeah, we are done with the tea section. Next, let's move on to pastries. Same thing, drag and drop, make sure it's at the edge, select the heading, change it to our tablet subheading, select this first frame, reduce the gap to 14, and this one reduce it to 14, and I'm going to resize this so I can fit within our layout like this. And next I'm going to move to cold drinks. I'm going to drag and drop here, just zoom in to make sure, click to change our typography, select this, and I'm going to change it to our tablet subheading. Select this one, go to the alignment, change the gap to 14, do the same with the next one, and reduce the gap to 14. I'm going to click outside of it, select this, and reduce this, and get closer so we can see. And yeah, cold drinks is done. We're going to move on to seasonal specials. Create a copy. Let's zoom in to make sure. Select this, change this to tablet subheading, select this one, reduce the gap to 14, and for this one we're going to reduce the gap to 14 as well. And then we're going to reduce this like this, and yeah, that's good. Let me make this longer, and we are in the final section, and I'm going to copy cafe pairings and meal combos, and I'm going to zoom in, change the heading to our tablet subheading, select this first frame, reduce the gap to 14, and for the second frame reduce the gap to 14 as well. And I'm just going to reduce it, resize it so it fits, and we are done with these sections. Let's see how it looks like in the prototype, and this is what it looks like. We're going to fix the spacing for the sections, but for now we still have our little bulletin board and our footer section. So let's move on to that. I'm going to select this and place it here. Now we're going to resize this so that it will fit. Maybe we're just going to make it slightly smaller. So I'm going to just ungroup this to make it easier for me to work with. Select the brown rectangle first, change the width to 620 and the height to 300. Next, I'm going to select this second rectangle and I'm going to change the width to 550 and the width to 230. Next, I'm going to select these icons and I'm going to reduce their size to 90 by 90. And finally, this one, we're going to change it to our tablet coffee shop announcement. And I'm going to resize so it looks just like the one in our web page, our desktop web pages. So I'm going to select the text and these two rectangles, Alt V and Alt H to align them horizontally and vertically. Select the icon and just make sure it's placed on the bottom left corner, and this one, the coffee bean, is on the top right corner. I'm going to select all of it and I'm going to group it, and I'm going to just center this to make sure. Finally, of course, we need our footer section, and I'm just going to use Alt and I'm going to place this here, and I'm just going to make sure it's on the edge like so. Finally, let's fix the spacing between sections. So select this and the menu. I'm going to use Control A. You can select everything at once, but I'm just going to zoom in. Oops. I'm going to select everything. Select this first, and I'm going to make the spacing 80, like so. And with that, I've fixed the spacing to what I want, and I'm going to reduce this. Let me get closer to make sure, like that. I'm going to zoom out. Let's take a look at it once more in the prototype view. And yeah, we are done with our tablet menu page. The next page is going to be the about page. So I'm just going to click on this menu and I'm going to delete. Please make sure it's a duplicate you deleted. So I'm going to create another frame. Once again, I'm going to use the same iPad frame. I'm going to use Ctrl Alt C to copy properties and Ctrl Alt V to paste the properties. And let me extend this a bit. This time I'm going to select this section and this top, and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. And now we are done with this. I'm going to move this to this side. I'm going to go to my about the desktop about page and I'm going to create a copy once more and I'm going to bring it here. I'm going to rename this to tablets about. So I'm going to ungroup this so it will be easier to work with. First of all, let me resize this image. So the image here is showing 595. I guess some supposed to be 593. I'm going to change the dimensions of our image to 593 by 244. So I'm going to just change it to 593 like that, and we've resized it. I'm going to select the image, cut it or copy it. Sometimes I cut, sometimes I copy. Anyone works. I'm going to copy the about and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift V so that it will paste to match the formatting here. I'm going to also copy this entire text and I'm going to Control Shift V to paste it. And I'm just going to select this, make this wider so that this will fit. Select the text, the image, and the rectangle, Alt V, and then Control G to group. I'm going to just select this to make sure that it's 15, and that's good. And we're done with this top section. Now let's move on to the content. This is going to be a very short one. I'm just going to maybe make this longer. Select this our journey, create a copy, or just move the entire thing and bring it here and center it. Select this and change this to tablet subheading like this. And the spacing is good. I'll just extend it so it will be on the edge of this. So it's just at the edge of the gutters, the left and right final left and right gutters. Next, I'm going to, if you want to know the width, 772. Founders notes, same thing. I'm going to move this. I won't even change any details like so, with the exception of the size of the I'm going to select founders notes. I'm going to change the heading to subheading, or supposed to be aligned to the center like this. And I'm going to select this text and make sure that I want it to be on this edge, just like we have in the our journey text. And I'm just going to, I'm done with that as well. I'm going to move on to the next one, which is our values. I'm going to select that as well. Oops. I'm going to Alt and create a copy. This time I'm going to select this. I'm going to reduce the gap to 14 and let me change the resizing to whole content, and I'm going to change the width of these individual frames to, let's make it 248. I want it to have the same spacing, like the and complete width will be similar to the other component, other sections, 248. And of course I'm going to change the heading and I'm going to reduce this to 44. I'm going to center that and we have this the same or relatively the same width with this, and we are almost there. Let me extend this once more. I'm going to select this atmosphere gallery, move it here, bring it like this, select this heading, and I'm going to reduce it. I'm going to change it to our tablet subheading and select this group, hold shifts and reduce the size, and I'm going to select these two and I'm going to make the spacing 20. Finally, of course, we need our footer section, so I'm just going to select from any one of these, use Alt, and I'm going to drag a copy here, and I'm just going to make sure it's aligned like so. Finally, select this hero section as it is, or I believe it is. Let's select all of this and I'm going to make the spacing 100. As usual, I right click so that I can select the frame from wherever, and I'm going to reduce this, and let's take a moment to look at it in the prototype view. Okay, we've not updated it, and yeah, we are in the about us section, and the about us section is done, and we can move on to the next page. So first of all, I'm going to select this duplicate of our about web page and I'm going to delete it. I'm going to add another frame. So once again, I'm going to add an iPad Pro 12.9-inch frame. Once again, I'm going to select the tablet about page, and I'm going to Control Alt C. Make sure you're selected on the frame, and I'm going to use Control Alt V to paste the properties, and I'm going to rename this tablet locations, like so. Next, I'm going to select this header and this other part. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to paste it here. Now that we're done with this tablet, I'm going to just move it to the side. I'm going to create a duplicate of our locations desktop web page, and I'm going to bring it here. I'm going to select this and just increase the height. So I'm going to copy locations, the text, and I'm going to use Control Shift V to paste and match the formatting. I'm going to copy this as well, and I'm going to use Control Shift V to paste this too. So we are done with that part, and I'm not going to change anything except the alignment. So let's work on this image. So the dimension, I'm going to use the width is 593. Select this, and I'm going to change this to 593. I'm going to copy it and select this image, and I'm going to Control Shift R to paste and then replace. I'm going to deselect this entire group, use enter, and you'll see seem like I have a group inside a group. I'm going to ungroup one of the groups. I'm going to use enter alt V to align everything vertically, and I'm just going to make sure that the spacing is 15. Now let's move on to creating the content for our locations page. So just like we did in the menu page and some parts of the home page, I'm just going to move this here and select this subheading and change it to the tablet subheading. I'm going to reduce the size so that it fits within our layout like this. And just to make sure, make sure your image and all other details like this text is set to fill container. I'm going to select this, create a copy like this. Once again, change the heading to subheading to tablet subheading. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to reduce this. And of course, check just to make sure. Next location, city market pop-up. I'm going to create another copy, paste it here, and I'm going to change this to tablet subheading. I'm going to once again reduce this. And finally, let's do Riverside Espresso Bar, and I'm going to make sure, let me select this text, and I'm going to change it to subheading, tablet subheading, and I'm going to reduce this. And I don't like this single word there. I'm just going to select this text and reduce it so we have more words on that line. And I'm just going to extend the length of our web page. I'm going to copy any one of the footers from other tablet web pages, and I'm going to bring in a copy. I'm just going to make sure it's aligned properly. And once again, what I'm going to do is Control A to select everything, but I'm going to deselect the header, and I'm going to reduce the spacing to 100, and I'm going to reduce the length of this particular web page, and that's it. We are done with the locations page, or the tablet locations page. Let's see how it looks like in the prototype view. Let's give it a moment to load. And yeah, this is it. We are done with the tablet locations page, and we can move on to the final page. So as usual, I'm going to delete this desktop locations page. We no longer need it. I'm going to zoom out and then create a new frame. So I'm going to insert the same frame we've been using. Once again, select the frame, Ctrl Alt C to copy properties, and I'm going to use Ctrl Alt V to paste the properties. I'm going to rename this tablet contact. I'm going to copy this header as well as this section. I'm going to copy that, select this frame, and I'm going to paste it. Let me zoom out, and I'm going to move this to the side like so. Let's bring in our contact page here like this. So we can start with anything. Let me just ungroup this. I'm going to start with the image, supposed to be 593, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy it, or you could cut, and I'm going to Ctrl Shift R to replace. I'm going to select this text, and I'm going to use Ctrl Shift V. I'm also going to copy this and use Ctrl Shift V to paste that. We'll paste it and match the same format, so we don't have to align it to the center. We don't have to align it vertically because it was the same, basically it was the same size with the location. So I'm just going to zoom out, and we're going to extend this. So first things first, bring in this. Let's zoom in to make sure it's at the edge. Select this and change the subheading to our tablet subheading. Next, this second section, bring the customer support hours. I'm going to change it to our tablet subheading. Next, we're going to do something a bit different for this particular form. That's why I didn't use a frame. I wanted to have the same style with, or similar style to this, but this time the image will be on the left. I'm just going to leave the size of this image like this. Select this form and just bring it like this. Let me use my right square bracket to bring it to the front, and that's it. I'm going to, of course, I forgot. Let me change this heading to our subheading. I'm going to select direct contacts and bring it in, and select this, change it to our tablet subheading. Community and partners, bring that in as well. Make sure it's aligned properly, and I'm going to make it our tablet subheading. This really doesn't matter. I'm just going to create a copy, and I'm just going to make sure it's aligned to the center. And I'm going to change the size of this subheading to our tablet subheading. Gift cards and loyalty supports, copy that in, and I'm going to select this and change it to our subheading text. FAQ section, this is going to be a long one, so let me just, I'm going to select this, Alt, create a copy. I'm going to zoom in to make sure. Let's select the heading and reduce the size, change it to our tablet subheading, and I'm going to reduce the size of this so it fits. Next, let's stay in touch, bring that in, and I'm just going to copy this, select that, sorry, and I'm going to change this to our tablet heading, subheading text. Final detail is going to be the footer. Of course, I'm going to bring that in from any of our other tablet web pages. Let me just move this in and make sure it's aligned properly. Going to zoom out. Once again, select this, Control A, and then deselect the header, and let's change the spacing to 100. And it seems this time, okay, everything almost fits. I'm just going to select this and I'm going to reduce it like this. Let me zoom out. Let's look at it in the prototype view, and we have our tablet contact page. And with that, we are done with the prototype for our tablet section. Let me just delete this. So now we can move on to create our mobile web pages. So before we begin our mobile layout, first we're going to look at the text we're going to use. First, the fonts and the typography we're going to use. So the font is going to be DM serif display, weight is going to be regular, size is going to be 34, and the height is going to be 40. The font for our heading is going to be DM serif display, weight is regular, size is 40, the line height is 46, and the mobile subheading DM serif display, weight regular, size 36, line height is going to be 42. And let's just go ahead and save all of these styles. So I'm just going to click on that, and I'm going to make this mobile coffee shop hero. This is for the hero section. This is going to be the heading, and finally we're going to save the style for our subheading. Like that. So now that we're done saving that, let's create our overlay. I'm going to create a new frame here, and I'm just going to insert a new frame like so, and I'm going to change the width to 350 and the height to 500. I'm going to rename this to overlay. We're going to change the fill to our text color, and we're going to import some icons. So I'm just going to run iconify. So the last item I search for, let me insert a phone. So you just need to search for phone. That's the query I used. Next, I'm going to search for home. I'm going to select this icon here. I'm going to search for menu. Like, I'm just going to scroll down and I'm going to select this one. I'm going to search for information, and I'm going to use this icon, and finally I'm going to search for location, and I'm going to use this icon. Now I'm going to select all of these icons and I'm going to change their size to 24 by 24, and I'm also going to change their color to a background color. Next, I'm going to insert a text. So I'm just going to type home and I'm going to change this to a body text. This, oh no, that's the wrong one. Shop or coffee shop body text. I'm going to select this to, I'm going to change the width of this text, the width of the text to 90. Next, I'm going to select that and this icon and I'm going to make it an auto layout. What I'm going to do next is change the gap to 10, make the padding for the left and the right 25, and the padding for the top and the bottom 5. Corner radius is going to be 5, and we're going to add a stroke, and I'm going to make the stroke our background color. I'm going to unlink it and I'm going to make the opacity 20%. Once again, you can save this current style, and yeah, this is our link navigation buttons for the mobile version. So I'm just going to move this up here and I'm going to duplicate it multiple times so that we can use it for the other icon. So I'm going to cut this, select this icon, Control Shift R to replace it. Select this icon as well. I'm going to cut it and I'm going to use Control Shift R to place it, to replace it. Cut this icon as well, Control Shift R, and finally this one I'm going to use Control Shift R to paste and then replace. Now let's change the content of all of these. So this will be menu, this is going to be about, this is going to be locations, and finally this is going to be contact. Let's select everything. Let's select all of them, make it an auto layout, and I'm going to make the gap 40. Select this lay, I'm going to select this current frame and I'm going to Alt V and Alt H. So I'm aligning it vertically and horizontally. And that's it. We are done with the overlay. So before we move on to creating our mobile layout, let me change the color. I'm going to select this overlay and I'm going to change whatever is white to our background color. Next, I'm going to insert a frame, and this time I'm going to use we're going to use another preset. We're going to use the iPhone 16 Pro Max frame. I'm just going to bring it down here. So let's change the background color, the fill color, to our background color. We're going to add a layout guide and we're going to make it columns. Number of columns is going to be 4. The margin is going to be 24. The gutter is going to be 14. And I'm going to close this. Let's rename this to mobile home. Just like the way we did with our tablets, we're going to use a copy of one of our web pages. So I'm going to create a copy. I'm going to hold Alt and I'm going to drag a copy of the tablet home page, and we're going to start creating our mobile web page. So first, what we're going to do is select this hero section and we're going to ungroup it. Select the image and use Alt, or you can even take the entire thing and let's place it over our mobile frame. I'm going to press enter to crop it, and I'm going to reduce the width till it's 440 to match the width of our frame, and I'm going to increase the height to 720, like so. Next, I'm going to increase the size of this image so it fits. I'm going to also extend it at this top, and I'm going to move it to this side. Enter, and we're done with that. So let's run our prototype so we can start seeing the changes in real time. I'm going to select this and I'm going to change it to the device we're currently using, which is iPhone 16 Pro Max, and I'm going to start that, and yeah, that's what we have. You can make it longer if you want it to cover the entire page of the entire screen, then you can do that, but I'm going to leave it like this. Next, I'm going to zoom out. Let me go back to the design tab. I'm going to extend this. Next, let's work on this header section. So what we need this time is an icon rather. I'm going to run iconify and just search menu, and I'm going to select this second one, and I'm just going to bring it into our frame, and I'm going to close this. I'm going to change the color to our text color. I'm going to change the width and height to 45 by 45. Select that icon, cut it, and select this frame, Control Shift R, and we're going to replace that entire those entire links with this single hamburger menu. And I'm just going to reduce this to, the width is going to be 440. Next, I'm just going to hold Alt and drag, and I'm just going to place it here like this. Now we're going to change the padding for the left and the right to 24. We're also going to change the padding for the top and the bottom to 5, like so. And then what I'm going to do is change the gradient. So select this, and let's open the selection, the fill, that's this linear. So for the stops, we're going to change this 3% to 0, and this 6% to 5. Next, we're going to make 94 95, and we're going to make the final one 100. And this is going to be our gradient 0 5 95 100, and of course opacity is 0 at 0%, 100 at 5%, 100% opacity at 95% position, and 0% opacity at 100 position. And these are the settings, and I'm just going to close it. Finally, let's check the position of this header from the top, and it's supposed to be 55. So I'm just going to move this down till it's at 55, like so. So let's take a look at it, and yeah, that's our header done for the mobile. So let's reformat this one as well to fit our new frame. I'm going to select this and select this rectangle, and I'm going to move this here. Let me get really close to make sure. I'm going to reduce the length of this particular rectangle to 300, or the width to 360, and the height is going to be, we're going to leave it at 280. Next, let me select this, and we're going to change this to mobile coffee shop hero. Then for this subheading, this time we're just going to use our body text. Once again, if you want to create a new text out for it, that's fine. And finally, the gap between items, I'm going to make this 10. Let's reduce it to something like this, and I'm going to either create a copy or move the entire thing, and I'm going to make this smaller. Let's make this even smaller so it all fits within the rectangle. And you know what, let's just tidy it up like this. I'm going to select the rectangle, and this I'm going to use Alt V to align them vertically, and they're already aligned. If you want to see what I did, this is the this is what I use Alt V to align vertically, and this every other thing is going to stay the same. I'm not going to change anything, and I'm going to group this first and select the header as well as this particular section. I want to make the spacing 145. Let me click out of this, and I'm going to go to this, and yeah, we are done with our hero section. If you want to change it, of course, I'll keep encouraging you that you can change it as you go, or you can change it after we're done. Well, we are done with the hero section. For the about section, we're going to do this. We're going to ungroup this. Let's start with this image. We're going to use Alt, and I'm going to drag this here. Or you can take the original copy. I like to keep it here so I can reference it as I walk. So I'm going to reduce it till it's at the edge of both columns, and it fits within our layout. And I'm just going to bring this like this. I'm not going to change any other details. We can leave it like this. Next is a rectangle. I'm just going to use Alt, drag the rectangle over, and I'm going to bring it like this. And this time we're going to do something different. Let's change the direction of our gradient. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to rotate the gradient till it's at the top. And I'm going to increase the height of this rectangle to 370. The width is the same with this, so it just matches the edge of this one. I'm going to select both of them, and I'm going to make the spacing minus 80 like that. And I'm going to bring in our text like this. Let me zoom in, put it at this edge, select the text, change it to our heading, and let's change the gap to 15. I'm going to click, and I'm going to resize this frame so it fits in our design. And I'm just going to make sure that this is actually on the rectangle, but it's just at the edge, just like we did on this one where it was at the edge. This one is going to be just at the bottom of our rectangle like this. And I'm going to select all of them, and I'm going to group it. Let's take a look at it in our, and yeah, this is our about us section, and we are done with that. Next will be the menu highlights section, and this is going to be pretty straightforward. So I'm just going to bring this in like we did, place it here, select this heading, and we're going to change it to our mobile heading text, and just going to select this, and I'm going to resize this like so. One more detail we're going to change is the gap between this first frame and this second frame is 20, but the gap for this wrap section is currently 14. So we're going to change that. So here underneath this gap here, I'm going to the vertical gaps between rows, I'm going to click on that 14, and I'm going to make it 20 so that it matches and the entire row will be equal. Let me increase the length of the height of my frame, And I'm going to do the same with this. Let's make the gap 20, and that's it. We're done with this one. Let's move on to the morning pairings and combo deals. I'm going to bring this one in as well. Click on this heading. I'm going to select it and I'm going to make this our mobile heading text. Let me reduce this here. I'm going to set this to fill container. Fill container again. Let me make sure. Yeah. And once again, I'm going to select this frame and I'm going to set the gap to 20 here, like that. Next is our seasonal specials and limited time offerings, and I'm going to drag it here like this. Click on this, change the heading to our mobile heading. Once again, let's reduce the size of this. Just going to get closer to make sure. And finally, we're going to change the gap for vertical items, and I'm going to make it 20. Let's take a look at it in our prototype view. And yeah, we have our menu highlights, we have our meal pairings, and we have our seasonal specials and limited time offerings. And we're done with that particular section. The next section is going to be um, the gallery. So before I do that, I want to extend this even a bit more. So let's start with the gallery. First, let me ungroup that. I'm going to start with this text first. Let me get a bit closer. You know what? Let me move the frame. I'm going to select this text area and I'm going to create a copy and just bring it in. I'm going to select that and I'm going to change it to a coffee shop heading text, and then I'm going to reduce this. Yeah. And what I'm going to do with the gallery, we're not going to change anything. If you want to, change the orientation to make everything fit and give everything more space, no problem. But I'm going to leave it in this same proportion. So I'm just going to use Alt, drag it, and I'm going to reduce it so that we have this here and we have this as well. We're going to maintain the same spacing. I'm going to select these two. Let's leave it at 20. I'm going to group it. Let's look at it in our prototype, and this is what it looks like. So if you want to resize the images, maybe bring this to this area, or just create a new layout so that the images can be much bigger. You can do that, but I'm just going to leave it like that. Next, let's work on locations and hours. So similarly to what we just did, I'm going to ungroup it, select this, and of course, first things first, let's reduce the let's change the heading to this, and I'm going to select this and I'm going to reduce this so it fits within our layout on both sides. And let's work on these two individually. So this time we're going to have two on top and then two at the bottom. So I just want to come here. So I'm just going to grab this first two and I'm going to place them here. Select the image. You can ungroup it if you want to and make the width 196. and the height is going to change proportionally to that. And I'm going to just move this till it's at the edge here. I'm going to select the rectangle and make the width 196 as well. Going to select the rectangle, bring it in. Let me move this too. Going to, and then I'm going to move this so that it's touching the bottom once again. And that's it with this one on the left. Let's do the same for the one on the right. Make the width 196 and let me align it properly with this one. I'm going to check this other side. Select this rectangle and make it 196 as well. Just going to move it up and I'm going to move this till it's at the top and also at the center. Let's look at it allocation. So this is what we have. Once again, the more I think about it, this line really doesn't matter. Maybe it's just when you are seeing it on the prototype, but it doesn't affect our design. Our design is good, so we're just going to, and as you can see, we can't see anything, so just leave it as it is. Next, let's do the same for this other two. I'm going to create a copy, and these are still in groups for me. If you're on groups, them, you can group them back. I'm going to select the image, make it 196, select this rectangle, make it 196 as well. The height stays the same. I'm going to move this so it fits on the image like this. Let me move this as well, and I'm just going to reduce it like this. Center, let me select all of them and just align them to bottom like this. I'm going to bring this here like this. Let's work on this one finally. Select the image, change the width to 196. Select the rectangle, change the width to 196 and resize this so that it will fit inside this image and then move it around till it's centered. I'm going to select all three and align to top. And for me, once again, it's still a group and I'm just going to move it like that. Let's look at it once more. Yeah, this is the new location highlights grid. And I'm going to finally bring in a button. I'm just going to place that here. Select this for group them. Select these three and make the spacing 20. And then I'm just going to group it again. Let's take one more look and we are done with our locations and ours section. Next, we're going to move on to the customer love. So, a customer testimonial, client, no, not client, customer. So I'm going to do something I do when I'm, feeling lazy. I'm not going to change. I'm going to, first of all, change this and can make this an auto layout or a group, but this is what I do sometimes. And I tend to do this with um, something like testimonials. I really don't bother about this sometimes, especially in the mobile or when I'm working with a lot of text. I tend to ignore the guidelines, but this is what I do. Sometimes if you want to extend it to the edge, you can do that, but I'm going to leave it centered. We're also going to do the same with when in the about page when we're working with our values. When you have all those cards, I tend to leave them as they are, and I'll just this time put them in the center. Let me make this total is the length. I'm going to select everything and I'm going to Alt H. I'm going to align them horizontally and I'm going to make the spacing 20 and I'm going to group it, and I'm also going to make sure it's to the center of our frame. Now let's look at this, and yeah, we're done with the customer love section. If you want it to be aligned to the left just like we have it here, you can do the same, but this is what I sometimes do just to give it a bit of variety, or maybe I'm just feeling lazy. Next, let's work on our newsletter and loyalty program section. So I'm first of all going to select this, change the text to our mobile heading text. Next, I'm going to select this. Let's make it fill container. Select this, make it fill container as well. I'm also going to select this top one, make it fill container. And before we move on, let me select this. I'll change the gap and make it slightly smaller, make it 3. Select this button and make the length 110, like that. Let me select this and let me select this frame and make it whole content. So I'm just going to select this entire thing for now and just move it here. And what I'm going to do next is reduce the size of this. Let me select this, make it fill container, select this as well, fill container. For this, I'm just going to select this one. Currently we're selecting the entire frame, but I'm going to click on this again. So I'm selecting only this part that says email address, and I'm going to reduce it like this. Let me get closer till I have this. And let's take a look at it in our mobile view, our prototype rather. And taking a bit of time to load. Yeah, we're done with the newsletter and loyalty program section. Our final section is going to be the footer. So once again, I'm just going to group it, and this time we're going to lay it out in rows of twos, so that every content will fit, or twos when they're more than that. So I'm going to select the rectangle, create a copy, move it here, reduce it. Let's make sure it's at both edge and the width is 440. The height I'm going to make 685. Next, I'm going to, once again, you can use another layout for this, but I tend to not bother with footer section. Move this first to here, move this second to here. This final section is going to be on a row by itself. Let's bring in our line, and I'm just going to reduce the length of our line so that it's aligned with the layout. And finally, I'm going to bring in this text. I'm going to resize it here also. So let's figure out the spacing. So these two, what I'm going for is this will be aligned to the edge of this particular column here on this margin, and this will be aligned here like that. Select this to group it. I'm going to do the same for this as well. It should be aligned to the edge here, and this will be aligned here as well. Let me just make sure they are aligned to the top, and I'm going to group it. Next, let me, since this one is on its own, it's going to be, let's make it 2 lines so it will occupy more space and it won't look as empty, and it'll just be there. I'm going to select these groups, the line and this text, and I'm going to make the spacing 40. Group them. Select the rectangle. I'm going to use Alt H and Alt V to make sure that they align vertically and horizontally, and I'm going to group it finally. So let's look at it in our prototype, and this is our footer section. So let's go ahead and now work on the spacing of our layout. I'm going to make the spacing between all sections 70. So I'm going to Control A to select everything. Oops, wrong. I haven't grouped my hero section yet, so I'm just going to group that. So select the hero section, and then I'm going to Control A to select all the items in our page, our web page, and I'm going to make it 70. And let's take a look, and you can see that everything is kind of close together. Again, if you don't like it, increase or decrease as you feel like it, but I'm just going to leave it as it is. I'm going to reduce the length of this. Let me get even closer to make sure. And even though this white line is very small, I'm still going to just take away one extra pixel like that. And with that, we are done with the, let me delete this. For that, now we are done with our first mobile um, web page. And just like the way we did with the others, you'll know that from this point on, most of the design or the work is in the home page. Other pages will be much easier. To begin creating our menu page, we're going to insert a frame, and I'm going to use the iPhone 16 Pro Max frame, and select this frame, Control Alt C to copy properties, and I'm going to use Control Alt V. You can also right click and then copy properties and paste properties. I'm going to rename this mobile menu. Next, select this header. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it here. Let's change the padding, the left and right padding to 0, and we're going to resize this so it fits within our layout like that. And we're going to remove the fill. So let me move this slightly to the left, and I'm going to move this to the right so we can create space for the page we're about to copy. I'm going to select the tablet and I'm going to bring it down here like this, and I'm going to extend this from like that. Let's leave it like that. So of course we're going to start with this. I'm going to ungroup it, start with this image, and I'm going to bring it here. I'm going to change the height to 145. Let me move it here. And the width, we're going to make 240. So I'm going to crop that and make it 240. Now I'm just going to resize this and bring it in like this. Let me close this dialog. Next is going to be this rectangle. Let me bring this inside this. Reduce the width to 240 as well, and reduce the height to 145. Going to click on that. Finally, we're going to bring in this menu. going to change this text to our coffee shop heading text, and we're going to change this to the body text. I'm going to reduce the size of this so it fits within this, like so. Let me just move this up a bit. Select everything. Let me make this smaller so it's at least smaller than the rectangle. I'm going to select everything. I'm going to use Alt V to align them vertically, or just use this button, and I'm going to group. For the spacing, I'm going to leave it at 10. It's going to be fine. Let's look at it in view. I don't know if it's updated yet. Yeah, it's updated. It has updated. And once again, you can see those lines. If you can't, no worries. Just the design is fine. I'm saying that this seasonal is kind of it's not as legible as I would like it to be. So we're going to just reduce the size of the text. So yeah, this looks much better. So now we can see our menu, and we're done with our header section for this menu. We can go ahead and move on to moving our menu items into our frame. Let's start with this heading first. Even before we begin, let's change the heading to our mobile subheading this time. Let's make it subheading. We're not changing any other thing, I believe. So no, let's change the vertical spacing for items in this too. Going to make this 20. The gap for the items when they will wrap around, when the frame will wrap around itself. And I'm just going to bring this here, make sure it's at the edge, and just like we did before, I'm going to resize this. And now when we select this frame, you can see that the spacing here is 20, and the spacing between these two frames is also going to be 20 as well. And we're done with coffee. Let's see it in the view. Some images are not loading, that's fine. Yeah, we're done with this particular menu. So now we're going to do the same for the rest. I'm just going to select this while it's here, change it to our mobile subheading. Once again, not this one. Change the vertical gap between rows. I'm going to select this and make it 20. Same with this one. I'm going to make it 20. And once again, create a copy and bring it in. Make sure it's aligned to the left of our layouts, and I'm going to resize this and make sure that it fits properly. Let me move this menu down because I want to work on pastries now, and I'm going to extend the length of my frame. Let's work on pastries next. Change the heading to our subheading text. Change the gap for the vertical, what is it? Just change this to 20. I'm going to vertical gap between items. I'm going to change this to 20. Once again, copy this, make sure it's aligned properly, and then I'm going to resize it. That. And we're done with that. Let's move on to cold drinks. I'm going to select this, change it to mobile subheading, change the vertical gap to 20. Change the vertical gap of this one to 20 as well. I'm going to select this, create a copy, align it properly, and then resize it. What's the next item? I need to move this down so I can see the next. So we just finished cold drinks. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Well, we're done with cold drinks. Let's move on to seasonal specials. Again, select the heading, change it to our subheading, make this space 20, make this space 20 as well, and select it and create a copy. Let's bring it in, align it properly, and then resize. And finally, we have our that was way too much. Going to do the same with this. I'm going to change the vertical gap to 20, change the vertical gap for this one as well to 20. And I'm going to bring this in, align it properly, and then resize it. Let me zoom in to make sure, like so. And we are done with the menu items. Let's look at it in our prototype. We have our coffee, tea, pastries, cold drinks, seasonal specials, and our meal combos. And we're done with the menu items proper. Let's move on to the next item, which is this announcement here. And I'm just going to no, let's do it piecemeal. I'm going to select these two rectangles first, and I'm going to bring them in. Let me make sure it's aligned. First, let's select the brown rectangle and just make sure that it's aligned to our layout, and the width is 200 and 392. Let's reduce the height to 290. Next, for this other rectangle, we're going to change the width to 340, and the height is going to be I'm going to leave the height as it is. Let me center it like that. Next, let's grab our icons. I'm just going to bring in our icons here. I'm going to select both of them, make them 75. Let me just align it to the top right corner and align this to the bottom left corner. And finally, we're going to select our text and bring it. We're not going to change the size of our text. We're going to leave it as it is. And we're just going to resize it so that it fits within our design. So I'll just size it like this. Once again, let's center it to this. So let's select the text, the two rectangles. I'm going to use Alt V to align them vertically. Select everything and group it. Finally, what You know what? Let's make this smaller. That options that is just by itself. It's not really. Yeah. Let's leave it like that. What I'm going to do next is copy the footer section from this, and I'm going to come here and hopefully close enough. I'm going to paste it here. So what we're going to do next is space our items properly. Let me just delete the tablet. We no longer need that. I'm going to select the menu, Control A to select everything, and I'm going to deselect the header, and we're going to maintain the same spacing we did with the home page and leave it at 70. And I'm just going to scroll down so I can see the bottom of our frame, and I'm going to reduce the size. Let me make sure. Like that. So this, I just noticed an error, and I want this to be centered. I'm going to change the spacing to center. I'll check it. Sorry about that. I'm going to fix it in the other layouts. That's the one for the desktop and the web, desktop and tablet. I'm going to change it. So change the alignment of the text to center. All right, let's check menu in the prototype view. And so we have our menu. Once again, we're going to create an app version of this particular project. That project, we're going to have nutritional information, ingredients, and all those other good stuff. But yeah, we are done with the menu for our mobile layouts. So let's move on to creating the about page. So I'm going to create a frame first, and I'm going to insert an iPhone 16 Pro Max frame, and this time let me use the right click. I'm going to right click and copy properties, select this, and I'm going to paste properties, and we have the same fill and layout options. I'm going to select this header and as well as this other components. I'm going to paste it here. Let's rename this to mobile about, and I'm going to move this entire page to this side since we don't need it anymore, and move it here. Next, I'm going to copy the tablet about page and bring it here. First of all, let me change this text to about. I'm going to copy the text here and Control Shift V. So we're using the same format here. I'm going to reduce this. Finally, let me ungroup this, and I'm going to resize this image so we can reuse this particular image. So I'm going to select this image, and I'm going to change the height to 145 to match this. So it's 145 by 240. So I'm going to change the height to 145 first, and I'm going to crop it to make it 240. I'm just going to bring in more of the image like this, and I'm going to cut the image or copy it if you want. I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to select every element in this, and I'm going to use Alt V, or I'll align it vertically. Check the spacing between these two items to make sure it's still 10, and let's look at it. The image haven't doesn't updated yet. No worries, we'll come back and check it later. I'm going to zoom out, and now we'll start adding in the content. So let me start with this heading first. I'm going to change it to our subheading, and then Select this, bring it in, and resize this so it will fit within the layout of our frame. And next, let me increase the height of this. Going to, once again, let me select this, change it to our subheading, or align it horizontally. Select this image and I'm going to change the, let's make the width to 140, and I'm going to center it. Don't worry, we'll figure that out later. Let me just reduce this first, and I'm just going to bring in the group. I'm going to align this text first. Let me make sure that this text is aligned because that's the main part. I'm going to select that. Use enter to select everything. Make sure the spacing is 20, and then I'm going to use Alt H and align it horizontally. And once again, I'm just going to check to make sure that it's centered. Yes. I'm just going to see it in our view and it's not working. Let me restart it. It's still not working. I don't know why my prototype isn't working. Let me close it and start from the beginning. Next, let's move on to our values. I'm going to once again select this, change it to our subheading, and this I'm going to change the flow to vertical. For this one, I'm going to change the gap to 25. And this was what I was referring to earlier. Let's reduce this gap to 40. This I'm just going to center in our frame. I'm going to Alt H to align it vertically. You see me do this, I always like it to return back to its original after I've aligned it. So if I modify the frame, it won't affect its position. And yeah, our about page is loading, and this is progress so far, and it looks good to me. So everything in this page is essentially centered with the exception of this part and the gallery. I'm going to select this heading and change it to our subheading. Going to use Alt, bring in a copy, or you could just cut it. Just going to align that there. Let me select this. Let me do the images first. Hold shift down, and we're just going to resize this. Next, I'm going to reduce the length of this, and I'm going to make the spacing 20, like that. Finally, let's go and grab a copy of the footer section. I've just copied that, and I'm going to paste here. Center it. Go back to the beginning. I'm going to Control A to copy everything, deselect the header, and I'm going to change the spacing to 70, and then right click so that I can select it from anywhere, and I'm going to zoom in so that I can resize our frame like that. Let's zoom out and look at it in our prototype, and yeah, we are done with the about page. I'm just going to delete this, and we're going to move on to creating the locations page. So first, frame, we're going to insert the iPhone 16 Pro Max frame. I'm going to use Ctrl Alt C to copy properties and Ctrl Alt V to paste the same properties. Double click this and then rename it mobile locations, or you could just say locations. It's obvious that it's mobile. like so. Copy the header and this other, let's call it the hero section, and I'm just going to paste it here. And we don't need this anymore. Let's move that over there, and now let's bring in a copy of our locations page down here, and I'm going to select the location text, or you could copy it if you want to, and I'm just going to, you could just type it out if you wanted to, Control Shift V, so that will match the formatting here. And this, we're going to have to make some changes because it's going to get a bit tight. Now I'm going to increase this so we have 4 lines. It's currently set to fill. Let me increase this. And the image, as usual, 145 by 240. I'm going to ungroup this. Let me change the height first to no, it's not 140, it's 145. Yeah, yes, 145. And I'm going to crop this to make it 240. And I'm going to resize this. Now I'm going to cut this image, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace it. Let's move this in like so. Things are getting a bit tight, but it is what it is. No worries. I'm going to, this part we're going to wiggle our way out of it because it's not fitting in, and it's just part and parcel of designing. Some things won't just fit sometimes, so it almost fits. I'm just going to leave it like that, but like I said, it's just part and parcel of designing. It may look good in tablets or in desktop, but when you come to the mobile, it's not as good. But it is what it is. That's the design I went for. So when you want to design, pick a design that will respond well to other formats, but I tend to ignore it. I'll just figure it out as I go. So if I present this and it's not good enough, I'm going to change it. Maybe if you don't like how tight or how close or how smooshed everything you can choose to do something like this instead, where you have the image on top and the text here. But that's the wonderful thing about working on a project. You show it to someone, they'll be like, I think something else would be better, but I wanted to go for uniformity, and I love this particular layout, and I'm just going to keep it. So enough talking or working. Let's select this, and I'm going to change it to a subheading, and I'm going to copy it here like this. Zoom out, and I'm going to resize this like that, and that looks good. Let's see it in the image isn't loading yet. It will eventually load, but yeah, that's it. I'm going to zoom out, select the next one, and I'm going to move this here, change the text to mobile subheading text. Let's zoom out, and we're going to resize this entire frame like that. Let's move on to the city market pop-up. I'm going to bring that in, make sure it's aligned to the left, click on this, and I'm going to make it smaller, and I'm going to reduce the size. And finally, we're going to work on the last location, and it will be Riverside Express espresso bar. Going to align it here, click on this, and I'm going to change that to our subheading, and I'm going to resize this and this. I resized earlier, so I'm going to change the width to fill container. And once again, let's grab a copy of our footer section. I'm just going to bring it here. We're going to resize, going to tidy up the spacing, and we're still going to use 70. Going to select this and just reduce this till that's it. So let's take a look at it in our prototype tab. And the images are not loading, it's just my internet, it happens sometimes. But yeah, we're done with the locations page. So we are going to move on to our final page, which is going to be the contact page. So I'm going to select this tablet and delete it. Once again, please make sure you're not deleting the original. It has happened to me and wasn't pleasant. So I'm going to insert another frame, and I'm going to insert our iPhone 16 Pro Max frame. Let's bring it down. I'm going to select this frame, and I'm going to Ctrl Alt C to copy its properties, Ctrl Alt V to paste its properties. I'm going to rename this as mobile locations. No, mobile contacts. Let's copy this too, and I'm going to paste that here. Let's move this to the left and to this side of our page, and I'm going to grab the contacts page again and bring this down. Let me start with the image this time. I'm going to I'm going to select the image, change the height to 145. We're going to change the width to 240. So let's reduce this till it's 240. I'll just bring more of this image in. So having the coffee cups at one side is not a problem because part of the side will be gone. I'm just going to save that. I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to paste and replace it here. Next is going to be contact us. Control Shift and V. I'm going to copy this text, and I'm going to Control Shift and V and paste it. So I'm going to move things around a bit so everything will fit. Let me increase the width of this. Next, I'm going to let me increase the width of this rectangle so that we have more, and I'll make it, let's make it an even. I was trying to go for, I don't like saying those 374, I like 375 or 275, so let's go with 275. And I'm just going to move this till we have this. Once again, I'm just going to select it and Alt V to make sure that they're all aligned, and we're done with that. Let's move on to adding in our content. So let me just select this and increase the height of this frame. Let's start with the first content. Bring it in, and I'm going to paste that. Select this heading and change it to our mobile subheading. I'm going to click on that, select this, and I'm going to reduce the size. We're done with this first section. I'm going to select this one, bring it in, and I'm going to bring this in as well. Now I'm going to change the subheading to our mobile subheading, and let's reduce the length so that it fits inside our frame layout. Finally, we're going to resize this particular component, this section here, this send us a message. Let's start with this image. I'm going to change the width to 380, and I'm going to bring that in. Let's bring that like this. Now let's select this form, and we're going to change its features. First of all, let's change the, it's going to get smooshed. Let's start with the, as if I start changing the size, everything is going to start, reacting. So let's change the heading here to our subheading text, and I'm going to click on this. Let's make this smaller, and we'll use our description text. So I'll use coffee shop description size, the one that is size 14, and I'm just going to change it for all of them. Uh, we're going to leave the send message because that's already 14, and of course this thing reacts because it's not an auto layout, so I'm just going to move it. Yeah, I'm just going to kind of, let's just leave it like it is. I wanted it to be, lower, just like the lines. So select this frame, make the left and right padding 20, and the top and bottom padding 20. Now let's change the dimensions of this entire layout to match that of this image, which is, it's saying 269, but I'm going to make it 350, but the width is going to be the same. So the width will be 380, and the height is going to be 350. And the only issue is this rectangle because it's not an auto layout like the rest. I'm going to leave the gap between them the same. Just grab a copy and paste that here. Let's zoom in to make sure, and we're just going to have them overlap similarly to what we had here. So I'm just going to select both of them, and I'm going to group it, and we're done with this section. Let's look at it in prototype. And so this is our contact page, and we're done with our send us a message form. Let's move on to the next section, which is the direct contact. I'm going to bring it in like so. Change the heading to our mobile subheading text, and I'm going to use this. Just make sure looks good. I'm going to move on to the next one, which is the community and partnerships, and let's zoom in. Let's reduce this to our subheading page like that. Let's look at our prototype once more, and yeah, that's our community and partnerships, and we'll work on this one. So we're going to, first of all, let's ungroup this. Let's bring the image in first. I'm just going to use Alt. This time I'm not going to change anything about the image because this one is already quite narrow, and I'll just leave it as it is. Select this frame. First of all, let's select this, change it to subheading, and let's set it to fill container. If yours already set to fill container, then no worries. I'm going to set this one to fill container. Select this entire thing, and we're going to change it to the width of this image, which is 370. We'll leave the height the same. We're not going to change any other thing, and I'm just going to move it in like so. And once again, it's going to overlap the image. If you want to bring it up more, I wanted to leave some of the image at least. And yeah, that looks good. If you want to, I'm just going to leave everything as it is. So let's look at it. And this is the find your location, so it's almost taking, let me see, the length of the screen, and that's okay. I'm going to group that. Next, gift cards and loyalty support. Bring that in, copy or cut. Select this heading, change it to our subheading typography, and resize this to fit. Finally, our FAQs, and we are going to need a lot more space for this. Let's just, can always make it smaller. Use Alt, bring in your FAQs, and select the heading and change it to our mobile subheading. Let's zoom out, and I'm going to use this. So this one, let's change it to fill container, and we have our FAQs. Let's look at it in. So yeah, we have our FAQs, our frequently asked questions, and finally the last segment is going to be let's stay in touch, and we are going to change the heading to our subheading typography, and we're going to resize this like this. And our final detail is going to be, of course, a footer section, and I'm going to come here, paste here, I'm going to center it. Of course, select this one or any other one, Control A, then deselect only the header, make the spacing 70. Then let's go down and let's reduce the length of this frame. Okay. So let's just look at it once more, and yeah, we are done with our mobile contact page. And with that, we have come to the end of the design aspect, and we're going to move on to prototyping, where the magic happens. So before we begin creating our prototypes, I want to make some changes. First of all, let me select the tablet and mobile, and I'm just going to align them. There's no real reason, I just like having things organized. You can put them side by side, but I like going for this top to bottom approach. What we're going to do is come to our pages, right click and duplicate the page 3 times, and so we're going to have 4 copies of the duplicate. The web pages, as I've said before, I like having things organized, and I like separating things into pages so that I know where everything is and I don't want to have too much clutter. If you're using the free version and you have limited space, you can do everything in the same page. You don't have to move to a different page, but it's just how I tend to do it. There's no real reason to it. So this I'm going to name desktop prototype. This is going to be the tablet prototype, and the final one is going to be our mobile prototype. What we're going to do is go back to the desktop version, select the tablet and mobile and delete it, and I'm also going to select the moodboard and I'm going to delete it. Now let's zoom in. We don't even need this style guide anymore, so well, I'm going to leave it here because I want to still paste in some colors that we're going to use for the hover state and press state of some buttons, and as well as the link. So I'm just going to leave it here. So with that, I have the desktop web pages that I'm going to use for my prototype. Let's go to tablets. Let's do the same. This time we're going to select the mood board and the desktop pages. We're going to delete it, and I'm going to select the mobile web pages. I'm going to delete it, and now we have only the tablet web pages in this page. Our final one is going to be the mobile, and I'm going to select all of these, and I'm going to delete it. Once again, if you're using the free version, do everything on the same page. And yeah, we're done with this. Let's go back to the desktop, and we can now start creating. So I want to introduce two new colors, and these are the colors I want to use. So sometimes we'll use this color as the hover state, sometimes this will be the hover state, then sometimes this will be press, but we're going to show it. I'm going to show you how to do that. So I'm just going to save this color, and this time I'm just going to name it coffee shop. Let's name it coffee shop 2. Name it whatever you want, and I'm going to make this coffee shop 3. And we are done with that. Now we can begin creating our prototype. So what we're going to do is create a frame. It's going to be a tad bit confusing because there's going to be a lot going on, but just stick with me. If you have another way of doing this, you can go ahead and do this, but this is how I like doing it, and I explain my rationale. Select a frame, and I'm just going to create a frame. I'm not really going to think much about the dimensions. I just need space to put some items. So I'm just going to name this, let's just name them links and buttons, like that. So I'm going to go through my page and select buttons or links that I want to add to our prototype. For example, this entire thing is going to be, they are going to be links. These are going to be links as well. So they're actually buttons, but when we click on them on our web page, they're going to go somewhere. This is going to go to the menu. This is going to go to the contact page. This is going to go to the about us page. This is going to go to the menu. These ones as well. This is going to go to locations. This one is going to be just a press button. So it's a button that you can interact with but won't really do anything. So that's when you have a press state. This one, since we already have a lot of I'll just make this one, we'll make this one a press state as well, just like this subscribe, we'll make it a press state. Let's zoom out and I'll show you another button. These ones, they will go to, we'll use get directions, we'll link this to the contact page. This is just going to be an interactive button you can press but won't do anything. And finally, this one will go to the locations page, and that is exactly what going to do. We're going to bring in all those buttons here, and then we're going to we're going to do all the prototyping here and then connect the web pages. So first things first, this time we're going to take things slower. This icon, if you've been on any website, typically when you click on the icon of the website, it will always take you to the home page. It's not always the case, but most of the time that's what I see. So we're going to select this. I'm holding Alt and I'm going to create a copy here. I'm going to select this and I'm going to select this entire frame. I'm using Alt and I'm going to bring a copy here. So all of this, I want to separate my links. Next, these two, one will go to the menu, one will go to contact page, and we'll just bring this here. Let's bring this to here. Let's go to the about us, and I'm going to select this, and this is going to go to the about us page. This button will go to the menu. So what we're going to do is we'll reuse this button, so we don't need to copy that. And these ones are all menus. This is for locations, so this is a new button. I'm going to copy this, bring it to this frame. I'm going to make it longer, and I'm going to paste here. Of course, it won't work. I'm going to bring this here. Next, let me zoom out. Let's go down again. This we're going to make a button. You can also add some interactive elements to this field if you want, but we are just going to focus on the buttons and links for now. This is going to be a button, but it's just going to be a press state where you'll be pressing. You can hover over it and press it, but it won't go anywhere or do anything. That will be this subscribe button. Let's go down to the footer section. Now I want to also add links to I'm not going to add a link to this particular logo, but I'm also going to add links to these quick links. But if you look at this, these are currently text. When we want to work on it, we're going to make them auto layouts first. For the features of this one and this other one, they are different, and the way they'll react, I want this one to be when we hover over them, they'll fill in, while this one will have when you hover over them, they'll be underlined. So their states are going to be different. So we're going to copy this one again. But before we do that, let's make this an auto layout. So I'm just going to make that an auto layout, and it's already set for to zero padding and zero padding, and that's what we're going to both for left and right, and I'm going to do that for all of them and make all of them auto layouts like so. If you want to go back to your web page and change it so as to match the design, that's fine, but I'm just going to focus on this. I'm going to copy this frame. I'm going to come to our links, and I'm going to let me insert the rectangle so that we can see it, since the color of this one is going to be um, darker color. So let me use the same color it has on the footer section. We may have to move it, but we'll work around it. So we'll use this as links, and for this particular section we are going to select this, and I'm going to select this button. This as well, we can press, we can hover over, but it won't do anything. When you press on it, press it, it will change, but goes nowhere. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to paste it in this rectangle so it has contrast. Once again, there's nothing to copy from these ones. This says get directions. Since we want to connect it to the contact page, we already have one that goes to the contact page, which is this other online button. So I'm not going to copy any of these, but what I will do is copy this one. Now you may be thinking to yourself, why don't we reuse the join for 10%? The features are different. So this one, you can modify this button because they are going to have similar press states. You can modify the button in the design, but once again, I like keeping everything separate so I can see what is going on. And finally, let's go to this. This is going to actually be a live link that is going to take us to the contact page, but this time as well, it's also the color is different and the hover state will be different from the other contact, the other locations button. So we're going to make it different. So with that, we have all the links we are going to use for our prototype, and we'll just go one by one and then modify them as we see fit. First, we're going to select these and we're going to group them, and I use Control and backspace to just ungroup them. You can right click and ungroup, and these are fine. I'm going to select this, ungroup it. This looks good. Nothing here. This I'm going to just, I want everything to be on one line, and I'm going to change the flow to this. Oops, it's not. I wanted it to change its direction. That's what I typically do. I'll just change the direction and then it will change the alignment, and then I'll just ungroup it. No worries, let's do it one by one. I'm just going to select all of these like this, and I'm going to just bring them like this. Let me click on this frame. Let me extend it again. Then I'm going to extend this brown rectangle. I'm going to select this one, bring it here, select this one, bring it here, select this one. I'm going to need a bit more space, and I'm going to bring this here. Next, let me start with these ones. I'm going to Alt V. No reason for to do that. I just like things neat. And I'm going to make the spacing 100. So we're still going to need more space. Let me select all of these items and I'm going to move it like this. I'm going to deselect the rectangle. I'm just going to align them using Alt V, and I'm just going to try and, doesn't matter. I just like things being neat. Let me select this rectangle and make it longer so we can create more space for it. I'm going to select all of it and make the spacing 100. And yeah, we are done for our links that we're going to use for our prototype state. And now we can now start renaming, and then we'll make all of these individual components that will do something or go somewhere. Let's start with this logo. There won't be a hover state attached to the logo. It's just once you click on it, it's going to go somewhere. So I'm just going to rename this logo, and I'm going to, I believe is what's the shortcut for creating a component? Control Alt key. So Control Alt key, and that's what we're going to do. This is going to be our logo, and we're going to create a component. We're going to go through. I know this, it's going to be a bit tedious, but it's part of the process. And once again, if you have another method of connecting web pages to each other, you can do this. So I'm just going to go ahead, and for this home, I'm going to rename it. Let's make it home button because we still have links. We're going to save, we are going to have two home, two menu, like so, so on and so forth. So I'm just going to, you know what, let's make it desktop, because the entire asset library will be searching the entire page. So once it's want to specify what is going where, because if you add a component from another page into, let me say I add something for desktop and I add it to tablet, it won't work. So we don't want that situation. So we need to know what we are looking at, because we're going to do this for both tablets and mobile. Next, let's move on to this. I'm going to make this desktop home button, and I'm not going to rename all of it. I'm going to stop recording so that I can go and rename it. But you name this home button and you just follow the same thing: desktop, um, desktop menu button, desktop about button, and this one you see this will be desktop menu button 2. When we're looking at it, we'll know what we're looking at, but just make it menu 2. This one is going to be contact. I'm not going to change the text in it. Number one, it makes things easier because I won't have to modify it. Two, I'm only going to use it in this project. I tend to create components and buttons depending on the project I'm working on, because I want it to, the hover state to be a certain color. I want it to behave differently depending on the project. So I'm not going to worry about the text remaining the same. So you don't need to worry about that. This is going to be desktop about us button 2. Once again, we'll be able to see them and distinguish which is which, and just rename all of these because we're going to need to find them in the asset library. This is going to be, let me rename this one to show you what's the convention we want to go for, and I'm going to select this, and this is going to be desktop home. This time let's name it link instead of button. You can still name it button, but makes it easier to search for. So the same thing with these ones, we're going to make a link. This, I didn't mention what you should name this. I'll just name it subscribe 1, and we'll make this subscribe 2 because they are both subscription buttons. This is going to be desktop send message button, and I believe this should be a third location button, so just name it 3, I believe. So what you're going to do is rename them and then Control Alt key, make all of them components, and I'm going to do that and then I'll come back. Okay, I have renamed and made all of these components. This is a component, and you can see in this entire frame, with the exception of this rectangle that is just a backdrop for these other items, everything here is a component. Now we're going to add variants, and then we're going to add states when necessary. Then we're going to connect them. First, we're not going to do any states for this one. If you want to add a hover state or a variant for it, you can do that, but this is just going to be the link. This, I'm going to add a variant, and I'm going to change the fill color to that new color. So let's add the fill color, and the fill color is going to be this um light brownish color. And I'm going to open this one as well. Let's add a variant, and we're going to make it, I believe it's coffee shop 3, that is the color. Let's add a fill, and I'm going to make it this brown color. You can change the color to whatever you want. I'm going to select that. Let's add a fill color as well, make it this brown. Locations, we want it to have a hover state. Going to, no, that was, I'm supposed to add a variant first. Sorry about that. Let's add a variant, and I'm going to add a fill to the variant, and I'm going to use this light brown color. Finally, in this contact, we're going to add a variant and add a fill as well as a fill color to this variant as well. The view menu is also going to have a hover state, so I'm going to add a variant, change the fill color of this fill to this lighter brown color. Other online is also going to have a hover state. Let's make it this light brown color. The about page is also going to have a fill, a hover state, so let's have this as the fill. See your locations, same thing, create a variant, change the fill to this light brown color. For this subscribe button, we're going to have hover and pressed. So what will happen is when you press that button, when you hover over it, there will be an effect. When you press it, there will be an effect, but nothing is going to happen. So it's going to have 3 states: the original state, the default state, and the 2 other states. So I'm going to add the first one. We're going to change the fill color to this brown first, and then we are going to add a variant again, and this one is going to be this lighter brown color. So this subscribe button has 3 states. For this home page, we're going to introduce a new one. This sometimes I believe Google, this is the effect of Google. When you are hovering over the links on, let me say you search something on Google and you're hovering over the links will be underlined to show you that they are actual links. So I think this is the one on Google, if I'm not mistaken. It's not, there's nothing special about it. So what I'm going to do is to Control U to underline. Oops, wrong. I didn't add a variant first. Sorry, it happens. I'm just going to click, select, make a variant, and Control U to add an underline. So when you hover over the link, the text will be underlined to show, yeah, this is an actual link. Click on it. We're going to do the same for menu. Let's add a variant. Double click, select the text, Control U to underline the text. Same for about, add a variant, click, create, select the text, Control U to underline. Select locations. Let's create a variant here. Double click on the text, Control U. Let's go to contact, create a variant, double click, select the text, Control U. And this as well, similar to this other subscribe button, is going to have three states. So I'm just going to, this one too is also going to have three states. So let's create a variant, change this fill to the lighter brown color, and let's select this link and change it to a different, oh, that's not right. I'm supposed to be, okay, the text. I'm going to go to the field. It's currently coffee shop text. I'm going to select that and I'm going to change our background color so we can have some contrast. I'm going to select this, create a variant, change this field to the really light almond color, that very light brownish color. Same with message, select this. Let's add a variant, add variant. Let's change the fill color to this lighter brown color. Select the text. Let's change the text to the background color. Select this button once more. Add a variant. We're going to change the fill color to this light brown color. And our final button is going to be locations page. And we're going to add a variant. And I am going to add, I'm going to change the fill color to this brown color. And let me change the text. No, I believe I went with, no, the brown, light brown color is the fill. I'm going to change this to this color like that. And let me just zoom out so that you can see what we're working with. So we have this, and these are going to be our links with the exception of this one. Every other button or component we are using has multiple states, either one or two states. Now we can begin connecting all of this to where they need to go or what they need to do. Okay, now that we have our states and we have um, selected what they need to do, or we've created their variants, now we can just start connecting them to something. So before we connect to the web pages, let's figure out the hover states for all our buttons and links. So first, let's select this, and I'm going to go to prototype and I'm going to connect home to home, and it's going to be while hovering, let it be changed to, it's going to be smart animate, curve is going to be ease in and out, and duration is going to be 300 milliseconds. That's fine. These settings are fine. It's going to be very smooth and it's going to be okay. So once again, just take a look at this um, um settings. Smart animate is the animation. It's going to be curve. It's going to be ease in and out. Duration is going to be 300 milliseconds. Same thing with this one. We're going to connect this menu to this menu, and it's going to be while hovering. And typically what will happen is it will still be it will have the same settings until you change it. That's why I want us to do all the buttons first and links. So same, I'm going to connect these two, and I'm going to while set it to while hovering. That's the trigger is going to be while hovering. Locations as well, let's connect this one to this one, change it to while hovering. Contacts, let's make it while hovering, and let's select view menu. We're going to change this to while hovering as well. Order online is going to be while hovering. Read story is also going to be the same. Let's change this. SEO locations, we're going to change this to while hovering. And for this one, the first one is going to be while hovering, and it's going to hover to this. But this next one is going to be, the settings are going to remain the same, but this would be while pressing. So while you're pressing on the button, it's going to be this color, but when you let go, it's going to change to back to this one if you're hovering over it, or this. Let's move on to this link. Let's connect it to this one, and it's going to be while hovering, it's going to change to this. Same with this. Let's connect this to while hovering. That's what we're going to have in the about link as well. Change to while hovering, leave every other thing the same. This connect locations to the second variant. Let's connect contact to the variant, and I'm going to set this to while hovering. This is going to be similar. We're going to do while hovering is going to change to the second variant, but this one is going to be while pressing, like so. Let's move on to this one. This one too is going to be while hovering first for the first one, then the second one is going to be while pressing. And I believe this is the final one. Connect these two and set it to while hovering. And now let's zoom out. And now we've connected all these states to each other. We can now start connecting them to the web pages. So let me zoom out. First, this icon will always go to the home page, and we're going to connect it. This time it's going to be leave it on tap, and the animate is going to be instant. So when you tap on the home page, it's going to, with the logo, it's always going to take you to the home page. Let's zoom in to the home, and of course home is going to take you to the home page, and we're just going to on tap is going to navigate to home page. We're not changing any settings. It's the settings the animation is instant, no changes there. And that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to move this a bit so that, and I'll constantly move that around so I can connect everything. Let's connect menu to menu. Settings remain the same. About the second variant, not the first one, the second one, connect it to the about. Let me make sure it's connected like that. Let me move this here. Connect locations to locations. And finally, for contact, make sure you're connecting the variants. Connect contact to the contact page. I'm going to, what's going to be next? This we're going to connect to menu. So like I said, you just have to move things around to not get confused. So I'm going to zoom in, select this. Let me select the variant, and I'm going to connect it to our menu page. And order online, I'm going to connect that to the contact page. The read our story, select the variant, connect it to about us. For see all locations, we're going to, you know what, I just noticed something. I used a different color for um, this one compared to these other ones. I don't know how I didn't notice that. Let me go back to design. Um, let me keep things uniform. I'm going to change this to the dark brown color. Sorry about that. I'm going to select see all locations, and oh, let me open my prototype, and I'm going to open locations. And this, we're not going to do anything with it. Now, once again, this home is going to connect to home. Move things around as you need to. I know that the more we add these lines, the more confusing it's going to get, but you just have to work around it. I'm going to select the variant, not the origin, not the default, connect it to home. All settings remain the same. Select this variant, menu variant, connect it to menu, um, about, connect it to about. Next one, is going to be locations. I'm going to select the variant, connect it to locations, contacts. We're going to, let me zoom out so I can see the contact page while I work. It's on contacts, and finally this other two don't need to, they don't need to connect to anything. The final one is going to be locations, and I'm going to connect this to locations like this. And this is what I'm going for. You can, if you're wondering, is the only components that can connect to something? No, you can connect plain text to and to do anything, or you can connect, and you can make an image go somewhere. But this is essentially what I'm going for. I didn't want to create those connections on the page itself. I want to have it separate from the entire thing. And once you zoom out like this, you can see all the nodes leading to somewhere, and you can see where they are going to. And this effect won't happen when you put this um, variant, or when you put these buttons on the page. You won't see these connections. It will only be here while they are working. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open our assets library, and we're going to replace all these elements that are here in our page. So yeah, that's what we're going to do right now. So while we're on this prototype panel, let me change this to no device so that we'll be able to look at the prototype. So I'm just going to go back to design so we won't have to see those lines anymore. Let me zoom in, and I'm going to come to assets. The search term on this search bar is currently set to search all libraries, and that is not what I want. I want to search created in this file. So I'm going to select desktop, and now I'll be able to see the assets I need. So this, I'm going to select this logo, and I'm going to put it here. So I like placing everything out so I won't forget a button or a link. It has happened before where I'll take things out of here and then put them here, and then I'll miss one or the other. So I like putting it out, and I'll just lay it out. It will be difficult to see what I'm about to do, especially since this home and this part is going to be they have similar colors, but we'll work around that. So I'm going to search for, I can already tell that this is the menu button. So let me put it on this rectangle so that we can see some contrast. So this is going to be this is menu. Let me put it here. Let me put let me see, contacts. I don't want to put it inside the frame. We have home. Let's put home here. Let's put menu here. The next is going to be about locations, and then contacts. Now I can see all the links I need, and I know that I'm not missing anything for this header section. So select this logo, cut it, Control Shift R to paste and replace. Let's select home, cut home, click on this, and then we're going to replace it. I'm going to select menu, cut it, and I'm going to paste it, Control Shift R. I'm going to cut this as well, Control Shift R. We're going to do the same for locations. I'm going to cut that, and I'm going to use Control Shift R. And finally, we're going to select contact. We're going to cut that, and we're going to use Control Shift R. So on our home page, let me make this our flow starting point. I'm going to make this our starting point. So when I click on this, you can see that it's actually showing this because I'm clicking on it directly, but when I click out, it's only the main links we're seeing. Select the home page, and I'm going to, so this doesn't have, let me change the settings to fit with. So now when I hover over our buttons, you can see that they are responding as I want. So if I click on this, nothing is going to happen because we're already on the home page. Let's go to locations, and our locations page is open. So none of these links are active as of now. That's what we're going to do next. But um, let me go back and let me just demonstrate it once more. Let me make it fit with, let's go to the menu, and we've opened the menu, and that's how I tend to do it. If you have another way to do it your way. It's allowed. There are no rules technically. So let's come to this one. I don't want to modify this header. So what we're going to do is we're not going to do it throughout. Let me go back to design so I won't see all of this. So let me go back. Let me bring in the logo. Let me bring in contacts, menu, home, about, and locations. Let me just show you something I tend to do whenever I'm done. If I know there's a link there, what I do is I'll click on it, click enter again, and now you can see that as they are selected, I can see that all these are components, and that's telling me yes, I have all my links or all my components there. Let me go back to this. I'm going to select this, cut, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. Select home, cut it, and I'm going to go to home. I'm going to use Control Shift R, cut this, and Control Shift R. I'm going to select this, cut, Control Shift R, locations, cut, replace locations here, and finally we're going to go to contact, and we're going to replace it here. So once again, I'm going to press enter so I'm sure that I have all my links. I'm going to copy this entire header section, and I'm going to select on the headers on this, Control Shift R, and I've pasted and replaced the headers on this section. And once again, I'm going to click enter. You can see they are all highlighted purple, meaning that they are all components now. Let's go back to our prototype to see it in action. So we're in the menu, and now you can see that this lives. Let's select this, takes us to home. Let's select locations, contacts, and you can see the about. Let's go to the menu. Let's go to contacts from menu. Let's go back to home, and you can see that all our links on this header section is active. Now we can move on to other sections. So we're going to work on the menu and order online. So I'm just going to scroll down, and I'm going to bring in view menu and um, order online. This is contact. So you notice I didn't need to search. I've put desktop. That's why I tend to tag desktop, and then at the beginning of the naming convention, I'll always put desktop, then tablet, then mobile. So I just need to search desktop to see the assets for desktop, and this is why I also leave the text so I know exactly where they need to go. I'm going to change them. I'm going to reuse some of these buttons, but this means less work for me. So cut. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace order online, cut, and I'm going to replace this here as well. So let's go back to our and you can see that yeah, works fine. So let's click this, takes us to the menu. Let's go back to the home page, and let's order online, and it's taking us to the contact page. Let's use the link to go back to the home page. Let's go back to our design tab, read our story. Let's see, let's get our story about button, this one, and I'm going to cut and replace. Let's make sure that it's live. Our link is working, and our button has our hover effects, and it's going to the about page. We're still working on the home page. Let's go back to the home page. This time, view full menu is going to go to the menu page. So we're going to reuse I'm going to reuse our first button for this particular section. Let me just click outside and scroll. Sorry, there was sort of a glitch. I'm just going to give it a moment to load. So this view menu, we're going to reuse it. We don't need to create another one. We're just going to bring in a copy, and I'm going to make this full menu, and I'm going to change it. Select the button, Control X, and then I'm going to Control Shift R to paste and replace that button in our design. And let me just check. Yeah, we have that here. And let me zoom out. Let's go to the next one. I'm going to let me um, change the text of this to full view full menu. Going to cut this, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. And since I still have that same button on my clipboard, I'm going to Control Shift R, and that's going to work too. So let's view it in the prototype in our tab, and you can see that. Let me click on it, and it's going to go to the menu. Let me go back to home. This one too is working. Click, goes to the menu, and finally let's check for this one too, just to make sure. And that one is working too. I'm just going to come here, and we're currently in the gallery. What's the next um, section? It's our location and our locations and ours. So we're going to select this button, which is see all locations. We don't need to change anything. We're just going to cut this and replace. Let's take a look at that. See how it is. And yeah, this connection, this button is working as we expect. Takes us to locations. Let's go back to home. And what section? Okay, now we're going to work on this subscribe. Let me zoom out. Come here. Select the subscribe button. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace it. Now, when we hover over it, it becomes light, and then I'm going to click it. The color is it's almost very similar to the one in the background. Maybe you can make it a bit darker so that you can be more contrast, but since it's not a live button per se, I'm just going to leave it. We just want to see an interaction. And yeah, so now we're going to work on the quick links. So the quick links is going to be a bit tricky because as you can see, the background, what tends to happen is what happened was that the frame I created, it is the background for the element, and it is what it is. We're going to figure it out. I can see it. This is the contact. I'm going to bring in locations, about, and this is menu, and this is going to be home. Menu is supposed to be here. So now that I know that I have all 5 links, I'm going to cut, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. Once again, I'm going to cut menu, and I'm just going to use enter multiple times till I select this. I'm going to select menu. I'm going to use Control Shift R, cut about. I'm going to select about and replace it. Select locations, cut it. Make sure you're selecting the frame. I'm going to paste it, and finally I'm going to cut contact, and I'm going to paste contact here. So let me just select everything to make sure that, and as you can see, it's highlighted purple. That means all of these are actual components. And let me just work on this one before I move on to the next one. So next is going to be join and get 10% off, which is our subscribe to button, or is it 3? I don't know. Let's replace this. Control Shift R to replace. I'm going to zoom out. Let's go back to our prototype view, and now on the menu, this is what I was going for. So when we hover over these links, you can see them being highlighted. They are on the they are going to be, the highlight effect is going to be the underline, and this is the hover, and when I press, nothing is going to happen, but it is an interactive button, and that's the interaction with this one. So next, what we're going to do is copy and paste this in other tabs. So let's zoom out, select this footer section, the entire thing. You can copy and paste or do the same for the just links, but I'm just going to copy the entire footer section, and I'm going to select all of them, Control Shift R to replace it, and let me use enter multiple times once more, and let me check, and you can see that here it's highlighted purple, here is highlighted purple as well. So we've successfully copied, paste, and we've copied, and replaced those footer sections with the new link. So let me go back to the link, and we're currently in home. Let me open the menu, and now that we're in the menu, I'm going to scroll down to the footer section. I want to make sure that all the links are working properly, so I want to use the link um, at the footer section, and I'm just going to, let me choose locations, and we are currently in locations. I'm going to scroll down once again to the footer section. Let's go to contact. Contact is working. Let's go to about, same thing, and let's navigate back to the home page. And now we're back to the home page, and you can see that, yeah, everything looks good. Let's move on to the other components or buttons. The next one we're going to work on is this get directions um, button. So this get directions is also going to go to contact. So what we're going to do is the other online button, remember I named it desktop contact button 2. So it has the same shape, the same size, the same format, and all of it, and I'll reuse it. I just left the text to make it easier, but if you wanted to change the text, you can change the text to something neutral. I'm just going to copy one of that, and I'm going to change the text to get directions. Next, I'm just going to cut it, and I'm going to Control Shift R to paste and then replace. I'm going to, it's still on, the button is still on my clipboard, and I'm going to use Control Shift R, and I've pasted it there. I'm going to do the same here, Control Shift R, and the final button is going to be Control Shift R. Let's go back to our prototype panel. So let's open our locations, and this button is working fine. Click on it. It's going to take us to our contacts page. Let me go back to locations. Let me pick another random location, and I'm just going to click on it, and it's taking me where I need to go. So we're going to work on these two final buttons in the contacts page. I'm going to zoom out, come to this button, and we're going to find our send message button, desktop send message button. I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to Control Shift R to paste and then replace, and to go to locations page, I'm going to insert that button as well. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to Control Shift R, and I'm just going to paste that there. Let's check it in the, yeah, and it's working as we expect. And when I press it, it will change to our press state, but nothing happens. Let me click on this locations page to see what happens. And yeah, we're in our locations page, and let's go back to our home page. And with that, we are done with the prototype of our desktop web pages. The next page we're going to work on, or the next web pages we're going to work on, will be the mobile prototype. I'm not going to work on the tablet prototype. I want you to try it on your own. Just like we did it with the desktop, all these links are going to go somewhere, but with one difference. There's no hover state. All you need is just make these components and then just make them link them to where they need to go: home to home, menu, connect menu to the menu page, with the exception of something like this press buttons. I'm going to do that in the mobile version and you can see what I'm going to do, but you can try it by yourself. Just use the naming convention I showed you of using tablets, adding tablets as a prefix so you can find the components you need. But I'm going to do what I need to do in mobile and you see how I do that. So let me just go to the mobile version. I'm just going to zoom in, and what we're going to create links for is this ones, but there's not going to be any hover state. We're also going to create links for this, just like the menu. I'm not going to start going through all of them. I'm just going to go straight into creating components that we need for this particular section. First things first, let me create a frame. I'm just going to, let me see, create a frame like this. We'll resize it as needed. I'm just going to change the fill color to, oh, libraries are still loading. Let me just make the color um, darker. I just wanted something so that I can use it as a backdrop for these links because they're all a very light color. So I'm just going to use Alt and I'm going to bring them here. Let me increase this so that I can work on it. So I'm going to select this frame, then I'm going to ungroup them using Control and Backspace. I'm going to bring this here. Let me move like this. This time we're going to, let's add a second frame so that we can have this dark colors, these dark colored buttons there. So I'm just going to create a new frame. I'm going to add a new frame. This time I'm going to leave it white. So I'm going to select this, use Alt, and I'm going to create copies. Again, the read our story button, I'm going to select that, use Alt, and create a copy. We're not going to create a new menu button because we're going to reuse the button from the hero section, but we are going to copy these locations button, and I'm going to paste that here. Let me go down. We're going to have we're going to make this an interactive button, but it's only going to have a press state. It won't have a hover state. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and the final links, and then the button for this particular section is going to be here. This time I won't even bother making them frames because they're not going to have multiple states. If you want to make them frames, you can make them frames, but I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to this time paste it in this dark frame, this frame with the dark fill. I'm just going to paste that here, and let's grab this button because it's going to be interactive as well. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it here. So just like before, we're not going to use these ones, but we'll select this button and we're going to copy it, and I'm going to paste here, and I'm going to select the go to locations page. The thing about this button is, since we don't need the hover state, you can simply just reuse the one we're going to create here. That is no, not this one. Yeah, this one. You can reuse this one, just change the fill color and the text color. But I'm just going to do it the way we did it, fair as similar to the one in the desktop. Let me just go ahead and paste here. So let me rearrange my individual components. I'm just going to ungroup this using Control and backspace to ungroup it, and I'm going to arrange them in a single file so that it makes it easier to work with. Okay, so next I'm just going to select everything, use Alt V to align them, and I'll just put a spacing. Doesn't matter, just give them enough space. I'm just going to add a spacing of 50 so that there will be room in between them, and I can see what's going on. You know, let me make it 80, since we're going to have these two are going to have multiple states. This we're just going to extend. I'm going to ungroup this, I'm going to select all of them, align them, and I'm going to make the spacing 80, and I'm going to rename this I believe it was links and buttons I used in the other one, and this one is going to be, let's just make it links and buttons 2, like that. And now we can now rename this. So just like we did in the tablet, the desktop version, I'm going to rename this. This will be mobile home button, and I'm going to Control Alt K to make it a component, and that's what you're going to do, and use the same naming convention we used when we're doing the desktop, and then make all of them components so we can prepare them for prototyping. Okay, I'm done renaming and creating our components. With one addition, I forgot to add the logo, and I just added the logo and then created a component with it. So I'm just going to show you, these are the names, so they all start with mobile, so I'll be able to find them easier in our assets panel. So first, let's create the press state. So this join and get 10% off is going to have a press state. So I'm going to change the fill to this light brown color, and for the send message, same thing. Let's create a variant, and we're going to change it to the press state color, that's the light brown color. And finally, this subscribe, same thing, we're going to create a variant for it, and we're going to change the fill color to this color. And now we can move on to the prototype portion. So I'm just going to, let me move this out of the way so we can move from left to right without getting confused. Let me select, go to prototype, select home, and home goes to home. We're going to make it yeah, on tap, it's going to navigate to home. The animation is instant. That's it. Go to menu. Let me remove this. I want to the flow to be the flow starting point to be this particular page. I'm going to select menu and I'm going to connect it to this. Go to about, connect the about button and connect it to the about page. Select locations, connect it to the locations page. Select contact, connect it to the contact page. And we're going to do the same for the link. So I'm going to select this home, what I call the home link. I'm going to select it to home. Select the menu, connect it to menu, go to about, connect it to about, locations, connect locations to locations, and then contacts, connect contact to the contacts page. These two, you're going to select this, connect it to this, and this time it will be while pressing, it's going to be smart animate 300 milliseconds, and we're going to make it ease in and out. So while pressing, it's going to change to the um, second variant. Going to do the same with this one. It will be while pressing, and all the other settings remain the same. So for these locations, let's connect this locations button to the locations on top. It's going to be instant. We're not going to change any other details. Let's move on to this. Let me bring this here so that we can get closer. It's going to might get a bit confusing, but no worries. Select menu and connect menu to menu. It's going to be on top, going to be instant. Online, other online is going to be contacts. We're going to connect this read our story to about. See all locations. We're going to connect it to locations. Then this, we're going to connect it to this one, and we're going to make it while pressing. It's going to be smart animate, ease in and out, and it's going to be 300 milliseconds. And our final link is going to be this one. We're going to connect it to the home page, and animation is going to be instant. And yeah, we've connected all our links, and you can actually leave this as it is. Sure, they are crisscrossing, or it's going to be kind of weird, so I'm just going to leave it here. But once again, we have all our links at the top. So what I tend to do is do this when I work with desktop. Any other components that I need to maybe add some effects, they always go to the left, right, and bottom. Then links go on the top. It's just the convention. I like keeping things organized, and that's how I choose to go about it. But enough talking, more working. So let's move on to replacing all these elements in our web pages. So before I begin, in case you're wondering, the hamburger menu is not a component. That's intentional because with the exception of every other component, this is not going to be a component. It's just going to be a regular icon, and then we're going to connect to this overlay and we're going to use it in our design. So of course, let's start with this overlay. Let's go to our assets and still search to desktop. I'm just going to change this to mobile so I can see all our mobile this in. So this time now, this link, since I created it in a brown background, the components are more legible. So maybe just keep that in mind. I forgot and just went ahead with it, and that was what happened. So let's start with the buttons. And let's select locations. Let me just bring locations here, contact here. I want to be able to see all of them so I don't miss anything. I'm going to go to about and home. We're going to bring home here. So now I have all 5 buttons. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to Control Shift R to paste and then replace. I'm going to cut, Control Shift R. Once again, I'm going to cut the About button, Control Shift R. I'm going to do this same with locations, Control Shift R, and we're going to do that with contacts, and it's going to Control Shift R. And next, we're going to connect this hamburger menu to this overlay. So I'm going to open my prototype, and I'm going to select this, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to select this to this, and on top it's going to be open overlay, and the position is the overlay position is going to be manual, and I'm just going to make it, I want it to be just about here where it's covering the header section like this. If you want to move it down so that you can see, if you want to move it down so that you can see the hamburger menu, you can also do that, but I want to cover the actual hamburger menu. And I'm going to select close when clicking outside. So when you click anywhere outside this entire overlay, the overlay will disappear. And we're going to select background. For the background, I want to use this brown color, but we're going to reduce the opacity. So I'm just going to, we need to change the color of that background, but in order to do that, I need to, so let me just select this. I'm going to go to the design tab. I'm just going to unlink this so that I can copy it, copy the color, and then I'm going to Control Z. So I'll link the color back, but now I have the code for our color. So once again, let's open the prototype, and I'm going to open this, click on this line, and I can edit it. So for the background, I'm going to paste that brown color, and the opacity is 25%. The animation, we're going to make it moving, and let's, it's going to be ease in and out. The direction is, it's going to come in from the left. If you want to want it to come in from the right, from the bottom, or from the top, you can change it, but I'm just going to make it moving. And let me make it 600. Let's see how that looks. So let's just run our prototype and see how it looks like. Okay, now that we've opened our prototype view, let's click on our hamburger menu and see how quickly the overlay comes in. And I have no issues with how fast it is, but I want the background to be a bit darker. So let me go back to this. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to change it to, let me see, 50%. Let's see how that looks. Let me close it, and actually I prefer this. If you want it to be much darker, you can increase it, but for now I'm just going to leave that. Now we're going to do the same for the other menu. So now that, again, this is what I'm going for, you see that every time I click on this or something, the other links, or how, let me click this overlay and you see the links popping up. But what I want is whenever I'm not selected on anything, the links are always on top. But yeah, if you want to see the links, when you click on them, it will show you, so you can edit them however you feel like it. So I'm just going to go back to the design tab so we don't have to see those. Let's first of all change this before we copy and replace. So we're going to use this time. So let's come back here, and I'm going to bring in mobile logo, and I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to Control Shift R, and I'm going to select this hamburger menu. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace it, and I'm going to bring in a copy of this, and I'm going to cut, Control Shift R. So let's go to the menu page. So I'm going to open it. Come here, let's use one of the links, and I'm going to click on menu, and now the menu is going to open. Let me click on the hamburger menu, and it's working. And let me use this to navigate back to the home, and now I've gotten back to the home. Now that I know that that one is set, I'm going to copy this header, select these three headers, Control Shift R, and you've copied both the hamburger menu and the logo that is a link to the home. So let's check it. Let me open it this time. Let me go to contact, go to home, let's go to the about page, open it, works. Let's go to locations, let's use the logo this time, and we'll go back to home, and all the links are working fine. Let's go to the other buttons and links. Next is this view menu and other online. So the view menu is going to be this view menu, and other online is going to be this one, which is the contacts. It's going to go to the contact page. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. Let's go back to our home page, and there's no hover state because it's mobile. You're going to tap on it. So let's tap on it. It's going to the menu. Let's go back to home, and I'm going to order online, and it's going to go to the contact page. We're going to scroll down, read our story, and the read our story is the about button, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace, like so. And let's check. Let me use this to go back home, read our story, click on it, it will take you to the about page. Scroll down. Now let's add these menu buttons. So I'm going to select this view menu, which is the menu button, and I'm going to change the text to view full menu, like that, and I'm going to cut that, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. I still have that button on my clipboard, and I'm just going to use it to replace all these buttons, like that. The final one. So once again, let's check to make sure. I'm going to use this menu once more. Go to home, I'm going to bring it down, menu, let's go back to home, click on menu. This time let me use the icon, the logo, sorry, menu, and it's working fine. Scroll down, let's go to locations. So see all locations. I'm going to get this button, I'm going to cut it, Control Shift R to replace. Let's check. I'm going to select this. Let me, oh, we're in the menu page. I'll just go back to the home page. Locations, we're in the locations page. Let's go to this subscribe. Let's change this subscribe with two states, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace it. And let's go back to our home page, and I'm going to press it, and it's not working. Did I think I'm sorry, let me press it. Oh, it's not working. When it's showing this dots, it seems like it hasn't updated yet, but let me make sure. I'm going to check it later. I'm going to open prototype, and while pressing it's actually working, but it's just my internet. Okay, that's actually, let's check it this time. Yeah, it's working. It's just that it was taking a bit of time for it to update in this prototype. So, and I can see I'm clicking it and it's working. Let's go down. Let me go back to design. So, and let's work on these links. So let's scroll. Okay, this time there's contrast, locations. I'm just going to bring it here so I can see all of them. I'm going to lay down everything. Let's bring in home. Let's bring contacts. And the final one is menu, like that. So I'm going to select home, cut, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. Menu, cut the menu, and then paste it and replace. About, cut the about link, and then replace, cut the locations, and I'm going to paste that here. And finally, we have contacts. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to paste that here as well. Control Shift R. And while we're here, you can add a link to this one, just like I said, you know, to challenge yourself. All you need to do in this case, even in the desktop, is just change the color. It's the same thing. So you don't even need to create a new link. You don't have to create a separate link, um, separate component for this. In fact, I'll just do it here so that I can demonstrate it. Let me bring in this logo, and I'm going to change the fill selection colors. Let me change it to this, and I'm going to cut it. I just didn't do it because although I tend to see it with the one on top and the header, I've never clicked on the link on the footer section because I don't expect it. There's already home and such, so that's why I don't typically do it. But if you want to, that's how you do it. Let's do this button, and I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. All right, let's go to our prototype and see how it looks. Okay, yeah, we're currently in the home page. I'm going to click on about. It takes us to the about page. Let me go back home. Let me click on contacts. Same thing. Let me go back to the home page. Let me go to. Now I won't be able to test this one because we are already in the home page. If you click on it, nothing is going to happen. So I'm just going to click this, and you can see that this one too is interactive, or nothing is going to happen. And it's, the press state is fine. So go back to our design tab. Let's select this. I'm going to copy it like we did with the header section, and also the this one for this web pages. There's a lot of the length vary greatly, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. Scroll, select this tree, Control Shift R. Now let's test it to make sure that we've pasted our links properly. So let me go to about, or it's difficult. Let me use this link this time, and now we're back in the home page. Let me go to contacts. I'm going to scroll down. Let me click on this to make sure it's working fine, and you can see that every time you click, it's showing you where the links are, that highlighted place. So that's where the links. Let me go to menu, and we have the menu. Let's go back home. So we're going to add some buttons here to take us to the contact page. I tend to, if you're wondering why this direction is taking us to contact, I tend to take a all roads lead to contact page approach. It's just a way to kind of create active links that do something but really don't go anywhere by putting them in the contact page. And if you want to, you can create a 404 page not found. You can create a placeholder page where I've seen it in an actual website where they'll say, oops, this feature you've requested is not available yet. Check back later. So you know that they've intentionally put it there to tell you that, oh, this is coming soon, or for whatever reason this isn't available. You can actually create a placeholder page that'll say, oh, you want to get this, and everything that probably needs to go somewhere but isn't going somewhere, like a form, or in this case get directions where there's no actual directions, that want to see like a map or something, you can just create a placeholder page that will say this feature you've requested not found. But I tend to take the approach of everything going to the contacts page, and when you get there, you really can't go anywhere except navigate to other pages. It's just a personal design choice. Um, we are going to select the see all look. No, it's not location. It's supposed to go to the contact. So we are going to pick this one, and you can see I named it mobile contact. So it's connected to the contact page. I'm going to bring that in here, and I'm going to change the text to get directions, and cut it, and we're going to Control Shift R. We still have that button on our clipboard, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're just going to Control Shift R to replace. Once again, select this, Control Shift R to replace, Control Shift R to replace, and yeah, we're done with this. So let's check to make sure it's working. Let's scroll down. Let's use this to go to our locations. So get directions, we're in the contact page. Let's go back again and let's try a different one. Let me try this one. Get directions, and we're in the contacts page here. Our final last two buttons is going to be this send message and then the locations page. So I'm just going to find this, and it's going to be this send message button. I'm going to cut, and I'm going to Control Shift R to paste and replace it. And let's replace this one too. I'm going to select this button, bring it here. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to Control Shift R to replace. So we're already in the contact page. Let's test the send message button first, and yeah, the press state is working fine. And let's select this, takes us to the location page. And with that, we are done for the actual prototype. Now we can move on to maybe adding some, effects in our um, desktop web pages. Okay, so we are done with the entirety of our project with the exception of the tablet web pages. Again, I encourage you to try it yourself. You can see what I did in the mobile section, and you can just do that. But let me say you want to add some effects. I'll encourage you to look at this entire project as a blank slate. With this particular menu, don't change yours. You can reduce the size of this and maybe reduce it to about here, and you can just add some filters here. They don't need to go anywhere. It just needs to be, maybe you just want to add some filters to make your work more interesting, but I'm going to encourage you to play around with this project. One of the things I loved about learning UI UX, especially when I was practicing, is that whenever I had a practice work that wasn't for a client or for work or for whatever, I like playing around with it and creating multiple versions. Maybe try making a dark version to see how it will look. But once again, I want you to look at this entire website as a blank slate and maybe just even break it, just play around with it. But let's just add some effects so I can show you what you could do with it. First, I'm going to create a frame. Doesn't matter what size, I'm just going to bring it here. I want to demonstrate a text animation you could use in something like this. It's very simple, but one of my favorite text animations. So I'm just going to write text animation. Next, I'm going to, let's select this, and I'm going to use hold alt and then create a copy, and I'm going to bring it here. While we're selected on this, let me make sure we're selected on the frame so we can look at what's going on. I'm going to use Control D, and I'm going to duplicate this text. So for the first one, the one on top, it's currently set to align top. Select it, and from this point, delete this text. That's the one that says shared in good company. Now you can see that it has been shortened. Select the next, the one that is still long. This time, make the alignment align bottom. And from this S upward, delete everything. Now we have two text boxes that are essentially indistinguishable in terms of size to the one that is still on our desktop hero section. What I'm going to do is select this first text box, right click, make it a frame selection, and then in the just underneath dimensions, select clip content. Same with this, right click, frame selection, clip content as well. I'm going to select both of them and I'm going to group it. And I'm going to name this text animation. And I'm going to create a copy of this because I want to I want to show you two versions of it. There are multiple ways you can do it, but I just want to show you two versions and you can choose which one you prefer. I'm going to create a copy like this. Next, select this one, and then what we're going to do is make it a component. So I'm going to do Control Alt K, and I'm going to make a component. So let's create a variant. I'm going to add this. Select the default. I'm going to click on it, open the frame. So when you click on default, there's a frame in it, and inside the frame, you have a text. Select just the text, and I'm going to use my arrow key to bring it down. And since it's on its clip content, the text essentially disappears and we can't see it for now. So just bring it down a bit, and you can do this separately and then create a component group. I like editing the components themselves. It just leaves everything aligned. I'm going to open the second frame, select this second text, shared in good company, and once again I'm going to use my arrow key, but I'm going to hold this down for much longer and I want the text to go much lower. The reason I want the one on top to come in first and then the one bottom comes in slightly later, so it's not coming in the same time, just very slight difference in speed how they come in. And I'm just going to click out of this. Let's open our prototype, and I'm going to click on this and I'm going to connect this one. So we're going to set this to after delay. I'm going to make it 300 milliseconds so that we'll have time to load our web page and then we can see the effect. The animation is smart animate, and what we're going to do is going to be set at ease in, ease out, and I'm going to leave the duration. So these are the settings. It's already set for me. I think that was the last setting I used and that's why it's still there. So I'm just going to leave it as it is. So we're going to come here and I'm just going to come, let me go to the assets, and we have this component which is text animation. I'm going to rename this one text animation 2. So it may be a bit confusing, but when I drag it in, you see that the frame is empty. It's not empty, it's just that the contents have been clipped. I'm going to cut it and I'm going to select this text, Control Shift R. And this was what I was explaining. The reason why I like creating copies, I'll leave the web page as it is and then create a copy of web pages where I can work with prototypes. There's this effect where when you scroll in, this entire section would slide um, uh, into the frame of your desktop. If I were to do that similar to what we did, it's actually the same effect. It's essentially the same principle we're going to use. I'll have to remove this, and if someone looks at the web page as it is now, there will be nothing here. If I decided I wanted to apply that effect to the entire web page, what will happen is that this entire web page would be blank, but it's not. It's just that it is waiting for you to launch the prototype so that you can see the effect. That is why I tend to create copies of the original version so that I can have that to send or to save or just have it untouched, and then I have the prototype versions I can work with. And the same is going to be if I were to add this effect to tablets, to mobile, it's still going to have these issues where you may have blank, maybe due to the effect you may have blank or modified components, sections and elements in your design. So that's why I tend to create copies. So let's just enough talking. Let's move on to the prototype. Let's see what it looks like. So I'm just going to launch this, and it's not working. Let me use R. I'm going to restart it, and if you're wondering what I press, I'm pressing R and it restarts it. And you can see that is the sliding effect where the text slides in. So whenever, let's try, my internet is slow, so that's why I had to use R. It's always slow. I try my best, but it is what it is. And if I launch it now, you can see that it's not loading as we hope. I've tried and I keep trying, but it's just what it is. That's why I used R. But when you launch it, immediately it opens, you'll just see that text sliding. But I'm using R to demonstrate it. While this is still trying to load, let's move on to creating the second version of this. This time the text will slide in from the left side of your screen. It's the same principle we're going to use. So this time, let me go back to this file tab, and I'm going to, this one is still named text animation. We want to make a second one. I'm going to make this one text animation 2. And while I'm selected, while I've already selected this text, I'm going to Control Alt key to create a component. Let's add a variant. This time, select it, open the frame, click on the text, and I'm going to use, let me, careful not to move your mouse out of the frame. If not, the text is going to leave the frame. So I'm going to move this, and now that I'm here, I'm going to use my arrow key to move it as much as possible out of the frame. This one is going to be a bit faster. No worries. Let's do the same for this one. I'm going to open this, select the text, and once again, I'm going to first let me use my mouse. Oops. Let me use my mouse to move it out of the way. I'm holding shift so I don't mistakenly move it around, and I'm going to um, just move this out as much as possible. I'm just holding down my left arrow key, and we have this. Let's go to the prototype. I'm going to double click this and drag this and connect this, and it's going to be, after delay, I want it to be 300, and ease in and out, smart animate 900 milliseconds. So let's zoom out and let's go to our assets. Let me give this time to load. Okay, now that my assets have loaded, I'm going to select this one, text animation 2. I'm going to bring it in first, make sure I can see that. I'm going to cut it, and I'm just going to come to this field and Control Shift R so I can replace it with text animation 2. So I'm going to open my design tab, and it's still displaying the first one, and this time the text is coming in from the left to the right. Once again, it's just my internet, that's why the image is not loading. There's nothing wrong with it, sorry about that. Once again, let me click on R, and you're going to see our text coming from the left, from the left into our page, and you can do other um, animations you want in your page. I'm just going to show you one more. um, One effect I like doing is the image zoom effect. So when you hover over an image, the image will kind of zoom in. I'm just going to demonstrate that as well. I'm not going to create a frame this time. I'm just going to hold out, and I'm going to drag this image so I can create a copy. So I'm going to make this image a component. So I'm going to use Ctrl Alt K to make this an image. I'm going to rename this. Let's just rename this image. We're going to use this in our design. Let's create a variant. So I'm going to select this variant, double click on it, and then crop it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this. Let me zoom in, and I'm going to center it like this, and I'm going to click enter to close this dialog. Next, let's go to our prototype, and I'm going to connect these two. And while hovering, let's use the same settings we used for our buttons to see how it looks. So it's going to be changed to smart animate. It's going to be ease in, out, ease out. This 900 is really, really slow. We use 300 in our buttons. I feel like that's going to be a little bit fast. Let's see what it looks like. So we're going to set it to 300. Let's go to our assets panel, and this time I'm going to search for image, and we already have another image. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to bring in a copy. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to replace it here. So let's go back to our prototype view, and let me go to our contact, and yeah, so that's it. It feels a bit fast, so it's really, really fast. So let's make it 600 milliseconds this time, so it's going to be much more smoother. Yeah, this is actually better, and the zoom feels like it's a lot. But if you want the effect to be milder, just crop the image and reduce the size of the crop so that it won't be as, it won't be as how will I say, it won't be too zoomed in essentially. If you want more zoom, make it bigger. But that is the image zoom effect that I sometimes like to add on images. But yeah, we are done with this image for this project. For what you can do with it, I'll encourage you to maybe create the tablet and mobile wireframes. We already have the web pages, so try making the wireframes for the tablet and the mobile. And as I've said before, consider this project a blank slate and try to modify things in it. But with that, we are done with this project. I hope you enjoyed watching this video and you have learned something new, and I will see you in the next one.